What is it? What's happening? The Plague Master was trying to distract us with a particularly chatty crackpaw, Marion said calmly. So I tore the crackpaw's head in two, then pulped its body into a fine paste with my shield, keeping moving and be ready for an ambush. Svar's soft hand thumped Glenn's back. The green poison mist swirled in the tunnel behind them. Glenn once more cautiously backed up, keeping his guardian shield and guardian's mace ready. The words from the desouled crackpaw stuck in Glenn's mind and wouldn't leave. Had he heard that crackpaw correctly? Before Marion had destroyed it, Glenn could swear it had said the words, new class. So far as Glenn knew, the last new class to be gifted to adventurers was Guilecaster. Was this crystal related to a new class? The fact that Marion had silenced the desouled crackpaw directly after it began to speak about such things suggested the Blazers were keeping far more from him than he'd figured out. Still, Glenn didn't blame them for keeping it secret. He'd done his research on Blazers like he researched everything else. He knew they took oaths to maintain Blazer confidentiality when they joined. He wouldn't ask someone to risk being turned to salt for satisfying his curiosity, given he couldn't dual class until he reached level 20 anyway. Even whatever new class the Blazers were chasing down here scarcely mattered. Protecting Wolfpine was all that mattered to him now. As they continued on in silence, they encountered no more talking crackpaws. Zack continued relaying directions. Glenn was impressed at how well he remembered the twists and turns down here, especially after over 2 years away. Zack evidently had a great memory for dungeons. He must have spent a lot of time exploring down here, sneaking from shadow to shadow and avoiding patrols. He remembered how Zack had quickly outleveled his peers, thanks to his mostly solo efforts down here. Okay, last turn up ahead, Zack said. The builder's lock I found should be right about... Oh, there they are. Here we go, Marion shouted. A real death rattle of a roar sounded from ahead. Volpor, or what was left of his desouled corpse. It was hardly tempting to turn and watch the battle ahead, but Glenn knew better. He kept his eyes trained on the space behind him. As expected, a crackpaw soon stumbled from the mist, followed by a horde of crackpaws. The Plague Master and his possible allies had put them in a pincer, just like everyone had known they would. Perhaps the Plague Master hadn't expected a town guard to come along. Crackpaw horde in the back! Glenn dropped to one knee and slammed his big guardian shield on the ground between his party and the oncoming desouled. Svara, they're all yours. A glowing arrow streaked over Glenn's head with an eerie whistling sound. It hit the first lumbering crackpaw directly in the face, and the poor dead creature quickly caught fire. It burned to ash a moment later, telling Glenn Svara's arrows were enchanted to work against desouled. Given she'd known she'd be going up against a Plague Master down here, that made perfect sense. Arrow after glowing, whistling arrow streaked over Glenn as a seemingly endless horde of desouled crackpaws rushed them from behind. Meanwhile, multiple loud yelps sounded from behind Glenn. Volpor was obviously having a bad time. The crackpaw corpses coming at the party from behind were coming too fast even for a sharpshooter to keep up with. Hold fire, Glenn shouted. I need to test something. He rose, waded forward, then swung his guardian mace up and into the chin of the nearest desouled crackpaw corpse. His mace didn't glow bright white, as it would with demons, but a crackpaw corpse was a lot more fragile than an elite wolf. One blow practically disintegrated the desouled. A life crystal dropped to the floor of the tunnel. Glenn grinned. So while a guardian mace wouldn't instantly destroy a desouled the same way it would a demon, hitting a desouled hard enough to pulp it did practically the same thing. Volpor had only survived because of his incredible vitality. Crackpaws weren't Volpor. Glenn used his guardian shield to halt the horde and swung with precision and grace. Every swing hit a crackpaw, and every crackpaw he hit disintegrated like sandcastles hit by the force of his blows. Life crystals soon grew thick in the tunnel, rolling about around Glenn's fleet boots. Their slight purple glow lit it all the way to the poison cloud beyond. Both Glenn's arms and legs were already burning with exertion despite his 30 vitality. He was putting all of his effort into each swing. He hadn't done that for years for fear of swinging so hard he might hit someone behind a monster. He needed a breather. He dropped to one knee and braced his shield. Svara, go! More arrows whistled over him, taking down more crackpaws. Now that the tunnel was lit by all these purple life crystals, Glenn noticed that Svara's arrows were falling where each crackpaw corpse burst to ash. She could retrieve them afterward. Glenn was careful not to step on any, and Svara Dawnwhisper didn't miss a single shot. After another 10 or 15 or so arrows, Glenn had his breath back. Hold! He gave Svara a moment, then rose. Another mess of crackpaw came stumbling out of the poison mist. Glenn grinned inside his helmet, clanged his mace against his shield with a loud ringing sound, and stomped forward. Sorry, but are you about to have a real bad day? Glenn bashed, crushed, and stomped the remaining desouled corpses until every last one of them was ash. The number of life crystals now peppering the tunnel was ridiculous. There had to be multiple dozens scattered across the tunnel floor, enough to buy a set of steel armor. The poison mist beyond the light swirled and moved angrily, yet it couldn't seem to work its way past Jacob Coverfall's aura bubble. No more crackpaws emerged from the swirling poison mist. Glenn stood about 10 paces away and waited for more. We're clear up here, Marion shouted. Redwood, how's the rear? Nothing back here either, Glenn shouted back. Anyone hurt? Not a one, Marion said gruffly. Good job, all. Even you, Silverstone. Imagine how good I am in bed, Zack said proudly. Marion sighed audibly. Redwood, get up here and get this lock open. Svara, gather your arrows. Fiona, watch the rear and be ready. And Jacob, just keep doing that. Acknowledgments from the other blazers echoed through the tunnel. Glenn backed up until he ran into 2 upraised hands. Those stopped him short. Just me, Svara said. I've got eyes on the mist. You can turn around now. He trusted her. He turned to find Svara less than a pace away, unharmed, and focused on the mind behind him. She wasn't even breathing hard after all the exertion, and she had just fired a lot of arrows. Svara slipped aside so he could easily move past her. Glenn reached Jacob next, who thumped him on the arm with firm approval, and then Zack, who smirked and winked. Glenn gave his friend a gentle shove. Finally he came to Fiona, whose spiked red armor was absolutely gleaming with crackpaw blood. Downdraft? Glenn asked as he passed. A huff emerged from inside her helmet. Do you really read books on everything? I read enough. After we get out of here, I'll give you a toss with updraft, if you'll consent. Everyone I've done that to has told me it's really fun. It is not fun, Zack shouted from behind Glenn. Marion waited ahead, her emerald-green visor glimmering in the brown glow from her Titan shield. Her armor was covered in blood and muck, and Glenn suspected that pleased her greatly. There was a virtual forest of life crystals glowing brightly between Marion and an ancient wooden door Glenn now saw was sealed with another and much older-looking builder's lock. He doubted he could take a step without crushing several of them. Don't worry about the crystals, Marion told him. We'll come back for them after. Town guards can't take crystals anyway. Glenn pulled his keyring from his belt. I have 16 keys to try. I'll go through them as fast as I can. Once you find it, don't open it, Marion cautioned. We'll move through together. She slipped aside to let him past. Given the bulk of her midnight mail, Titan shield, and all the rest of her, Glenn still had to squeeze uncomfortably close. Once he was past her, life crystals crunched beneath his fleet boots, and he lifted the ring and counted keys. His keyring had 18 keys in all. The only ones he knew the purpose of for certain were the Wolfpine key, he used to open any door inside Wolfpine, and the gleaming copper key he'd used to seal the upper doors of Crackpaw Mine. The other 16 remained a mystery. One key after another slipped into the builder's lock and refused to turn. The 8th key Glenn tried emitted a click. Glenn immediately twisted it back and locked the door again. Found it. There could be anything waiting on the other side of this door, Marion cautioned everyone. Redwood, we can't send you back with the plague behind us, so when we open this door, you and I will go through together. You watch left, I watch right. Glenn tested his grip on his mace and made himself ready. Yes, ma'am. Everyone ready back there? Marion shouted back. A chorus of assents answered, followed by one, You bet your ancient ass I am. Turn the key, Marion ordered, then open on 3. Glenn turned. The lock clicked. Marion counted. 1, 2, 3. The two of them threw their respective doors to their respective walls and marched into a tunnel that looked far different from the rocky makeshift tunnels they'd passed through before. There were actual walls inside, tilted so the top sloped in over the bottom, formed of a light yellow stone that looked almost like sand. Glenn had never seen sand that held together this well. Marion extended an arm to halt his advance. She and Glenn waited patiently for threats to rush at them, each holding their shield before them and the party. Nothing ran at them. Only dust motes moved in the air. There wasn't even any glowing poison mist in here. The ceiling was the same sandy color as the walls. The floor was formed of dusty yet perfectly intact tiles that ranged between a bright yellow and a dull silver, like a Strat Go board. Stranger yet, Boxes formed of folded metal straps glowed an eerie orange. Tiny suns crackled invisibly inside. Glenn gaped at those inside his helmet. Those lamps were tinker-made, no doubt, but like nothing he'd ever seen. Wolfpine used common enchanting light posts at night. "Everyone inside," Marion said. "Move up, Redwood." Glenn heard the footfalls of the others moving inside. Multiple leather or metal boots thumped or clacked against the floor of silver and yellow tiles. Marion thumped his arm. "Go close that door and seal it up again." Glenn glanced at her. "So the caster can't get past us and escape?" "That's as good a reason as any." Glenn walked back past the others without issue. This tunnel was almost 3 times as wide as the rocky one outside, and everyone had stepped out to make space, and took one more look at the darkness beyond. He found the poison mist struggling with Jacob's aura bubble. "How do we know the Plague Master isn't still out there?" Glenn asked. "We didn't search the entire mine." "He's not," Marion said firmly. "But if someone else is, we don't want them getting in here." Glenn pondered only a moment before he pulled both doors shut once more. They closed with a satisfying clunk, the ancient hinges not even making a sound. Had they been oiled recently? Or were they just so perfectly made they didn't squeak, even after hundreds of years? Glenn stuck the key in the lock. He turned, it clicked. They were now sealed inside. "Gods," Zack said quietly. "It looks exactly like the last one." Glenn spun about. "What do you mean the last one? You mean you've seen an ancient shrine like this before?" Just ahead, Marion face-palmed once more. Zack grinned. "So, let's just say Anna and I have had an interesting year?" 23. A Coming Exile. "Redwood, might as well have you up here with me," Marion ordered. "Nothing's going to come at us through a builder's lock." "Hold on, Captain," Zack said. "Now that we're safe behind a big locked door, can you give me a moment alone with my best friend in the whole world? It won't take long." Marion simply glowered at him. Fiona thumped Marion's shoulder. "You said it yourself, didn't you? This is the last time he'll be able to visit. Zack's already agreed to give up his home, his family, and everything else to help us. The least we owe him is a chance to talk with an old friend before he leaves his home behind forever." Again with the forever talk. Glenn desperately needed to know what this was all about. Why was Zack leaving Wolfpine forever? Glenn looked to Marion. "Captain Hawkshadow, I know you don't have an assurance I won't share whatever Zack tells you with others, but I swear by Celis that I will not share the information Zack tells me with any soul other than Mayor Coleman, and then only if he asks. As much as I would like to, I can't defy liege law, but given how little Coleman cares about what I do, I doubt he'll ask." Zack looked toward Marion. "And I swear by Celis I won't tell Glenn anything that the Blazers are trying to keep quiet. I just need to get some stuff off my chest. Personal stuff. This is my last chance to do that." Marion sighed heavily. "Fine. Say your goodbyes and make your peace, but be quick about it." She motioned to the others. "Give them some space." The Blazers all moved off enough to give them relative privacy, a courtesy for which Glenn was immensely grateful. Finally, answers. He looked at Zack expectantly. "Well?" "Take that helmet off," Zack said. "Let me see that handsome face of yours." Glenn hesitated only a moment. He wasn't officially on duty. They were deep beneath Crackpaw Mine, and no one other than Zack was around to see him. Nothing he did down here would anger Kaya, or so he hoped. He pulled his helmet off and tucked it under his arm. "What happened to you?" Zack asked. "Where'd all the handsome go?" "You shush," Glenn said. "Now tell me what this is about. Why can't you return to Wolfpine?" "I've agreed to undertake a Blazer quest I can't talk about, to do something I also can't talk about," Zack said. "What I can tell you is I volunteered. I'm not under duress. Agreeing to all this wasn't my first choice, but Anna, Becca, and I all agreed it was our best available option." Hearing Becca's name was a relief. "So Becca knows why you're here and what's going on, and she's okay with it?" "She's a Blazer," Zack agreed. "Also, she gave me a message to give you if I saw you, which is kind of the whole reason I wanted to get you alone. I gave her my word I'd try." "What is it?" "Don't trust the Church of Celis." Zack said. Also, she loves you and will visit Wolfpine as soon as she can, even though she'll be a few months late. So hang in there. The first part was the one Glenn really had problems with. What's wrong with the church? Gods, just everything, Zack said. I'd tell you more if I could, I really would, but I gave my word to Captain Hardass, and also we don't want this getting back to Coleman, so just keep in mind that not everything you hear from the church is actually true. Becca will explain more when you see her next. Okay, fine. But back to the rest of this. You're really leaving Wolfpine forever? Long enough. Could be 30 years, could be more. The main thing is I won't be able to come back for a really long time, which is why I wanted to say my goodbyes today. What about your mother? I handle that, Zack said evenly. Anyway, that's all I wanted to say. That's all I can say. And you're doing all this of your own free will. Of course I am. I'm just a really heroic person. Glenn shook his head. I don't like this. I don't like any of it. But if this is goodbye, then you've been a good friend. One of my best. I know, Zack said. I might actually miss you. I know that too. Zack thumped his shoulder. Now get that helmet on and come kick some crackpaw teeth in before I get all weepy. You don't want to be responsible for that. I absolutely do not. Glenn popped his helmet back on and looked to the blazer standing perhaps 20 paces away. Let's go get your crystal, or whatever it is. The thought that this was the last time he'd see Zack was troubling, but at least he knew Zack wasn't under duress. Maybe Glenn could go find him, with Becca, after he reached level 20 as a town guard. Glenn activated his fleet boots and took 4 steps. He zipped past the others easily, then clanked to a stop right beside Marion. She glanced at him, then marched. Move up! Fiona offered a low whistle from behind him. I have got to get me some of those boots. Glenn grinned inside his helmet. Town guard only. It was a relief to be proceeding forward into the space beneath Crackpaw Mine. Walking backward the entire way down had been a real pain, even with Svara's help. This new, more pristine tunnel was big enough that he could easily walk beside Marion without issue, though between the two of them, they could still block the vast majority of it up if something charged them. Better yet, the plague from the mine hadn't followed them in here. Could it? Marion Hawkshadow's hulking presence to Glenn's right made him feel safer than he expected. Was this how he made others feel with his shield and armor? He hoped so. As they walked, Glenn thought back over everything he'd learned in the past few minutes. Zack had seen a shrine like this before, likely with Anna at his side. Had there been another crystal in that shrine? Was collecting these crystals the new blazer quest Zack and the others couldn't talk about? Glenn risked a brief sidelong glance at Marion, but she was focused entirely on the tunnel stretching ahead and covered in crackpaw blood. He looked back toward the tunnel, which stretched on to terminate at a wall far ahead. Then, as his mind fully processed all he saw ahead, a chill gripped the base of his spine. Words spoken nights ago played in his head. You were in a place I'd never seen before, a place with slanted walls and strange symbols. Erica continued calmly. There were others with you, warriors all as strong or stronger than you, yet as I watched you walk through that dark space, I felt increasingly uneasy. I felt like you were walking into a trap, yet no matter how much I wanted to warn you, I couldn't speak. You didn't see me. Marion, Glenn managed. She glanced his way. Problem? Glenn considered telling the Blazer captain his childhood friend had a dream about him in this place with her and the other Blazers and that they were all walking into a trap, yet Marion already knew they were walking into a trap. Everyone knew they were walking into a trap. Could this shrine be what Erica had dreamed about? Even if it was, Glenn couldn't turn back now. All Wolfpine was in danger. As he told Erica, he'd simply remain grateful she'd given him advance warning. He would be prepared for this trap. It's nothing we can't discuss later, Glenn said. Lead on. Marion had likely already skated close enough to violating her oath to the Blazers by telling him this shrine existed at all. He wouldn't press her. And though the circumstance was obviously odd, he was actually starting to feel like a Blazer. Being a Blazer, even more than an adventurer, had always been Glenn's dream. He'd given up on it a few months after the gods chose him to be a town guard, yet here he was, not only accompanying these Blazers on their quest, but actually helping them. Glenn had killed a lot of desold crackpaws back in the upper mine. He had no doubt they would have overrun Svara otherwise. Now Blazer Captain Marion Hawkshadow had called him up here to walk beside her, trusting him to hold the same line she held. She trusted him with both her own life and the lives of her party members. She wasn't lying to him. She just couldn't violate her oaths. Glenn had promised to help these Blazers as far as they needed to go. Learning the full truth of what they were after and what opposed them could happen after the quest was done. They made it halfway down the long sandy hallway when Jacob called out. "Traps ahead," Jacob growled. Marion stopped and Glenn stopped with her, long before she could extend her hand. She stared straight ahead. "Talk to me?" Jacob Coverfall walked up to stand between them. He was no longer maintaining his aura bubble, but it seemed they no longer needed it. "I count at least 10 plague void traps ahead, spread out across the tiles. That confirms our enemies somehow bypassed the lock." Glenn was relieved Jacob had called them to a halt. Evolved casters, specifically Infernists, Arctists, Aerialists, and Igniters, could create void traps made up of their respective specialized element at higher levels. They were essentially invisible balls of their respective element, which exploded when something ventured too close. And evidently, Plague Masters could create void traps too. Void traps, just like the use of corpses to attack without consent by Deathcasters, could exploit a loophole in the gods' laws of consent. Once conjured, a trap remained fully visible and took a full minute to arm itself, which was how casters referred to when the trap became active. Casters also couldn't simply summon them on top of people. Yet once active and invisible, the trap would detonate whenever anyone came close, even if that person was another adventurer. Therefore, it was possible to harm another person with a void trap without their consent, so long as they stumbled into the trap in the wild. The gods had made it impossible to use the skill inside town walls, which kept most townsfolk safe. Fortunately, anyone with a high divinity attribute, or one of the many skills or blessings that allowed them to detect magic, could see the traps from a good distance away. Most monsters had low divinity attributes, which made void traps ideal for ambushing them. Any caster in the field who spotted a trap would warn their party, like Jacob had just done. The only way traps could technically defy the law of consent was if a low-level adventurer blundered into one, and even stumbling into such a trap did not guarantee death. When it came to fortifying vaults against theft, a lightning void trap was an excellent security mechanism. It completely paralyzed anyone who blundered into it, but usually wouldn't kill them. Still, Glenn couldn't see these traps at all. He tried not to let that bother him. He hadn't cast skills or used blood before he became a town guard, and he had no reason to choose faithful instead of unyielding as a second blessing, though he kind of wished he had, now. "I'll take the lead," Jacob said calmly. "Follow me single file." "Perfect way to get ambushed," Fiona grumbled. "Let me handle it instead." Jacob glanced at her. "What are you— Oh, please don't." "Oh, don't whine." Fiona stomped forward. "You love this." She charged, and then she flew. Glenn stared as the spectral green leaves of Updraft ignited around Fiona's red dragoon mail. She shot off like a diving grasshawk, soaring straight down the tunnel. She spun as she moved, a whir of serrated armor. Glenn could only imagine the carnage she must leave in her wake. 6 different explosions of plague went off as she passed, each just an eye blink behind her spinning passage. Those explosions dissipated shortly after. Fiona spun to a halt about 40 paces down and landed on both feet, hands out to balance. She didn't even appear to be dizzy. Glenn stared after her. "Hey, I have to get me some of those." Fiona glanced back at the dissipating wisps of exploded plague drifting down and brushed her hands together. "Dragoon only. Now you all coming?" Marion shook her helmeted head as she trooped through the big hole Fiona had carved in the field of plague void traps. Jacob grumbled as he followed. Glenn motioned Zack and Svara on and once again walked at the rear, eyeing the small blackened spots on the once pristine floor with distaste. Void traps, at least those he'd read about, those used by the caster classes that weren't forbidden, had a 1-minute cooldown and lasted an hour before dissipating. So whoever had placed these traps was a high-level plague master and had been in here recently. That confirmed the plague master they hunted was inside this ancient shrine. Glenn decided there must be another entrance, perhaps only one available to Deathcasters and their ilk. Either that, or Marion simply hadn't believed they had time to search the entirety of the mountains above Crackpaw Mine to find a secret passage. A hidden entrance could be anywhere, and it made sense that the builders of this ancient shrine would have created one. This meant the builder's lock on the door would have never kept Deathcasters out. At least Glenn, finally, had some inkling of how their enemy had bypassed it. They'd simply come in through an unlocked secret passage hidden somewhere in the cliffs above the mine, one his ancestors had missed. Once they were past the void traps, Glenn used his fleet boots to once again catch up to Marion. They walked side by side until they reached the end of the hallway, which branched into a T that went both left and right. Glenn had been turned around so many times, he completely lost even his vaunted sense of cardinal directions. He'd simply have to remember the way back to the door. Marion glanced at him. "Redwood, there's no doubt in my mind there's a Plague Master and possibly his allies waiting for us somewhere ahead. You've gotten us as far as you swore to, and gone far beyond the duties required by Kaya or your mayor. You can—" "I'm not turning back," Glenn said. "You can't, given the plague behind us in the mine, but you can stay here and wait for us." "Why would I do that?" "If we die down here, it will be the forever death," Marion said calmly. "With that lock now sealed again, we may not be able to get out again once we arrest this Plague Master. The safest thing for you to do is wait by the doors for us to return." "Wolf Pine isn't safe until that Plague Master is dealt with," Glenn said calmly. "I know I'm not your level or any of your levels, but I do have the skills of a town guard. I won't get in your way." He glanced down at his belt, then up. "And if I do die down here, I give you permission to take my keys." Marion thumped his arm. "I doubted you'd run. Had to ask, though." Glenn nodded. "Shield Zack and Svara," Marion said. "I'll shield Jacob." Glenn glanced at the woman in red dragoon armor. "And Fiona?" Fiona thumped her blood-red breastplate. "I'm my own shield." "Move out," Marion ordered. Jacob moved past Glenn to follow Marion. Glenn dropped back to walk behind Jacob and Marion. That put their spiritualist in the center of two shields, the best place for him. Together, he and Marion could protect Jacob from attacks from front or back, so long as the tunnel walls remained. Glenn glanced back at Zack and Svara. Zack grinned. Svara nodded. He looked forward as they both fell into step behind him. Whatever came for them, he wouldn't let it pass. They continued right down the T-junction until they came to a rightward right-angle turn. That led them out into what looked to be a vast open vault of some sort. Glenn didn't bother closing his mouth as he stared at the space overhead, easily 6 stories if not more. The walls of the vault grew more intricate inside. They were still sandy-looking and bent at rippling angles as they rose to a ceiling that glistened with more runes. Those runes covered the ceiling, glowing a soft orange. They lit the massive open shrine as clearly as daylight. They also weren't alone. In the middle of the shrine, next to a pedestal holding a glowing egg-shaped crystal, stood a bearded man in dark robes. His brown hair fell to his shoulders. The man was about Glenn's height and just as muscular. Glenn had never seen his robes in any book or sketch, so couldn't identify them, but they were black as night and gleamed with runes like those on Jacob's robes of divinity. These runes glowed red, not purple. Glenn knew that robes of divinity were high-level caster robes blessed by Celis, yet those robes were white, not black, and glowed purple, not red. So these black robes with glowing red highlights must be those of Raylan, god of endings. While Raylan might be Celis's husband, he certainly didn't have humanity's interest in mind. "You Blazers really are determined," the man in the black robes grumbled. "Even 68 crackpaws and a big dumb wolf couldn't slow you down. Do you realize how annoying that is? You're making this job incredibly difficult." Glenn recognized the voice immediately. It was the same man who had spoken to him beyond the door to Crackpaw Mine when he pulled back the plague. He didn't look evil. He looked, despite Glenn's desire to come up with some other image, like a merry town drunk. "Hold there at the door," Marion ordered the party. "Jacob, be ready to knock down demons." "Always," he said calmly. Marion marched into the shrine at a steady but visibly unstoppable pace. "Plague Master?" "I have a name," the man said mildly. "Victor Hollowthorn, Divine Plague Master at your service." He spun one hand grandly as he bowed, then rose. "Oh, and it's the town guard. Glad you recovered. Shame you had to get dragged into this unpleasant business." Marion's voice boomed dangerously. Under the authority of the Blazers Guild and the laws of the Pantheon, I am now placing you under arrest. Any resistance will be met with my mace to your skull until you forget how to resist. As for your compatriots, if you have them, they can also— Why don't you take a look behind you? The Plague Master, Victor, interrupted casually. Marion stopped where she stood. The tableau held like that for a moment. There's nothing behind you, Zack yelled. It's just a stupid trick. What looked like a nightmarish crossbreed of a worm and an elongated dragon burst from the yellow and silver checkerboard just behind Marion. The worm thing snapped around Marion like a snare from a bolo, wrapping her from toes to chest in multiple shimmering, smoking coils. Instead of exploding out of it and bashing its head, Marion froze. Fiona! Savara! Attack! Jacob shouted, though he sounded horrified. Glowing white arrows whistled and struck the shadow worm dragon that now had Marion wrapped up tight. Each arrow hit its mark and blasted huge bursts of shadow from the thing's spectral skin. Each wound healed as quickly as they were made. A blur of spinning red rocketed toward the shadow snake dragon, Fiona in her blood-red spiked armor. Glenn charged after her. Hold, Redwood, Jacob shouted. Shield me and Zack. Regretfully, Glenn backed up and scanned the room for additional threats. Svara stepped forward calmly, loosing glowing arrow after glowing arrow. Zack dashed to stand beside him. They braced Jacob on either side as his hands spun in a rhythmic cycling motion. A small ball of sunlight formed, larger and larger, until it was the size of Glenn's head. Glenn felt more heat rising off than he'd felt from Carl Coldbreaker's open forge. Jacob finished casting his skill. A ball of literal sunlight streaked across the shrine toward Marion. The big blockader still writhed helplessly in the grip of the shadow worm. Glenn gasped. He didn't know what this skill was, but he did know it was a furnace compared to Sunlight Shard. This ball of light was easily the size of Volpor. The massive burst of sunlight from Jacob hit home. More than half the worm was blasted away as the skill impacted. The shadow shrieked and finally uncoiled. It zipped up into the air and immediately disappeared into a shimmer, like the winnower had outside Wolfpine's walls. A demon! That worm dragon was a demon, though of a type Glenn had never seen before. As Marion fell to her hands and knees, her void mace rolled away into the shrine. Then, as Glenn watched in disbelieving horror, every last piece of Marion's midnight mail simply fell off her. Her helmet popped off and her chest plate literally split in two, like it had been cut in half. Marion's Titan shield visibly popped off her arm, slamming into the floor upright. It walked itself a few times before clattering flat. As Marion stood, now armored in nothing but her small clothes, she glanced back at them all in open-mouthed horror. A dozen shadowy spikes penetrated her body at a dozen angles. Her blood splattered the tiles in all directions. Then Captain Marion Hawkshadow, level 35-plus blockader, dropped dead. The shadow worm demon shimmered back into view, slithering about in the air above Victor Hallowthorne. Every last wound they'd all inflicted upon the demon was missing. How was it healing itself so rapidly? Fiona at least had the right idea. She tossed herself at the worm's master, Victor, and spun like a dervish. As she drilled through the space he'd occupied, he simply evaporated. That hadn't been Victor Hallowthorne in the flesh. He'd been a Guilecaster illusion, and the way the demon, which had probably been freed from a shattered demon crystal, had hidden in the floor suggested more illusions were present throughout this temple. So Victor had a Guilecaster working with him? How many allies did their enemy have? What is that thing? Zack whispered. A devourer, Jacob said hoarsely. It shouldn't be here. No demon crystal can hold a devourer. Fiona came out of her spin and cast about with her spear. She danced around the center of the open shrine as she sought a new target. What are we facing? Devour, Jacob yelled. Don't let it wrap you up. It eats levels to heal itself. As he spoke, he moved his hands and arms once more. Glenn's blood ran cold. Gods, no. He set his feet and stared around in terror. How can anything do that? That defies the laws of Luxterra. A glowing circle of energy erupted around them, extending 10 paces in all directions. It was a runic circle of some sort, Glenn knew immediately, though he couldn't really understand its form or how it worked. Would it protect them? That demon is not from Luxterra, Jacob said grimly. It's from one of the 6 hells. It's a minor annoyance to a raid full of adventurers who've reached the divine level cap, but it will absolutely slaughter every single one of you. So stay in my deterrence circle. Victor's illusion appeared again, this time between Fiona and Jacob. Glenn stomped between the Plague Master and Jacob as Svara unleashed another glowing arrow, yet both of them stayed inside the circle. Svara's arrow passed harmlessly through Victor's head. "Devil spit," Svara whispered. She must have known Marion well. Victor brushed it where the arrow had gone through his head like a man might brush away an annoying fly. "Obviously, my delusionist is projecting my image from elsewhere. As I was saying earlier, before the now-deceased Marion Hawkshadow rudely interrupted my crackpaw, I have no real desire to kill any of you. I just need you to leave this crystal where it lies." "Yeah, maybe we should do that," Zack suggested. Jacob growled. "We aren't going to let you get away with this." "Wow, that's so heroic." Victor actually sounded sincere. He pointed behind them. "Oh no, Plague." Svara gasped. Glenn risked a glance behind them to find the entire hallway through which they'd come, now teeming with green and poisonous mist. Victor had called his plague back up again. Any attempt to flee back to the doors would kill them all, though the plague had not yet spread into this room. Why hadn't it? Why hold the plague back now? "Last chance, Blazers," Victor said calmly, one hand raised as if to command the looming plague. "You've lost this game, and there's no shame in that. Even I don't enjoy killing people. Killing any more of you will make me feel all guilty, and you don't want to make me feel all guilty, do you?" "You killed Marion," Jacob growled. "You can resurrect her," Victor said plaintively. "I'll even let you take her corpse out the way you came. Just give up this pointless quest and the demands of your cruel gods. Do me this favor, and you'll save everyone. Your friends, that cute blonde sharpshooter, even the big grumpy spiritualist. Refuse, and, well, you'll watch as my pet makes everyone as young and dead as Marion Hawkshadow." Glenn belatedly realized why Marion's midnight armor had fallen off her, why her shield had literally popped off her arm, and how she had died so quickly. Jacob had said it himself. As it wrapped around her and healed itself repeatedly, the Devourer had literally de-leveled her. Marion had now dropped below the Pantheon's level requirement to wear her midnight mail or to equip her Titan shield or void mace. How many levels had that demon stolen? She'd practically been a one-skill kill for this Plague Master. Jacob couldn't use Resurrect on Marion without first reaching her, which would require leaving his deterrent circle, which would make him a target for the Devourer. Even if Jacob did reach Marion, he'd resurrect a low-level adventurer without any armor or a weapon, one who was likely missing most of her skills. This Plague Master would simply kill her again. They had to defeat this Devourer first. They had to defeat this Plague Master, and then they could use Resurrect on Marion. Even once they did so, however, Marion would never be the same, and after losing all those levels, Glenn wondered if he'd even want to be resurrected. 24. A glowing golden trap. "Still thinking." The illusionary Victor sighed an exaggerated sigh. "That's fine. I know it's a tough decision. We'll murder the sharpshooter next, okay?" A gust of wind blew past Glenn hard enough to send him stumbling. Svara yelped as she tumbled out of the deterrent circle. The smoking and shadow-filled Devourer leapt from the floor and wrapped her up before she even landed. It coiled tight around her as she gasped. Fiona attacked again and again as Svara writhed, yet every time it looked like she might damage the Devourer enough to free Svara, it drained another of Svara's levels and healed itself back to a full HP. Svara was, quite literally, having her progress stolen before her eyes. As Glenn stared in absolute horror, every terrifying new fact he just learned for the first time snapped together in his head. With Jacob Coverfall in his corner, he still had one dangerous, desperate play. "Fight me!" he shouted. The Devourer uncoiled from its victim with a smoky roar. Svara dropped, gasping but alive. Though her bow and quiver popped off her with a resounding snap, her armor stayed on. Glenn only then remembered the level requirement on chameleon armor was only level 12. It simply cost hundreds of moons to craft. How many levels had that abomination devoured? The demon shrieked forward and slammed into the edge of Jacob's deterrent circle. Blinding light flared as the snake-like demon pushed on, driven by a mad desire to devour the town guard standing inside a circle it could neither penetrate nor destroy. Celis, goddess of resurrection, ensured that through her servant, Jacob Coverfall. Scales burned and blistered as the devourer writhed against the bubble of golden light. Glenn noticed the bubble was now visibly bending inward. Would the circle hold it off? "Push it back," Jacob rasped. "Glenn, now!" Glenn stepped forward, though not out of the deterrent circle. "Hey, Devourer? Devour this." He swung his guardian's mace with every last point of his 32 strength. This time, unlike when he'd struck the desouled Bullpoor and the desouled Crackpaws, his mace flared bright white. This was a demon, and Glenn's mace killed demons. Yet just as with the high-level burrowers that he, Logain, and Martin destroyed outside Wolfpine's gates 2 years ago after they were dropped by a ruthless mindbender, the Devourer survived the first blow. Still, many scales were broken. "Fight me!" Glenn shouted again. The Devourer screeched and ground itself against the bright light of the deterrent circle. Wind blew as Fiona blew by again and again, shredding the Devourer with each strike. Without an adventurer to wrap up and drain levels from, the demon couldn't heal itself. Glenn smacked it hard enough to drive it to the floor of the temple, then smacked it again and again. Fiona's glowing spear tip stabbed the Devourer everywhere at once. She howled furiously as the demon, now downed, thrashed. Its wounds looked to be legion now, but it still lived. That was because it was a 6 Hells demon designed to take on a full raid of level 40 adventurers. Despite that, this demon was losing this fight. Glenn managed a vengeful grin inside his armor. This was a Devourer, a demon that had quite literally come from one of the 6 Hells to de-level him, and thanks to the unbeatable combination of Jacob Coverfall's deterrent circle, his own overpowered town guard taunt, and the god-blessed weapon he carried, this demon was doomed. Finally, after a number of glowing spear strikes, the Devourer exploded in a shower of ash. Almost a dozen life crystals the size of a town guard's helmet clattered to the floor of the shrine. Glenn lowered his mace and glanced at Victor. "Sorry, did you need that?" "Holy cow!" Victor Hallowthorne stared wide-eyed, smiling like Glenn had just performed the most impressive magic trick he'd ever seen. "I spent 2 years acquiring that demon." He whistled appreciatively. "What an incredible effort, kid. I really am impressed." Glenn had no idea why his enemy was praising him. "So? We can have the crystal now?" "That's not the job, but still, good effort. You should feel really good about making it this far." Something physical tugged at his belt. Glenn reflexively reached down just in time to find his keys no longer dangling on his belt. He spun to find his keys bobbing away. A shadower. A shadower had just stolen his town guard keys. Glenn charged his dangling keys at full speed provided by his fleet boots. Even as he reached out to snatch his keys, the shadower, no, the thief was a Void Strider, a fact made obvious by her gleaming black armor, appeared along with her portal. She leapt through the portal just before Glenn's hand could grab her shoulder. Her portal snapped shut, leaving him behind. Glenn simply stared in mute horror. Stealing a town guard's keys was a clear violation of the laws of the gods, but Glenn couldn't arrest a criminal he couldn't find. He cast about in empty air. His keys. His town guard keys. He couldn't dare lose his town guard keys. "Back inside the circle," Fiona shouted. "Get Svara, Glenn." Glenn belatedly remembered to grab Svara, who was still unconscious. He carried her back into the deterrent circle beside Jacob. Fiona put her back to Jacob's, alert for any further threats. The green plague continued to swirl in the tunnels they'd walked through to reach the shrine. They couldn't go out that way, and even if they could, he had no keys. Victor's illusion clapped theatrically. "Wonderful effort, everyone. Truly impressive. You Blazers are such a pleasure to watch. However, as fun as this has been, I'm now out of both demons and time. If you breathe the plague in immediately, you should die quickly. And again, I'm truly sorry it all had to play out this way. I'll pour out a drink for you tonight, I promise." From behind them, green mist flooded the shrine. Jacob's deterrent circle faded as he once again cast his aura bubble. Sweat poured down his face. It seemed Jacob could only cast one skill or the other, so if Victor was lying and did have more demons, they might be dead. No more demons attacked them. No one, enemy or otherwise, spoke. The plague milled about them as the shrine went as silent as it had been when they first entered. "So, we're dead, right?" Zach asked gamely. "Anna's gonna be so mad at me." "We're not dead yet." Jacob visibly trembled with effort. "If those assassins are truly gone, we just got lucky. It seems the church didn't tell their pet plague master the whole story. Glenn stared at Jacob. The church? Even as he remembered Becca's message, through Zack, about not trusting the Church of Celis, he still couldn't believe they'd had any part in this horror. Still channeling his aura bubble, Jacob glanced at Zack. You can still become a soul seer. Accept your class and end the calamity. That should appease the gods. Now Glenn was truly lost. The gods will be appeased. How? Move us toward the pedestal, Zack said. I'm ready. Zack, Glenn protested. Just shut up and let me be the hero this time, okay? I'll explain when we're not dead. Moving, Jacob said. Glenn, carry Svara. Still hopelessly confused, Glenn did not fail to notice that as Jacob moved, the aura bubble moved with him. He picked up Svara and stayed close to Jacob, as did Fiona and Zack. They soon cleared the plague from the single pedestal in the center of the shrine. The glowing yellow egg-shaped gem atop it, Glenn realized now, was floating. Zack walked eagerly toward the pedestal. All right, here we go. Time to get my name in the history books. He gripped the yellow crystal in both hands. His eyes closed. As Glenn stared in wonder, light flared all around Zack. The light grew to a blinding intensity, forcing Glenn to shield his eyes. It then snapped back into Zack with a sound like thunder. The crystal Zack had touched had vanished in the light. Zack stumbled back, wobbling on his feet, then turned to them. He grinned wide. Oh, ho, ho, look at me. I'm a... Hey, is this place spinning? A small stream of blood dribbled freely from Zack's nose. His health bar appeared, full green, and then began to char down like a burning log. A new icon appeared at the end of Zack's health bar, a vivid red icon Glenn had never seen. It was a black icon with a broken heart in the middle. Gods, no, Jacob whispered. How? Zack, Glenn said. Zack! Zack thumped his knees. More fresh blood began to pour from his eyes, his nose, his mouth. His once dark and healthy flesh turned pale, and then, to Glenn's horror, it began to slough off. Glenn caught Zack just as another bright flash flared around them. Zack's rapidly charring health bar once again went full green. That hadn't been a flash heal. This mending skill was far stronger. The flesh sliding off Zack's face firmed and healed, and almost immediately paled again. Glenn raised a hand. Guardian's heal! He shouted the skill aloud so Jacob would know he was also mending. If this was a fierce poison, they needed to conserve blood. Even with both Jacob and Glenn acting as menders, Zack's health bar was already charring again, and the icon, the broken red heart on the black background, still clung to his bar's right side. Zack's dark skin continued to bubble and drip as quickly as it healed. Skin simply should not do that. Glenn glanced back, still holding Zack, as Jacob glyphed and cast. Light flashed underneath Zack's hands. Zack's health bar rose and ashed again. Given all the high-level skills Jacob had cast since the fight started, even a high-level spiritualist must be dangerously low on blood. What's happening? Glenn shouted. Is that poison? He's just melting. I can't cleanse it, Jacob shouted. We need a reagent I don't have. So where do we get it? All the while, poison mist swirled dangerously around Jacob's aura bubble. Jacob walked a little closer, breathing hard as his arms continued the constant motions that were keeping them all from breathing plague. That's Rake's poison, Jacob said grim. Dare to believe that. What about Glenn's body? Zack coughed up more blood and groaned. Really, folks, I'm fine. Jacob's next healing skill toward Zack sent another bout of sweat trickling down his face. That skill won't cleanse a poison from the six hells, and I can't keep healing him like this forever. It's the aura bubble or Zack's health bar. Do you have another set of keys? Can we escape? Glenn's throat felt impossibly dry. No. Fiona slammed the butt of her spear on the tile floor. I suppose we're all quite boned then. At least I got to kill Devour. I finally made 36. That'll count for something with the Pantheon. Poison is the worst. Zack clutched his stubbornly bleeding chest. I'm sorry I mucked it all up. Tell Anna I'm really sorry, all right? Tell her I know she'll still finish her quest. Glenn dropped beside his dying friend and cast another Guardian's heal. What quest? Fiona took a knee beside Zack. We'll tell her. We'll tell her you died a hero. That's me. Zack coughed up blood as his cheek dribbled away. Hero to the core. I can't resurrect you, Jacob said quietly. Not after your body melts away. I figured that out already. Besides, you have to resurrect Marion. I will, Jacob said softly. Then I can meet the Pantheon with a mug in my hand. So, here's where I say my tearful farewells. Keep me alive a bit longer, will you? Glenn's gonna carry this burden from here. Only way we can keep the gods happy. Another bright flash flared around Zack. The flesh attempting to slew off him firmed and healed as his health bar filled again. Once more, it started to char. Zack looked to Glenn. Not much time, buddy. Listen close now. You can't die, Glenn shouted. I won't allow this. You don't have a choice if you want to save Wolfpine. You need to become the Soul Seer. That's what the gods demand of you. What? Glenn shouted. I can pass on the epic quest if I die. That's how the gods set it up. I'm passing it to you, and if you accept it, they won't unleash this plague on Wolfpine. I can't become a Soul Seer. I'm not even level 20 yet. Doesn't matter, Zack said. But here's the thing. You take this quest. You'll have to leave everyone behind. Wolfpine, your parents, all of it. They're all in danger if you stay, and if you don't accept this quest, the gods will unleash the plague. Everyone in Wolfpine could die. I don't understand. You choose, Glenn, Zack rasped, trembling. This really hurts. So, if you don't want it... Glenn considered what Zack was asking in one brief moment of agony. Would he really have to leave Wolfpine? Would he really have to leave his family and friends forever? As much as he'd been determined to leave 2 years ago, he felt the opposite now. Was accepting an exile he didn't understand truly the only way to save the people he loved? It might be. Even if it wasn't, he couldn't take the chance he would endanger them. His choice was clear. I'll take it, Zack. Great. Zack offered his hand. The same glowing egg crystal he touched on the pedestal appeared in his hand. It glowed alternately white and yellow. It's safe, Zack said. Poison's gone now. I soaked it all up. Terrified he was making a mistake, terrified not taking the crystal would be a mistake, Glenn plucked the crystal from Zack's hand. His best friend smiled with relief. Oh, and if you see Anna again, Zack said, tell her I loved her. As Glenn stared in wide-eyed disbelief, Zack's whole body literally began to glow. Motes of sunlight drifted off his dark skin like they were growing out of his very pores. His eyes lit up with sunlight and the same poured out of his mouth. This was not the death brought by the rake poison. Ah, hells, Zack whispered. This is nice. Zack's body exploded in a shower of sunlight and ash. Nothing remained, not even his hand. As Glenn stared at nothing, tears flooding his eyes, his own god armor popped right off. Pleasure consumed Glenn and locked his body stiff. A level up. His brain was lost in pleasure and sunlight. After either 100 years or simply 10 seconds, the feeling faded. Glenn soon found himself lying on his back, surrounded but not consumed by glistening poison mist. A visibly sweating and quite pale Jacob Coverfall stared down at him. The air cooled his body and skin, which was now quite bare. The only scrap of clothing he still wore were his small clothes. The crystal. Where was Zack's crystal? The crystal was gone. Fiona stood above him as well, though she'd finally doffed her helmet. Her skin was dark, her eyes black, and her hair in dark ringlets bound with golden bands. And Sfara. Sfara was up again. She looked physically healthy, but absolutely miserable. Where is he? Glenn whispered. He meant Zack, of course. Sfara swallowed and stood tall. Fiona simply shook her head. Jacob, trembling with his arms held out to hold off the poison, looked to the others. It's time, Jacob said grimly. Glenn, you need to touch the pedestal and talk to the gods. Do that to halt the calamity, and then we can talk about everything else. The calamity? What calamity? As Jacob stumbled, Fiona gripped his arm. Glenn couldn't move. At least, however, he opened his status sheet. What he saw there absolutely hammered his already spinning mind. Name, Glenn Redwood, age 18, level 12. Class, Soulseer. HP 210 of 210, blood 130 of 130, experience 81,452 of 90,000, strength 23, divinity 10, vitality 21, wisdom 13, prowess 10, luck 10, gear, legendary, class crystal, locked, slotted skills, none, slotted blessings, none. Known skills: rare Fight Me, Town Guard Kaya, rare Guardian Smash, Town Guard Ensign, rare Guardian's Heal, Town Guard Celis, rare Public Address, Town Guard Istin, uncommon Phantom Slice, Duelist Fox. Known blessings: rare Unyielding, Town Guard Kaya, rare Regrowth, Town Guard Kaya. Quests: level 40, group, the Soul Seer's Path. Epic. Fiona pulled Glenn to his feet. Move, Redwood. Saving Wolf Pine is on you now. Glenn stared at the pile of ash where Zack had been. His best friend had just turned into sunlight and exploded like a defeated glowwolf. Wolf. There wasn't even a body left to resurrect. He didn't ask Jacob why they couldn't bring Zack back. His friend had literally melted alive from rake poison and then exploded like a sunlight shard. That was Zack, after all, never doing anything by half measures. Neither would Glenn. He looked to the pedestal in the center of the plague-filled shrine. He couldn't fail Zack. He couldn't fail Wolfpine. He walked toward the pedestal. Just tell me what to do. When we reach it, touch each side as you touch the base of a statue of Celis. Jacob instructed. The gods will do the rest. Glenn reached the pedestal. Just as he would with the shrine of Celis, he placed one hand on each side. The poison and wind-filled world threatening to end him faded to a vision of the brazier of life. It burned brightly on a windswept cliff, atop a set of steps between two great pillars. Once again, Glenn had no body, no hands, no breath. He was simply consciousness without form. Ahead of him, and before the brazier of life, the words of the god arose. Welcome, Zack Silverstone. That line faded, blurred, and turned to ash, just like Glenn's best friend. The text reappeared. Welcome, Glenn Redwood. You have now completed Stage 2 of your epic quest, the Soul Seer's Path. Congratulations. We have awarded you 5,000 experience for this accomplishment. You have successfully averted the calamity of Gracia. Congratulations. A plague upon Gracia has been averted. You now have 2 years from today's date to complete Stage 3 of your epic quest, the Soul Seer's Path. You must become a level 15 Soul Seer and place your hands on the class obelisk in the Evelan Trial Shrine before the 2-year timer expires. Should your timer expire without you reaching this goal, the next calamity will occur in Evelan. The gods look favorably upon this epic quest. The world rushed in around Glenn once again, as poison swirled and wind howled. Jacob still maintained the aura bubble, but the poison mist still surrounded them on all sides. Why hadn't it vanished? Glenn had done everything the gods asked. Why is the plague still here? Fiona spun on Glenn. Did you finish the quest? Jacob rested a hand on Fiona's shoulder. He did. The plague has stopped spewing from the temple. The remainder that's swirling down here should dissipate in the next few hours. Fiona spun on him. We don't have a few hours. You're almost out of blood, and thanks to that wretch of a Void Strider, we're all trapped in here. Jacob nodded. I know. I'm going to create a triage pocket. Fiona gasped. Do you still have the blood for that? I have enough, Jacob said. Put Marion down. Fiona stared at him. You didn't. Jacob said nothing. Did you already activate Final Blessing, you idiot? It was the only way I could maintain the bubble, circle, and mend everyone. I still have enough temporary blood to make a triage pocket. Fiona stood trembling. If you spend that blood, you'll die down here. I'm afraid I already have, Jacob said softly. Now all I can do is save all of you. Fiona simply stared at him, and Glenn couldn't help but notice that she now looked utterly lost. He felt for her, He felt exactly the same way she did. "We've already stopped the calamity and saved Gracia." Jacob continued. "I'll resurrect Marion, and then you'll protect Glenn as he completes the next part of the class completion quest. This is why we swore our oath as Blazers. This is why we fight." Svara stood miserably by Jacob and Fiona. She said nothing. She, too, looked very far away. Fiona looked down. "Gods, Jacob," she whispered. She placed Marion on the floor. "I'll see them soon," Jacob agreed. His hands glowed with brilliant light. Tendrils of pure light joined his hands to Marion's ensouled corpse. A moment later, Marion gasped, twitched, and went limp. She breathed again. Jacob had just cast Resurrect, a skill that consumed a massive amount of blood. Blood he apparently didn't have. Jacob fell to one knee as the plague encroached. "Not long now," he said hoarsely. He moved his hands once more. A brilliant shimmer appeared between Jacob and Fiona. Glenn immediately recognized that shimmer from over 2 years ago in the forge of Carl Colebreaker's home. A triage pocket. Anything that stepped inside that pocket would have time stopped for 24 hours. "Get inside," Jacob ordered. "I'm so sorry," Svara told Jacob. "I'll keep the Soulseer safe. I swear it." Svara then leapt into the triage pocket. She froze in place, lost to the world. Poison mist swirled around them all, encroaching with each moment Jacob struggled. Fiona picked up Marion and stared at Jacob. "You always were too heroic for your own good." "I know," Jacob rasped. "Make sure and tell everyone at the guild." Fiona dived into the triage pocket, holding a still unconscious Marion. They too froze. Glenn walked forward as if in a daze. "Jacob, what is Final Blessing?" "That skill gives me a secondary reserve of blood up to double my health points," Jacob said. "Once the skill wears off, all the blood I spent while it was active must be paid back in health." Glenn had never heard of such a blessing. "How many health points do you have left?" "Less than I spent in blood. In 2 minutes and 22 seconds, I'm going to die. There's no stopping that now. Also, if I enter my own triage pocket, it will collapse." Glenn raised his hand reflexively. "Guardians, heal." No power flowed out of him. No skill manifested. Guardians Heal, like all of his other Town Guard skills, was now unslotted and out of reach. Glenn was absolutely powerless. Jacob gripped Glenn and pulled him forward. "Live. Level. You have a big task ahead, but I think you're up to it. Jenny and Marion certainly do, and your friend Zach did as well." Glenn knew he should say something to Jacob. What could he say? Yet before Glenn could so much as speak, Jacob shoved him into... Glenn fell to his knees in blinding light, still wearing nothing but his small clothes. As he desperately gasped for air, he suddenly had the distinct impression he was breathing poison. He clutched at his neck and tried to stop, but he needed breath. No poison claimed him. No fire burned his lungs. The shrine, while dark, was clear. "Oh, gods," a trembling voice whispered. "I can't do it all again." "Marion," another voice rasped. Glenn eased his head right. He recognized Marion, also dressed in nothing but her small clothes, and Fiona. Fiona knelt beside Marion, wearing all her dragoon armor, save for her helmet. Fresh tears rolled down her cheeks. Without her massive midnight mail and helmet, Marion Hawkshadow looked more human than Glenn expected. Wide blue eyes stared up at Fiona. "It's a dream. This has to be a dream." "It's real," Fiona whispered. "I'm sorry, Captain. Just know we did kill that devourer." Marion stared at the ceiling with wide eyes. "I've lost it all. But we're alive," another soft voice whispered. Glenn shifted his gaze just enough to find Svara. She still looked shaken by all that happened, but she already seemed to be gathering her wits. Unlike Marion, she also still wore her chameleon armor, though she hadn't retrieved her bow or quiver. "Not him too," Marion whispered. "Oh, Jacob." As Marion looked to the obelisk, Glenn looked as well. Jacob Coverfall, leaned against the obelisk with a peaceful look on his face and blood all down his front. He couldn't be resurrected, because, as Glenn now faintly remembered, a triage pocket kept things inside it for 24 hours. The soul left the body after 12. So, he used final blessing, Marion said quietly. Of course he would. She perked up. What about the boy, Silverstone? Did he get the class crystal and avert the calamity? Fiona pointed at Glenn. About that. Marion turned her head. As her blue eyes met Glenn's, they widened. He didn't. He had no choice, Fiona said. The assassins coated the class crystal with poison to kill anyone who grabbed it. We couldn't save Zack. Not even Jacob could save him. And then Silverstone passed the crystal on to the town guard. He passed it to the town guard, Fiona agreed. Marion sighed heavily and thumped down once more. Well, yes. At least this one might be easier to keep alive. 25. A Blazer Quest Revealed. Glenn forced himself to sit up. What's happening? He whispered. Please, gods, I don't care about Blazer confidentiality anymore. Just tell me what just happened to Zack. I can explain. Svara looked to the others. If that's acceptable, Captain? Marion pushed up. She glanced down at herself, sighed heavily, and then nodded to Svara. Svara looked back to Glenn. Zack came here to Gracia to become a soul seer and accept a class completion quest. With him gone, the gods have now passed that quest on to you. Glenn didn't care that he was all but naked or that the air in the temple was chillier than he expected. All he cared about was learning the truth. And what is a class completion quest, exactly? Svara sat beside him with her knees close against her chest. Her voice remained quiet. Every so often, the gods change our world. Sometimes eons pass. Sometimes it's 10 years. Only the Pantheon knows their reasons and motivations, and all we can do is follow their edicts. The crystal we came here to acquire is a class crystal, bestowing the class Soul Seer. Glenn looked down at his empty hand. But where is it? Inside you, now. It cannot be stolen, but if you meet the forever death, it will disappear once more into the realm of the gods. It can only be freely given, and if you ever do give it to someone else, you will meet the forever death. By accepting that crystal, you've accepted a call from the gods to level its associated class to level 40. That's a class completion quest. Glenn felt a low, half-hysterical laugh tickle his throat. Just what I always wanted. This was now the second time the gods had forced him to take a class without his consent. They really were remarkably cavalier when it came to their own laws. Your class is now Soul Seer, correct? Svara asked. You've checked your status sheet? Glenn nodded miserably. You've got the tutorial handled, Marion interrupted. So long as I'm free to reveal everything, Svara said. It's not like he can back out now. Tell him anything he wants to know. Nothing is confidential now that he's accepted the quest. She glanced at Fiona. Let's go. Might as well make ourselves useful while the god gets educated. Go where? Fiona asked. There's another way out of here. That Plague Master's party got in here somehow, bypassing the lock, and then they got back out after they left the mist to kill us. We had no chance of finding their secret entry when we had to search all the cliffs to the north of Gracia, but we can find the exit more easily from the inside. Sure. Why not? Fiona grabbed her helmet and put it back on. Marion turned to Glenn. Redwood, I get this sucks for you. I also understand you never asked for it, and neither we nor Zack gave you a choice. But the Blazers have your back now, so take comfort in that. She snorted in disgust. And at least you didn't lose 19 levels. Glenn stared at her. And with that inspiring speech, I'll be off. Marion looked at Fiona. Lead the way. I'm pretty much useless in a fight now, but I'll keep my new eyes open. Fiona stalked off toward the door leading out of the shrine in her red dragoon armor. Understood, Captain. I can't be a captain at level 18. Who says we have to tell anyone you're level 18 now? Svara waved tentatively to draw Glenn's attention back to her. A lot happened before today. I'll try to be brief without leaving anything important out, and you just ask questions whenever you want to know more, all right? Our enemies have certainly all fled by now to avoid being caught by our reinforcements, so we're safe. We can talk. What would you like to know first? Answers, finally. Glenn looked to the spot where Zack had evaporated and pushed back a rush of frustration and anger. If he'd had answers earlier, would he have been able to save Zack? It didn't matter. What was done was done. He had to move forward as he always did. I know what a class completion quest is now, I suppose, he said quietly. But what I don't know is why it exists. Why would the gods create a quest like this? According to Anna, it's a trial of balance. Balance? We believe that when the gods chose to provide mortals with a new class, they don't simply make it available in the chapel. We believe individual gods propose new classes, and then the other gods demand to see how they perform against others. What others? Other classes? Svara said. Monsters? Even other adventurers. The gods have worked hard to ensure our world remains in balance, so you can see how introducing a new class that was either far more powerful or far less powerful than the median could cause problems. Either everyone would choose that class due to its power, or no one would, meaning adding it would be pointless. Right. Glenn made himself consider how the introduction of a completely new class might change the choices he himself would make. Sure. All right, I can see that. So here's the reason behind your class completion quest, Svara said. The gods wish a mortal or mortals to level the new class to 40. They observe how their new class performs at all levels and in many different situations. After a mortal completes the quest, the gods choose, based on how they believe the class balanced itself against others, to make it available to all or remove it. Glenn considered. So the gods intended Zack to become a soul seer and complete a class completion quest so they could see if their class was balanced. So why melt Zack after accepting it? That wasn't the gods, Svara said. That was the work of those assassins. The man in the robes coated that crystal with rake poison to kill whoever touched it. Or someone in his party. It wasn't a direct attack because it required Zack to voluntarily touch the crystal, which makes it the perfect trap. They distracted us by letting us think the Devourer was their ploy to finish us off, and they wanted us desperate enough to touch that crystal without checking it first. Or maybe they had multiple ways to kill us, and that was just one. To kill us. Glenn considered yet another failure of the law of consent to protect those it should have. And who wants to kill us, exactly? Who hired those assassins? The Church of Celis. Glenn remembered Zack's message about not trusting the church and realized it was even more chilling than he'd first supposed. Why? Oddly enough, it all traces back to a problem you handled in this very town 2 years ago. I'm certain you've not forgotten all that happened with Anna Bronzelight. Her brother framed her for stealing from Frostford's coffers, Glenn agreed. But since she's actually a soul seer, a sibling feud couldn't have been all there was to it, was there? No. So did her brother have help? From the church? He did. Svara then laid out for Glenn everything Anna Bronzelight, Marion Hawkshadow, Zack Silverstone, and Rebecca Coldbreaker had discussed before dispatching the Blazer party that escorted Zack to take possession of the class crystal. Glenn listened numbly and forced himself to pay attention despite grief that still didn't feel quite real. Zack's death didn't feel real yet. There was, however, one bit he didn't understand. I don't get why they needed Zack. If the gods already had Anna, why would they want another soul seer? Before Svara could answer, Glenn mentally answered his own question. It's because they need 2 soul seers, isn't it? One to test each of its evolved branches. That is our speculation, Svara agreed. If this is a trial of balance, as Anna and everyone else believes, Then they need mortals to level both evolved versions of Soulseer. When you reach level 20, I suppose we'll find out what those new classes are. Glenn felt the weight of the new quest pushing down upon him. 20's a long way off. Can you tell me how far you are now? What level must you reach next? 15. And we have 2 years. Svara breathed out and looked past him. That's not so bad. 5 levels in 2 years is completely possible if we push hard and work constantly. The biggest challenge will be maintaining a steady and safe pace without the use of Chapels of Celis. I'm already level 12, Glenn said. Her eyes widened. Truly? I gained a whole quest of experience when Zack passed me that class crystal. Glenn chose to accept this bizarre story instead of questioning it further. Is that normal? As Svara shook her head, blonde hair brushed her bare shoulders. I have no idea. Still, it's good to know we have a head start. It'll make it much easier to save Evelyn. Right. So I need to reach level 15 to avert a calamity in that zone? More or less? Which is why it's good that Devourer didn't touch you. Glenn only then remembered. How many levels did you lose? Svara's smile looked quite genuine. It doesn't matter. You saved my life. How many levels, Svara? 9. Glenn sucked in his breath. I'm so sorry. Her smile didn't fade. I'm still young. I can earn those levels back. And had you not acted when you did, the demon would have eaten all my levels. I'd have died just like Marion did. Glenn still couldn't believe something so awful as a devourer could exist. He couldn't believe a demon from the 6 hells could come here. Victor Hallowthorne must be truly powerful. I'm level 14 now, Svara continued. We're actually well aligned for leveling together, so that's one positive from all this. At least it won't be boring. Glenn tilted his head. Don't you have responsibilities in the Blazers? I did. Svara's brave smile suddenly wasn't as convincing as it had been. Just one responsibility. She must mean protecting Zack. What happened isn't your fault. As Svara shrugged, the moment of vulnerability he just detected vanished like sun hidden behind clouds. Just know that I will level beside you as long as it takes, and not just because Marion ordered me to do that. I'm sworn to protect you. That's an oath I take very seriously. What about your skills and blessings? Are they gone? How high were you? I was level 23. I'm no longer a sharpshooter, I'm a ranger again, and all the skills and blessings I selected above level 14 have disappeared. It's like I never chose them at all. Glenn couldn't imagine what it must feel like to lose all that work all those years. But I'm still a ranger, Svara said. And there's actually some choices I might make differently now that I have more experience. So that's another positive to be found in this curse. Glenn couldn't believe anyone could be so positive or calm in the face of losing 9 levels. It was a good indication of how strong Svara was as a person. It suggested she'd make a good partner. It also suggested something he only now dared consider, the other dream crushed by the gods. So, will you be the only Blazer I'll be leveling alongside? Svara's smile grew. That's one bit of good news. Once they get back from a brief quest to Aquarine, 2 other Blazers will be joining our quest to level a Soulseer, Rebecca Coldbreaker and Leopold Argentshade. Both, I imagine, will be rather happy to see you. Glenn scarcely dared believe it. Finally, after 2 years, he would get to level alongside Becca. It felt wrong to feel happy about that when the cost of having their dream fulfilled was Zack's death down here in a dark temple. But he did. He felt just a bit happy. He wouldn't feel guilty about finding some joy in his new circumstances, because as horrific as these circumstances were, he hadn't caused them. Knowing he'd finally get to level alongside Becca was a barrel he could cling to in this sea of uncertainty and tragedy. He'd miss everyone in his town of birth, but at least he'd ensure they wouldn't die in agony. His mother and father would both understand why he had to leave, though it would be hard to explain why he couldn't visit. But why couldn't he visit? Was it because they wanted to make him a junior Blazer? Glenn set that question aside until he was prepared for the answer. Instead, he focused on the larger goal. What's this calamity you speak of? Was it what we just faced, the plague? When the new calamity surfaces in Evelan, it could be anything. We don't truly know. All we have are a few loose histories here and there. But Marion believes this plague was unique to Gracia. I'm inclined to agree with her, because this isn't the first time we've seen it manifest. The poison mist that flowed out of the mine 10 years ago, Glenn said. That was the Gracia calamity? Does that mean someone failed to complete a class completion quest 10 years ago? It's quite possible. All we can know for sure is that 10 years ago, the gods expected mortals to do something, and for some reason we did not. That's a calamity. That plague was our punishment. Glenn thumped a bare hand on the floor of the temple so hard he felt his knuckles ache. Why would the gods attach a calamity to completing this quest? Wolfpine's people did nothing. They failed nothing, and they died for what? At the risk of blaspheming against the gods. It does seem awfully cruel to me, too. But, Svara sighed, the gods would not take the risk someone who finds a class completion quest would hide off in a remote corner of Luxterra. That mortal is too important. So, the calamities are incentive, or rather collective punishment, if we ignore our charge from the gods. Glenn almost said something he could very much regret. He almost said something that might, if the gods were listening, even get him turned to salt. Yet if the gods did that, they'd once again halt their precious class quest, and Glenn didn't want to die just yet. He held his tongue. Also, there was still a question he needed answered. Jacob said the Church of Celis sent that man and his party, but I can't believe they'd do that. Why would they do that? It is the opinion of the current church leadership that new classes should be prevented, Svara said. They don't want to introduce another loophole into the class system, even if it means a province of Luxterra suffers a calamity. In their view, they'll sacrifice many to save millions. Like the Deathcaster's ability to attack people with desouled bodies without their consent. Glenn agreed softly. So I suppose either the gods never considered that possibility when they created Deathcaster, or they intended to add more challenge to the world. Or perhaps it was a test for us to recognize the danger and stop the first Deathcaster from leveling to 40. And we failed that test. One cannot know the will of the gods, only understand their rules. Glenn nodded ruefully. And how to slip around them, Svara added. She meant loopholes. So I can still die, Glenn said cautiously. I mean, if it's not the forever death, I won't lose my class crystal, and I won't fail the class completion quest. That's right, Svara said. Dying is part of leveling a class, so we believe the gods didn't make not dying a requirement. It's likely they wouldn't want a trial of balance ended by one careless move or stroke of bad luck. But if you meet the forever death, that's it. And I'm free to pass this quest on to another whenever I wish, so long as I'm willing to meet the forever death. No resurrection possible after. Svara lightly gripped his hand with hers. I'm so sorry about Zack. I only knew him briefly, but I could tell how much he cared for all his friends, and your friend Anna in particular. He truly did seem to be a good man. She released his hand. Glenn forced himself to remember his childhood friend, as he'd been on all the days they leveled together, all the nights they ate and laughed together. He would remember Zack during the good times instead of the bad, and fix that memory in his head. And as he did so, he couldn't help but smile. Also, he must have hit on you constantly. Svara sighed. At some point, you just learn to tune it out. 26. A Legend Met. Before he could ask Svara anything more, Fiona's voice echoed from another room. Hey, you two still alive? We found a way out of this tomb, and Marion's arranged everything with the Blazers. Time to go. Svara rose and looked at Fiona, who now stood on the far side of the shrine by the door. We'll be there soon. Well, hurry. Fiona stomped off. Svara turned to Glenn. We should move out now before anything else threatens. But you can ask me more questions later, all right? Anything you like. Glenn stood, and then, belatedly, glanced down at himself. I don't suppose you have some spare clothes in your unfilled bag? Nothing that would fit you. Well, she colored slightly as she looked him up and down. I'm sure we'll find something to do about that. Eventually. Just help me collect the armor, please. Sure, Glenn nodded. If I may ask, what's your strength now? After... Right, Svara said. Here you go. She showed him her entire status sheet. Name, Svara Dawnwhisper. Age 24, level 14, class Ranger. HP 110 of 110, blood 130 of 130, experience 101,526 of 112,000, strength 11, divinity 12, vitality 11, wisdom 13, prowess 22, luck 10. Gear, rare chameleon armor, rare windwalkers, slotted skills, uncommon unerring shot, Ranger Dinah, slotted blessings, uncommon steady fingers, Ranger Dinah. Unslotted skills, uncommon tracker's vision, Ranger Dinah, uncommon befriend beast, Ranger Dinah, uncommon heal beast, Ranger Dinah, uncommon nature's blind, Ranger Dinah, uncommon deter beast, Ranger Dinah. Unslotted blessings, uncommon bear's hide, Ranger Dinah, uncommon wolf's endurance, Ranger Dinah. It was forward of someone to simply display their entire status sheet to a person they just met, but the two of them had just killed a devourer together and then nearly been killed by a plague master. They were a bit past being shy now. This was fine. Just tell me what you need me to pick up, Glenn said. We can compare sheets later. He'd never shown his sheet to anyone but Becca, and, of course, Richard Deepscar. Svara closed her status sheet. Marion's midnight mail first. She might not be able to wear it for another 19 levels, but she scraped and bled for it. It's hers. Glenn followed Svara around the shrine and retrieved all the gear everyone had lost the ability to use, either after being de-leveled by the Devourer or when their class changed. The fact that either of these things could simply occur still boggled Glenn's mind, but he focused past them. They collected Marion's midnight mail, Titan shield, and void mace, Svara's viper's bow, and her sharpshooter's quiver. All of it disappeared into Svara's unfilled bag. Glenn was glad she'd thought to bring one of those along. Glenn's guardian mace sat where it had fallen next to his armor. When he reached down for it and wrapped his hand around it, it didn't budge. He pulled with all of his great strength. No matter how much he pulled, the mace refused to move. He also couldn't lift his armor or his helmet. Were the gods angry with him? Is something wrong? Svara sounded genuinely concerned. I can't lift it, Glenn said. Given his strength attribute, that was ridiculous. It's for town guards, isn't it? Svara asked softly. And you aren't one any longer. God, she was absolutely right. Seth Wintershade had told him the truth of it the first day he became a guard. Adventurers and townsfolk couldn't use or take guard armor. Only the town guards could. After 2 years with this armor and these weapons, leaving them here felt like a waste. We'll tell Wolfpine, Svara said. They can send another town guard down here to retrieve your armor and bring it back to town. They'll have another set of keys, too. Right, Glenn said. Right, they can bring it back later. This was just armor. It wasn't Zack. Zack was dead. The brief moment of relief that had washed over him faded once more into melancholy. And Glenn? Svara asked quietly. He looked at her. He recognized the sadness in her face, immediately remembered why she must feel that way, and walked over to the obelisk. He gently and reverently picked up Jacob Coverfall's now desouled body, then rose. He turned to Svara. I've got him. Lead the way. She nodded gratefully. Follow me. Glenn followed her out of the shrine to the door and tunnel down which Fiona had vanished. They walked down another tunnel to another T-split before Svara turned right without hesitation. She was a ranger, so Glenn would trust her to track her party members. They made 2 more turns and then stopped. Svara pointed between 2 of the sitting statues. Here. Glenn looked between them and spotted a small door now visible in the wall. Beyond was a tunnel which looked to have been dug from normal, muddy-colored rock. This could not be part of the ancient shrine, as it did not share its sandstone yellow color. Fiona waited inside the tunnel, impatiently tapping a foot, with Marion standing behind her. Marion wore an oversized woman's shirt that fell to her knees. Glenn didn't ask where she'd gotten the shirt, or if he could have one. He was simply glad Fiona had an extra shirt in her unfilled bag. He pondered asking if she had one for him, but assumed if she had, she would have offered it already. So he kept his mouth shut. Glenn could see nothing of Fiona's expression behind her helmet, but Marion's previously severe expression softened when she saw who Glenn carried in his arms. She offered a respectful nod, then turned and walked down the tunnel. "This way." Svar motioned for Glenn to go first. He didn't argue. He had no weapons, no slotted skills, no slotted blessings, was carrying a body, and finally was almost entirely naked. Being escorted between two armored people who could actually defend him made perfect sense. Sandwiched protectively between Fiona in front and Svara in back, Glenn followed Marion down a narrow tunnel that wound back and forth many times. It seemed longer than the entire shrine, yet Glenn imagined it might have to wind a ways if it wished to come out in a discreet location. Finally, they reached what appeared to be a solid wall at the back of the tunnel. Fiona turned to Glenn and strapped her big spear across her back. "Hand Jacob to me. I can take him from here." Glenn handed Jacob Coverfall's desouled corpse over to Fiona, who had likely known him longer than Glenn had been alive. He wasn't the only one who'd lost a friend. All the Blazers with him had lost Jacob Coverfall too. Marion pressed a hand to the wall and fumbled around a bit before she stopped. She pushed. She grimaced. Finally, a previously invisible square tile in the wall depressed. A rumbling started. "I'm so weak," Marion said vengefully. "I can't remember ever being this weak." As the door rumbled open, Glenn couldn't resist what might be a stupid question. "Aren't we worried about, an ambush?" Fiona asked wryly. "No, Redwood. I don't think that'll be a problem this time." When the door finished rolling aside, Glenn was surprised to see a big man in gleaming silver mail that he belatedly recognized as crystalline armor. He'd never thought to ever see such armor in person, because the level requirement to wear that armor was 40. The armor glimmered in the fading light of the setting sun, which was now a half-melted red smear on the western horizon. A glittering full-face helmet with a slanted visor of what looked like nothing else than captive sunlight hid the man's features and his face. On his back, an axe as long as Glenn with a serrated two-blade head sat waiting to be unleashed. Its edges glowed with devilish red light. Gods, what a monster! Glenn wasn't even sure his guard armor could stand up to a blow from this man and his massive molten axe. If this man was here to kill them, he'd just hope it was quick. Fiona stepped outside carrying Jacob's body, then moved aside. Marion stepped out after her. She walked right up to the towering man in crystalline armor and stared up at him from a height that matched the center of his chest. Marion wasn't that much shorter now. This man was just tall. "Mammoth," Marion said. The big man nodded down at the comparatively tiny woman before him. "Hello, Marion. You're looking well." His voice was deep and rumbly, like the sound of an oak sighing in the wind. "Seeing you in a shirt like that brings back memories." To Glenn's shock, the ever-unflappable Marion Hawkshadow looked away. She actually flushed. As Glenn's mind caught up with the name Marion had given this big armored man, he felt like he might faint. Mammoth hadn't been a descriptor. It was the man's name. Marion stared up at Mammoth. "That was almost 20 years ago, you lecher." "Good memories," he rumbled softly. Glenn couldn't help himself. He had to say it. "You're Mammoth Cloudcrusher." The big, armored, and absolutely legendary level 40 dervish about whom Glenn had read a dozen stories tilted his helmet as if observing Glenn for the first time. "And you're naked." He said nothing for a moment. "That's an interesting choice." Marion jumped up and down while waving her arms. "Eyes down here, Cloudcrusher." Mammoth leisurely turned his helmet back to face her. "Something else?" "Are the others here?" Marion asked. "Who's actually arrived in zone?" "Me, Glory, a few others," Mammoth said. "Figured we wouldn't need any more than that." It was all Glenn could do not to leap out of the tunnel and run down the narrow cliff path to freedom. "Glory Heartseeker is here?" he all but shouted. Just like the stories of Mammoth Cloudcrusher, Glory Heartseeker's career was legendary across Luxtera, As an anchorite, an unarmed warrior who brutalized monsters with skill, strength, and fists, Glory had punched and kicked a swath of destruction through Evelyn, and later as a Death Striker, an evolved class that imbued their fists, feet, and body with the four elements, she'd kicked holes through nightmare elementals in the Madlands and wrestled down dragons. At level 40, a Death Striker could punch through a castle wall. It was said among adventurers that there was nothing and no one on Luxdare that could stand against Old Glory. Rumors suggested she spent her weekends in the Six Hells hunting down demons and snapped them in twain. Finally, both Mammoth Cloudcrusher and Glory Heartseeker were former town guards, like Glenn had been. The gods had offered Glenn a path to the divine level cap, if he'd only gotten the chance to level town guard to 20. That wouldn't happen now. "Is that man okay?" Mammoth asked. "He looks like he might pass out." Marion offered a dismissive wave. "He's just a giant adventurer nerd. Ignore him. There's no sign of the Plague Master or his party." "None, I'm afraid," Mammoth rumbled. "With Jacob tucked in the plague, the rest of you tucked in a triage pocket, and good people like Glory and me on the way, your villains likely made their exits with due haste. I would be surprised if they're even still in Gracia." "That man stole 19 levels from me," Marion said. "If he wasn't lying, he was a plague master named Victor Hallowthorne. Just the fact that he'd give me his name proves he's a stupidly overconfident ass. I want him in chains." "I could punt him to the moon for you if you like." Glenn simply stared in silence. The big armored man truly looked like he could. Marion dragged her palm down her face, then glanced at the party. "Svara, you get Redwood's armor. We need to bring it back to town before the townsfolk start asking too many questions." "We couldn't lift it," Svara said, "but we got yours." "Adventurers can't lift town guard armor," Mammoth said calmly. "Don't worry, Marion. We'll send a town guard for it." "Right, fine. You would know that." It only then occurred to Glenn. His parents must be worried sick about him. The sooner he got home and explained everything that happened, the better he would feel. They'd be sad he was leaving Wolfpine, but they knew he'd always wanted to wander the world in adventure. And he was leaving Wolfpine, at last. One bright spot in all this. His parents might even be happy for him being released from his town guard duties. Tanya would certainly encourage him. "Right," Glenn said. "I'm ready to head back now." He wasn't looking forward to explaining all this to Mayor Coleman, but he couldn't just waltz off with Mammoth Cloudcrusher and Glory Heartseeker without at first speaking to Captain Cliffbreeze about it. He'd have to resign, he supposed. How did a town guard do that? "You're not going back," Marion said. "Not to Wolfpine. You're dead, Glenn." Glenn stared at her a moment, then frowned. "No, I'm not." Mammoth's big helmet swiveled to Marion. "You haven't told him what we agreed upon?" Glenn's heart hammered in his chest. "I'm not dead. I'm right here." He'd already accepted he would leave Wolfpine with the Blazers to level Soulseer, but wouldn't he first get to say goodbye? "I'm sorry," Marion said. "But you died saving Wolfpine alongside your friend Zack Silverstone. Mammoth has just returned from reporting as much to Mayor Coleman. I set everything up using phantom correspondence while Savara filled you in. So it'd be a bit awkward if you went back now." The true sacrifice he'd made when he accepted the class crystal from Zack finally hit Glenn full in the face. "Why?" he whispered. "You aren't an idiot," Marion reminded Glenn crossly. "Don't you realize what just happened? Why Jacob's dead? How those 6 cursed wretches got into that temple ahead of us?" Glenn was having a real hard time focusing on anything right now. "Svara said something about the church not wanting Zack to level Soulseer." Mammoth sighed, his big armored shoulders heaving with a sound like a tree creaking. His helmet swiveled toward Marion once more. "That's a poor way to break the news." Marion threw up her hands. "Well, I'm sorry, all right? I didn't have time to baby him with all the trying to prevent the church from turning this into a giant diplomatic incident that gets us all thrown in jail, so—" She looked to Glenn and huffed. "Look, I'll talk to the man," Mammoth interrupted calmly. Marion looked at him. You serious? The big man nodded. His helmet swiveled. Glenn. A moment. Glenn stared at one of his childhood heroes, a man that now stood before him in the flesh, the man he'd always wanted to be. This man wanted to speak to him like this was some grand tale out of a book in the chapel of Celis, apparently a tragedy. A gentle hand squeezed his bare shoulder. He glanced over to find Savara staring at him, her lips pursed in sympathy. Her hand didn't leave his shoulder. I'm so sorry, Savara said quietly. A warm wind tugged back her shoulder-length blonde hair. This was the fate Zack accepted before we left, a fate I'm afraid you've now inherited. You simply can't walk around as Glenn Redwood any longer. That's too dangerous for those you care about. Glenn refused to accept that without question. Can someone at least tell me why? I'll explain what needs to be explained, Mammoth said calmly. His slow rumbling voice offered comfort Glenn couldn't fully understand. Why don't you all head down the hill and wait at the bottom? I've been down there recently, and no one's around to raise a fuss. Well, fine. Marion offered Glenn another pensive, almost guilty look. Let's go. Fiona, Marion, and Savara all walked down a shallow rocky slope. Glenn watched them until they rounded a corner and moved out of sight. Only then did he look back to the legend before him. Mammoth Cloud Crusher took easy, leisurely strides that somehow brought him to Glenn's side. As Glenn looked up at the man beside him, he realized Mammoth was at least 2 heads taller than he was. Glenn was already taller than most men in town. I think I have something in here, Mammoth said. He reached down to open the top of his unfilled bag. His big fingers made the bag look tiny. He plucked out a plain but well-made shirt, pants, and boots. He dropped them at Glenn's feet. They'll be a bit long on you, but you've got a big frame, like me. Should serve until we can find you something with a proper fit. Glenn stared up at the big man, unsure what to do, what to say, what to think. This wasn't right, and he couldn't accept it. He couldn't accept that he had to just die. Mammoth pulled off his helmet to reveal the worn, weathered face of a man with medium brown skin and gleaming black eyes. His dark hair was shaved in stripes over his ears. Multiple faded white scars covered his face, wounds he received and let heal on their own. This man had seen more epic battles and fought more demons than Glenn could read about in a dozen books. He might look around 50, but Glenn knew that the town guard blessing ageless made mortals age slower. Thanks to Logain, Glenn knew Mammoth to be 80 or more. Mammoth dropped slowly but inevitably, like a falling tree, into a simple, open-kneed sit. He set his helmet aside and rested his armored palms on his armored knees. Go on, Mammoth said. Get dressed. It wasn't a suggestion. Glenn focused on buttons and drawstrings and the lacings of the boots. These clothes were big on him, but tightening laces and drawstrings meant they wouldn't fall off. He felt like a boy pulling on his father's clothing, yet he and his father had been the same size for so long. Marion was gone now. Fiona and Svara were gone now. Glenn was alone now with a living legend, in a small V cut into the cliffs above Gracia, next to an ancient shrine, where his best friend had turned into a mote of sunlight, and he'd inherited a class completion quest. And he was dead. He just needed to learn why, and now his childhood hero was going to tell him. Mammoth shifted himself as he sat comfortably, ankles crossed and hands resting on his knees, and stared at the setting sun. They'd come for your parents. Glenn sat beside Mammoth, stared at the sunset, and nodded tiredly as the truth he'd been mentally trying to drown in a lake became impossible to deny. Hallowthorn? Him or someone else, Mammoth agreed. But I speak, first, of the Shadowers Guild. Of course the Shadowers Guild would employ Deathcasters. They existed to defy the laws of the gods, using poisons, traps, and trickery, any method of inflicting harm that did not involve actual intent to inflict harm. They defied both the law of consent and the laws of Luxterra. Deathcasters would fit right in with such a group of lawbreakers. The Shadowers Guild could even keep them safe. If the Church of Celis truly wanted to stop him from leveling Soulseer, sending members of the Shadowers Guild after his family and friends would be the best way to do that. They would do that to stop him, unless they didn't know he was alive. Which was why, as far as everyone in Wolfpine knew, he had to die. Zack had been willing to make the sacrifice, but Zack had had far less to lose. Even so, Glenn couldn't back out of the mess Zack had given him now. According to Svara, all of Evelyn depended on him leveling Soulseer to level 15 successfully. If he failed to do that in 2 years, the gods would unleash a calamity upon Evelyn. He couldn't bear to endanger so many people. He focused on questions he could still answer. So who built that shrine, then? Mammoth shook his head. No one knows who built Luxtera's temples of balance. Servants of the gods, we assume. The actual locations of the shrines of balance are known only to the Church of Celis, and, moreover, only they know all the secret ways inside. He pointed. That secret entrance? It belongs to the Church. Only they knew where it could be found. Which was how Victor Hallowthorne's group of assassins had known where to find it. I still can't believe the Church would take such horrific actions as this, assassinating people, wiping out villages. The safety of millions outweighs the lives of a few, Mammoth said calmly. The words of people too scared by the possibility of change to see how it plays out. I never sensed any such feelings from Richard Deepscar. It's not the whole Church. I doubt the majority of them truly believe as the leadership does, but enough do that trusting anyone in the Church is a path to the forever death. For you. Glenn couldn't believe it. Could he? The Church of Celis kept law and peace and order in Luxtera. They were pure and good. They were threatened by him now. Glenn looked to the path down where Marion and the others had gone. Now that he'd accepted his fate as an exile, his only remaining worries were for those he'd leave behind. We're certain the Shadowers Guild thinks I'm dead. Aye, Mammoth agreed. Even if Hallowthorne isn't truly convinced, he's a mercenary. He'll report your death to collect his coin. If the gods look kindly on us, those who hired Hallowthorne will assume the quest ended in the Temple of Balance. That crystal inside you went back to the gods. So how can I level Soulseer if I'm dead? With a fake identity, the Blazers will provide. That's one part of this wretched news in which you can take comfort. The Blazers have your back now. The big man's hand patted his shoulder. Not news I'd like to hear, but news I imagine you're going to accept. I was a town guard too, you know, back in the day. The gods don't choose us for such duty lightly. Glenn breathed quietly. The gods remained impossibly cruel. For months after they chose him to become a town guard, all Glenn had wanted to do was go off into the world, find a party, and level with Becca at his side. He'd eventually made peace with his new fate. He'd found contentment in his new life. He protected his people and enjoyed his time away from the gates for 2 years. He'd been more than willing to grind all his way to level 20 and then join Becca as they leveled together, even if it meant staying in Wolfpine for decades. Now, under the worst circumstances possible, Glenn would finally get his trial age wish. He would leave Wolfpine and join the Blazers, leveling with Becca at his side just like he'd always dreamed. At the cost of an old friend dead, 2 Blazers crippled and 1 murdered, and a long leveling climb that would cause the death of dozens, hundreds, or thousands if he didn't complete it fast enough. Lakebrook in Evelyn was a lot more populated than Wolfpine. Presumably the Evelyn calamity, whatever that was, would cause a far higher body count. The forever death of all those people would be on Glenn's soul if he failed to reach his level goal or failed to find the shrine in time. So, he still remained a protector of all, but his sphere of responsibility had somewhat widened. And his freedom would cost him everyone he'd ever loved. 27. A Funeral for Heroes. Svara. When Svara Dawnwhisper walked quietly into Wolfpine's town square, she found the scene as crowded and solemn as she'd expected. The whole town had turned out for the funerals of Zack Silverstone and Glenn Redwood, though there were no bodies to burn. Too often, when adventurers died in the field, there never were. Deathcasters remained a threat. Once a body became soulless, it became a weapon a Deathcaster could use regardless of the law of consent. Therefore, bodies were almost always burned where they fell. The dead only received funeral pyres in town if they met the forever death in a chapel. They'd burned the body of Jacob Coverfall, a man who'd been like a mentor to Svara, late into the evening last night below the cliffs in which he died. Glenn Redwood, face drawn and exhausted, had stood silently beside Mammoth Cloudcrusher. Marion had stood resolutely on the other side of the fire as Fiona, helmet tucked under one armored arm, stared into the flames. Standing at the pyre while a body burned was often the only comfort to be had when one lost a loved one in Luxtera. Glenn's family would not have that comfort. Zack's mother would not have that comfort, and with her husband gone 10 years ago to the plague, Beth Silverstone now had nothing and no one, and Glenn's other family, the town guards, would have only his armor. Captain Logain Cliffbreeze and his second, Joanne Dewcrest, had retrieved Glenn's armor from the Temple of Balance. A tale of heroism, involving Glenn Redwood and Zack Silverstone, had been delivered by none less than Mammoth Cloudcrusher himself. The whole town stood in awe. Svara doubted anyone approaching Mammoth's level had ever graced their small town before. 4 town guards, 2 men and 2 women, now carried Glenn's armor into the square. They'd wrapped it around a wooden mannequin lovingly carved to be about Glenn's height and size. They marched in perfect unison, and every last person made way and bowed their heads. Zack's mannequin had come out first. They'd had no armor to bring back for him. His armor had vanished with the rest of him, taken by the gods when he passed on the class completion quest to his old friend Glenn. But Zack's mother had found Zack's finest clothes and dressed the mannequin. Those clothes, unlike Glenn's god armor and other gear, would be consumed by the fire. As for Glenn's armor, it would survive unharmed. The town guards would then raise Glenn's armor from the ashes, clean and polish it to a fine sheen, and return it to the armor mannequins inside the town guard barracks. At some point in the next few years, the gods would choose a new town guard. Svara slipped through the crowd with ease that came from years of wandering dense forests and moving silently across open plains. Glenn's parents, Tanya and Hal, stood at the front of the crowd on the other side of the pyre. Svara covertly looked them over. Hal, a brown-haired man about Glenn's height and weight, wrapped one big arm around his wife, a woman of medium height. Tanya had strong shoulders and muscular arms that looked like they could draw even the tightest bow. Her cheeks remained dry. Neither sobbed. They'd likely done their sobbing quietly in their home before they arrived. They'd gotten their private grief out in private yesterday. Now they'd stand in proud remembrance as the whole town gathered to honor and remember their fallen son. There were others, of course. A slim, blonde-haired woman sobbed uncontrollably as she clutched a tall man who looked to be her husband. A tall, bald man with a wide chest and muscles that strained his shirt looked on through glistening eyes. Others sniffled or mournfully watched the pyre. Townsfolk who'd known Glenn or Zack or both. People who had cared for them. And Zack's mother? Beth Silverstone was a woman of beauty and grace, even in the simple dark dress she wore with sensible shoes. Her dark skin gleamed in the light of the square's torches as the firelight reflected in her wet eyes. She stared down at her son's mannequin with a calm face. Everyone in Wolf Pine had come out this evening to pay tribute to and honor the 2 young men who'd given their lives, dying alongside Blazers, Marion Hawkshadow, Jacob Coverfall, and Svara Dawnwhisper, to save Wolf Pine from a plague that would have wiped out the town. Svara was also dead now, of course. It was an unfortunate necessity given the Church's escalation against the 2 mortals chosen to become soul-seers. She'd given Anna Bronzelight her word she would keep Zack safe. She'd failed, but she could still keep her promise to Rebecca Coldbreaker. Svara wouldn't let Glenn die too. She'd protect him or die doing it. Again. Svara was now Sara Cinderflare now, with her name officially changed in the Adventure Archive. The Blazers had secretly placed high-level townsfolk in the Landers government who were loyal only to them. One such high-level scribe had officially changed the record of Svara's name. They'd also changed Glenn Redwood. He was Glenn Greybreaker now, a surname he'd chosen for reasons unknown. Svara found it pleasant enough. Glenn was a common enough first name in Landers that it was safer to let him keep his first name. Glenn would respond to his own name without thinking, as the person who'd had such a name all his life would. Svara was glad they'd managed to let him keep something of his old life. Just one thing. Mayor Coleman began speaking soon after, but mercifully, for once, he didn't speak long. Tanya Redwood then took the stage, brilliant and beautiful, as she gave a tender speech memorializing her lost son. Many clapped and shed tears. Finally, Beth Silverstone took the stage, and she spoke quiet words with a heavy heart that left even more quietly sobbing, but all reverent. Finally, one last town guard came to the square. Glenn had told her who to expect. This was Captain Logain Cliffbreeze, leader of Wolf Pine's town guard. He carried a burning torch, and as was his duty, he presided over the funeral pyres of Wolf Pine's fallen people. Logain said nothing when he arrived. Everything that needed to be said had already been said. Logain simply tossed the torch, a perfect throw, onto the kindling between the mannequins. The great bonfire of Wolf Pine roared. Wolf Pine's people, townsfolk and adventurers alike, bowed their heads. They prayed in silence to Celis and the Pantheon to take in their fallen sons and lift them to a realm of hope and comfort. The flames roared ever higher, consuming the mannequins and the clothes and the illusion. But not the god armor, not Glenn Redwood's god armor. It gleamed bright as the fire grew, like metal in a forge, yet it didn't melt, and Svara knew, likely wasn't even hot. That armor was made to withstand anything. It was a shame Glenn couldn't wear it any longer, but someone else would. One day that guard armor would protect the new town guard just as it protected Glenn. Through dead wolves and dead crackpaws, and even the serrated knife ends of a devourer from the six hells. Svara only wished Glenn could be here to see how the town had honored him, but sneaking him in here to watch his own funeral would have been both cruel and risky. They'd simply told him no. Glenn had just nodded, accepted his fate, and focused, somehow, on the future. He was a man Svara had yet to get to know well, yet she already knew some things. She knew he was good and strong and kind and brave. She knew he would carry the Soulseer's class crystal as far as he could take it, just as Zach Silverstone had promised to do before him. Svara hoped Glenn would make it all the way to level 40. She would certainly fight as hard as she could, meeting the forever death if necessary to ensure he lived. Yet some part of her doubted, so she pushed that part deep down where she kept her grief over Jacob, Zach, and so many others. Put on a bright face, offer a hopeful smile, give the others that one last bit of reassurance that kept them going no matter how rough things got. Svara was the one who did that, because someone had to do it. She might not be an aura caster, but she took her job of keeping spirits up as seriously. The bonfire burned for almost 20 minutes before consuming all its kindling. When it died, people began to drift out of the square. Hal and Tanya Redwood didn't. Beth Silverstone didn't. And Svara did, walking to the town gates before the crowd could thin so much she would be noticed. She was far outside town, almost to the deep Scorn woods, when a man in a dark cloak and dusk-light armor emerged from the shadows. He was a shadower, like Zach Silverstone had been, though he was only a level away from 20 and choosing his evolved class. He was also a blazer, like others who'd arrived in the aftermath of the fight in the Temple of Balance. Jackson offered Svara a mace and its custom carrier. "Your weapon? Heavier than I expected. Jess is taking care of everything in town, so don't worry about anything on that front." Jackson Marshcutter and Jessica Rainfall, a guile caster, were one of the youngest teams of Blazer infiltrators. Stealing a weapon and its carrier from an unoccupied Wolf Pine home had been trivial for them. Svara didn't know how Hal and Tanya Redwood would explain the disappearance of Glenn's mace and carrier from his room. Regardless, the Blazers had told Glenn he couldn't attend his own funeral, told him he couldn't say goodbye to his family or any of his friends. They had told him everyone he loved must think he was dead, and he'd accepted it, to protect his town and the entire province of Evelan. Glenn deserved this weapon. He deserved to have at least one request fulfilled. Svara smiled as she took the mace. "Thank you, Jack. And please thank Jess when you see her again." Once Jack let the mace go, Svara nearly dropped it. "Whoa, this is heavy." She gripped the leather carrying strap with both hands and adjusted her stance. Jackson didn't smile at her almost dropping the mace. His calm, handsome face remained as taciturn as ever. Svara knew Jackson was saying goodbye to an old friend in his own way, the quiet, silent way in which she handled most awkward situations. "Good hunting," her fellow Blazer said. "I hope we see each other again someday." "Sara?" Jackson turned and vanished once more into Shadow Walk. He wasn't trying to show off. He was simply being as careful as he needed to be. Svara sighed at the sound of her new name. "Someday." Jackson and Jessica would likely immediately head back to Lakebrook. Blazers moved constantly, spread across the world as they stamped out fires and dealt with threats even normal adventurers couldn't handle. Now, against the will of the church and in secret from even the vast majority of their own guild, they were playing escort on a class completion quest. Svara had never imagined this would be her job when she was chosen by the Blazers. She didn't even fully understand why they were doing it, only that this class, Soulseer, was important to the Blazers in some way, far more important than any class that had appeared in Luxterra in 100 years. No matter what, someone had to level Soulseer to 40. The Blazers needed this class, and while the Blazer leadership might be comfortable with anyone leveling it to 40, Svara would do all she could to ensure the person who carried this class to the gods was Glenn Greybreaker. She entered the woods as easily as slipping through a curtain. Her footfalls fell between roots and refused to snag twigs without effort. She was a ranger, after all. It had been years since she'd thought of herself as such, focused as she was on her sharpshooter skills. She'd even neglected her beast husbandry skills, which she'd once so much enjoyed. It would be nice to have a partner again. But not a Gloam Wolf. Not another Gloam Wolf ever again. They chewed up everything. Svara was unsurprised when she found Glenn Redwood, now Glenn Greybreaker, waiting just where she'd left him. She knew several Blazer Shadowers, even now, waited in the woods all around him, watching Glenn in case he decided to run. Svara had known all along he'd never run. As she arrived, Glenn rose. He smiled, and it felt like a real smile. Was it a good funeral? Svara realized now what Glenn was doing. He was pushing down his own grief, sadness, and regrets in the hope that it would make her feel better. That suggested he'd make a good partner. Svara offered his mace with both hands. "Your parents spoke proudly of you, and the whole town turned out for you and Zack. They're grateful for your bravery and very sad you're gone, but they're in no danger from the Church of Celis or the Shadowers Guild. You've protected them all." Glenn took the mace solemnly, with only one hand, a sign of impressive strength. He gripped the leather carrier, twisted something, and pulled the mace free with the other. He turned and raised the mace so she could see the inscribed image. It was the profile, face, and shoulders of a woman who looked to be quite beautiful, a woman who Svara could not help but recognize. Even so, she let Glenn explain. "Her name's Becca," Glenn said quietly. Svara smiled against the lump in her throat. "I know. Thank you for saving her." He'd named a mace after the woman who loved him in Lakebrook, the woman who trusted Svara to protect her friends in town as she left for Aquarine to escort Anna Bronzelight and protect her in the same manner. Svara was glad that Becca and Glenn would be able to be together at last, even if it came under these circumstances. "I'm glad we could save something," Svara said. "And also, we got you something else." She pulled a Blazer tabard out of her unfilled bag. "This is also for you." Glenn's eyes widened. He hurriedly strapped the mace carrier around his chest, still wearing the big clothes Mammoth Cloud Crusher had given him and nothing more. His lips trembled but a moment, and the tiniest glimmer of wet in his eyes betrayed his true feelings. He smiled his way past all that as he accepted the tabard. "Just what I've always wanted." "I know," Svara said. "According to Jenny's report, it's what we've always wanted too. So, you're finally a Blazer, Glenn. We are honored to have you in our guild at last." "Jenny Emerson?" Glenn asked. "So you know her too?" "She helped train me." Svara thought back on warm, good memories. "And some of my friends." Glenn slipped on the tabard, white and blue and yellow. Unlike the baggy clothes, the tabard fit him well. It looked good on him. It looked, and Svara would not use this word lightly, heroic. "I like it," Glenn said. "It feels right." "Are you ready to go find the shrine?" Svara asked. "We don't have to yet." Glenn looked toward the distant town walls just visible from the woods. He might be thinking about all the good times he'd had in that town and the people he'd now be leaving behind forever. He might be regretting the choice he made in the temple. Even so, Glenn simply looked to her and forced another brave smile. Svara wanted to believe he might actually be excited to travel the world as an adventurer and blazer just like he'd dreamed since he was a child, at least while he'd lost everything else. He'd had his dream. "I'm ready," Glenn said. "So come on, Sarah Cinderflare. Let's go blaze a trail." Svara motioned for him to lead the way. "You get that's corny. You understand that, right?" "I like it," Glenn said wistfully. "And I'm going to say it every chance I get." 28. A Divine Interlude, Part 2. Vox. Vox smiled at the sleeping mortal soul she'd taken to her bed this afternoon, marveling at the way his pale, bare chest rose and fell. Breathing. They all did it. They all had to do it, or they would simply cease to be. One little pinch of a windpipe, one bubble of air sucked from a room. Mortals. It was their inherent fragility that made them so special. Even after passing beyond the realm of Luxtera, mortals remained so fragile. This particular mortal lay tangled in the sheets of her large enclosed bed, pleased and spent. He'd been a handsome man in life, and Vox had been sure to restore his long locks of blonde hair and his gorgeous androgynous face when he'd arrived in Hero's Rest. When compared to the gods, mortals lived and died in the space of an eye blink, but Vox had long agreed with Xiva's wise words. It was the flames who burned shortest that burned brightest. In this case, the metaphor was quite literal. The mortal now passed out in her bed was a high-level infernist who'd met the forever death after incinerating an entire army of desouled and the tower from which they threatened to spill out into the countryside. This man had incinerated the desouled, the tower, and himself, making his own resurrection impossible to save his party and others. His bravery, heroism, and skill had afforded him a place in her realm. Few mortals earned that privilege. Those who did took great pride in her choosing of them. This was the other thing that made mortals so fascinating, their heroism in the face of even impossible odds despite their tiny little lifespans. While it was not unusual for Vox to take particularly worthy or brave adventurers to her bed once they crossed over from Luxtera, she chose only those she found particularly interesting. Mortals like Zack Silverstone. Sadly, Zack wasn't due in Hero's Rest any time soon. Zack, she imagined, wouldn't be enjoying any afterlife for quite some time. A shame. Beside her, the blonde-haired former adventurer stirred, yawned, and opened his eyes. He blinked sleepily at her before his eyes widened anew, no doubt because Vox's beauty was as blinding as the sun. That wasn't unusual for a goddess, of course. A goddess could be anyone she wanted to be. "Is this another dream?" the man whispered. Vox traced her fingertips along his cheek, and then affectionately tousled his blonde locks. "Does it feel like a dream to you? Because what we did earlier felt very physical to me." That was another thing about mortals. When it came to making love, they put all their effort into making each other feel good. Somewhere along the way, the immortal gods lost that urge to please each other. Most of Vox's brothers and sisters were far too busy pleasing themselves. "All we did felt like a dream," the man assured her. Vox swirled the finger in the air. "Then wait until you feel what we're going to do next." Her lover yelped as invisible forces yanked him off the bed, though not roughly. He then laughed as Vox spun him slowly, lazily in the air. He floated with his blonde locks trailing as he might upon the softest of clouds. He spread his arms and legs to the side, willingly revealing every bit of his gorgeous naked body to her, as he should. He was hers now. "Goddess, my goddess, you are far too good to a mortal like me." "You're about to experience just how good I can be," Vox said hungrily. A sunlight explosion blew the doors off her bedchamber. Wood splinters and metal shards peppered Vox's bedchamber, her bed, and the man still floating atop it. He yelped as he got a number of sharp splinters in many places where splinters should not be. Despite this rough treatment, he simply stared up at her. "Goddess, is this truly what you wish of me?" Perhaps one day, if you fancy it, but not today. Vox stared past him at the shadow darkening her ruined doors. My apologies, Alex. It seems I have a visitor I can't ignore. Vox healed her latest lover's injuries with a casual wave of her hand. He gasped in delight. A snap of her fingers returned him to the Plaza of Heroes, where he would mingle with other adventurers, lounging, eating, and boning, until she chose to dally with him again. Few adventurers who arrived in her realm after meeting the Forever Death complained about their treatment here. The goddess who stormed fearlessly into Vox's private bedchamber was covered from head to toe in crystalline armor that glowed like the sun. She was also visibly armed to the teeth, with a sword at each hip, a brace of daggers around one thigh, and a polearm bouncing upon her back. Kaya, goddess of duty, was dressed for divine battle, so Vox briefly considered summoning a dagger or two. Instead, Vox merely rolled out of bed wearing what she was currently wearing, which was nothing, and tilted her head as she stared at her ruined door. If you wanted to join our fun, dear sister, all you had to do was knock. Kaya lifted the visor on her crystalline helmet to reveal her narrowed green eyes. For Kaya, that was the equivalent of stripping off her top. She rarely did anything outside her armor. Put some clothes on, Kaya demanded. Vox smiled impishly. Why? Are you tempted? It is wrong of you to dally with mortals. Kaya sounded truly offended by all she'd just seen. Vox spread her arms invitingly. Ah, but dear sister, they're just so much fun. They are our children. The ones who join me in this chamber are far from that. They look to us for guidance. We shape them so they can grow. They are our legacies, not our playthings. Vox placed one hand to her mouth and yawned as loudly as she could manage. If you've simply blown down my door to lecture me about sex, I think I might summon another mortal. You can lecture while we bone. I know one hero who might even enjoy that. Enough of your obscene japes, Kaya growled. You lied to me. Vox sat back on her bed. She languidly raised one leg to lie across the other, then tilted her head so her luxurious locks of curly red hair cascaded down her chest. Dear sister, I did nothing of the sort. Kaya extended one armored finger to point directly at Vox. You explicitly stated, when enlisting me in the wager between you and Xiva, that Glenn Redwood would face a challenge that would allow him to grow both as a mortal and as a protector. That is not what occurred in the temple. Isn't it? He's certainly grown. He's left. What you neglected to mention is that you would steal him from me. If you want to blame someone for that, blame Mother. You ask me, it's about time she went down to Luxterra and had a talk with her cabal of conspiring church ministers. Isden's grown quite cross over their interference in our new class. You know how he gets. Don't deflect. Taking my mortal as your own was your plan all along, wasn't it? You conspired with Xiva to ensure that Silverstone would pass on the class crystal to Redwood. Dear sister, I would never think to manipulate our mortals in such a crude manner. You just did. Vox's easy smile vanished. I did not. I would not. In respect for your disappointment with the outcome of our wager, I will graciously set aside your attempts to impugn my motives. I do not manipulate mortals. I merely observe them, as do we all. Kaya scoffed. You expect me to believe you had no idea that Isden's class crystal would turn Glenn Redwood into an adventurer? I expect you to believe that was one of hundreds of possibilities that might occur when our mortals interacted in another glorious contest as entertaining as it was shocking. I will not lie to you about my feelings. I delight in the outcome we all witnessed, but I did not initiate it. Kaya's eyes narrowed inside her open visor. So you had no part in Xiva's machinations? Again, dear sister, neither of us conspired to create the outcome we all witnessed. That would defeat the point of this entire exercise. Kaya's armored finger lowered, finally, like a sword returning to its sheath. The point? Our entertainment. Vox smiled once more. What possible enjoyment could I or Xiva derive from watching a story I myself wrote? That is not why we watch mortals. If we merely desired fleshy puppets to act out our plays, we'd create a world far simpler than Luxtera. Kaya placed armored hands on armored hips. Glenn Redwood took an oath. The skills and blessings I offer are unparalleled and never given freely. To earn them, I require my mortals to stand a watch that takes decades to complete. Redwood owes me far more than 2 years. Vox waved one hand dismissively. So claim those years once he finishes the class completion quest. Oh, and isn't he a Greybreaker now? Jeffrey Greybreaker earned the right to level across Luxtera when he leveled Town Guard to 20, Kaya said icily. Glenn Greybreaker has not earned that right. So snatch him back if you wish to stunt his unprecedented growth. Kaya said nothing. He's left his family behind, Vox said. He's left his town, his friends, and his garrison, because he believes it's the only way to keep them safe from Mother's misguided children. So far as I can see, he only left his post to do as you hoped he would. He's embraced Isden's charge to level Soulseer as tightly as he embraced yours because he wants to protect people. Kaya said nothing. Glenn's earnest desire to protect the entirety of Evelan is every bit the equal to his former desire to protect Wolfpine, despite that quest costing him his family and home. You won your wager, Kaya. Glenn willingly sacrificed his chance to be with everyone he loves, to protect others. He has not yet given up Rebecca. Well, you really can't ask him to give up Becca, Vox said. With her gone, how could we motivate him? Who could we threaten to take away? You know this, Kaya. For mortals to truly burn bright across Luxtera, they need something or someone to lose. Glenn is not ready for such responsibilities, which is precisely why the circumstances resulting from our wager are the perfect way to accelerate his growth and show his true potential. As you said, he's not ready for a responsibility like that we have thrust upon him. He could easily be crushed beneath such great weight. What would happen to a man like your Glenn, I wonder, if his failure to avert one of our calamities led to the deaths of thousands of people? Could he survive that mentally? Could he live with it? Kaya flipped down her visor. He will not fail. So you have faith in your mortal once more? He is no longer my mortal, Kaya said. Not after that travesty in the temple. Even so, he will level Soulseer for no other reason than to save lives. He will do so with the advantage of skills he has not yet earned and blessings for which he will pay when his quest is complete. So you believe. I had nothing to do with this outcome. What I believe is of little consequence. I simply wish it known that I am done with your wagers and plots. You will no longer involve my town guards in any of it. That seems rather boring for them. The mortals who serve me do not do so for their entertainment. They perform their duty because their people demand it. In taking that from Glenn, you have corrupted him. Or, perhaps, duty is only truly duty when one has a chance to leave, and chooses it anyway. That stopped Kaya in mid-exit. Vox smiled as Kaya glanced back at her, staring at her through the visor of her helmet, and said nothing. There was, it seemed, nothing more to say. Not today. Kaya strode from the room and vanished in a blast of sunlight. Vox sighed, lazily waved one hand, and restored the doors of her bedchamber to their former appearance. The argument with her sister had tempered her lust, at least for the moment. Discussions with Kaya tended to do that. The woman's devotion to duty was sometimes genuinely depressing. Their argument, however, had piqued Vox's other curiosities. Glenn Greybreaker and Sarah Cinderflare must have reached the Shrine of Raylan by now. What skills would Glenn choose when confronted with Isden's new class? It would only be the second time a mortal had slotted Soulseer. Vox twirled a finger. The wall of her room vanished, sucked into a void, and was replaced with a shimmering pool that looked into the world of mortals. The world she and the others had made, Luxtera, where mortals fought and triumphed and fell every day. It was the entertainment that made eternity bearable. Vox walked back to her bed, converted it to a divan with a finger wave, summoned a bowl full of juicy grapes, and popped the first one in her mouth. The juice was delightful as always. Perhaps she'd offer a few of these to Alex later, when she was done with her current entertainment. And there, relaxing on her divan in her realm of hero's rest, Vox watched. Act 3. Path of the Soulseer. 29. An open shrine. Glenn. Glenn and Sarah arrived at the shrine of Raylan shortly before the sunset. It was hidden high in the cliffs west of Gracia, and only accessible through a very specific winding path in the deep Scorn woods. Glenn didn't feel bad for never finding it up here. He doubted anyone save Deathcasters had. And Zack. Perhaps Zack had been a member of the Shadowers Guild after all, and Glenn knew they sometimes use shrines of Raylan to reslot. Thinking about Zack still hurt. It was Zack who should be here today. Zack who should be joining Anna Bronzelight as the second Soulseer in all of Luxdera, not him. But Zack's own guild and the church, apparently, had ensured that did not happen. At least the Shrine of Raylan wasn't as creepy as Glenn had feared. Mostly the shrine was overgrown. The stone from which it had been built still looked sturdy, which was impressive given so many decades without a caretaker. Even so, small cracks wound across the great stone in all directions. Green shoots poked through these, like holes in a battered shield. Glenn looked around for obscene statues, spike traps, or pits, or reliefs mocking Celis and the other gods. All he found, as he examined the stubborn and battered stone, was an open-air shrine that looked to have been built with both care and reverence. He reminded himself that Raylan had not always been shunned, and that it was the church, not the gods, who declared the god of endings taboo. He now had reason to examine his blind belief in all decrees from the Church of Celis. In several of the ancient histories Glenn had found in Wolfpine, Raylan wasn't written about with the same hostility and disgust as in modern texts. In the oldest texts Glenn had read, very few of which could be found in Wolfpine's library, Raylan was treated just like the other gods, with reverence. Glenn would never set foot in Wolfpine's warm library again. He'd never grab a mug in the Mead Beast, or visit his house, or hug his mother, or slap his father on the back, or drink with Carl. He ground his teeth and focused on his goal to slot Soulseer. Zack hadn't sacrificed his life to save Gracia so Glenn could walk the world feeling sorry for himself. Neither had Jacob Coverfall, and Glenn owed it to both of them, and Marion, and Fiona, and Svara, no, her name was Sarah now, to see this matter through. He'd also have Becca with him on that journey. That thought alone was enough to keep him going. Finally being allowed to level with Becca was more than enough reason to stride forward. First, he needed to slot his newly acquired skills and blessings at this Shrine of Raylan. Then he had to travel to Evelyn alongside Sarah and meet up with Becca, who would return from Aquarine safe and sound. Together they would level Soulseer to 15, enter the Shrine of Balance in Evelyn, and stop the calamity. He might not be a town guard any longer, but protecting Luxdera's people remained a responsibility he would accept for the greater good, even if it meant he might never see his mother or his father or anyone from his old garrison again. He couldn't let people simply die. Glenn reached the middle of the shrine, or what he judged to be the middle, without spotting any shrine. There was a slightly raised stone in the middle of the wide, flat platform that looked like it possibly held a statue at one time, but no statue. This so-called Shrine of Raylan was really more of a square of Raylan, a flat, cracked, chipped expanse of rock, just a bit darker than the cliff rocks from which it had been quarried. He glanced at Sarah and spoke quietly. "What do I do here?" She scanned the shrine with her keen ranger eyes. "I'm not sure. I've never been to a Shrine of Raylan before today. I've worked with Shadowers, of course, but never had cause to join one as they trekked off to use a shrine like this. If Zack were here, we could ask him, I suppose. But She trailed off. She looked so lost in that moment that Glenn touched her shoulder before he could second-guess himself. She glanced at him quizzically. He withdrew his hand and spoke. "No one could have anticipated those assassins would coat the class crystal with rake poison. No one could have saved Zack once he touched it. You didn't fail anyone down there." Sarah glanced toward the woods. "I don't think that will matter to Anna." "She won't blame you. Neither do I. Blaming ourselves for what happened to Zack is what those who did this want. They want us second-guessing our decisions and doubting our ability to succeed. They want us too afraid to move forward, and we can't let them get away with that. Sarah met her gaze with his. You truly feel that way? I do, Glenn said firmly. Zack was my best friend. Losing him tears me up worse than anything I've ever felt. I hate it. But it's not my fault he died. Nor is it yours. Victor Hallowthorne is at fault, and every member of his party of Shadowers, and whoever in the church hired them. They killed Zack. They tried to kill us. Blame them. The way we avenge Zack is by doing what he set out to do. Sarah offered a faint smile. That's a good speech. Thank you. Did it help at all? A little. Let's focus on finding a way to use this shrine. You can reassure me more later. Glenn looked back to the shrine. Did Anna tell you anything about what skills and blessings I should select once we figure out how to use the shrine? Sarah was silent for a moment. I think she intended to have that conversation with Zack after he acquired the class. And now Anna was leagues across the sea in Aquarine, trying to prevent the next calamity in her province, just like Glenn was trying to prevent a calamity in Evelan. It was still difficult to believe the gods would murder so many people simply because the mortal they chose to level Soulseer didn't do it quickly enough. But the plague in the temple had been rancid. Glenn knew even a plague master at the divine level cap couldn't create such a huge amount of plague. The plague had arisen in the temple, a plague from the gods, and the plague master had simply controlled it. He was stalling, mentally. He was afraid he'd choose the wrong skills and blessings, but he'd muddle through it. He had with Town Guard, despite having no foreknowledge of the skills and blessings he would choose, and he knew he'd made decent choices there. Thoughts of laughing and drinking with his fellow Town Guards again threatened to overwhelm with grief, so he pushed those away. Well, I'm going to share everything I learned about Soulseer with you, if you don't mind. We're both stumbling through a fog in how I level this class, so I'd welcome any thoughts you have. Also, this will ensure you'll be in a position to help the next person who comes along if I... Glenn belatedly trailed off as he realized what he was saying. After Zack, he didn't want Sarah to think he doubted her ability to protect him. All he doubted was himself. Better to have it all written down, Glenn finished. That's how the first people to level the first classes did it. We should do the same, so the Soulseers who come after me have a guide. I'll keep good notes, Sarah assured him. Then it's time for me to stop stalling and handle this. Glenn first paced the perimeter of the shrine, looking for obvious traps or signs of what he might do here. He found nothing. He walked onto the shrine proper, across chipped stones past shoots of grass. In Wolfpine's chapel, he'd place his hands on the sun and moon on the pedestal that held up the statue of Celis. There was no statue here, just the empty platform in the middle of the shrine. An empty platform in the middle of the shrine. As Glenn stared at it, it felt significant. What if the symbols of the sun and moon in a shrine of Raylan were on the ground, carved directly into this platform? Glenn knew that the statues and beauty in the chapels of Celis were designed to elicit awe and respect from everyone who witnessed them, but the builders of the shrines of Raylan likely hadn't shared such concerns. Given Raylan was the god of endings, placing his runes close to the earth made a morbid sort of sense. Down was where one looked for grave markers, after all. So what if the pedestal in the center of the shrine wasn't simply a place where a statue had been? What if the shrine of Raylan was a grave? Glenn walked over to the platform and knelt, peering close. There was an awful lot of dirt and mud covering the platform. He began rubbing at it, ignoring the filth that coated his hands as he cleared off what he could. A trace of the tip of a crescent moon gleamed up, covered in dirt. Glenn jerked his hand back, afraid of activating the shrine early, but certain he had just found a way to do so. Svara! Glenn winced. Sarah, I mean. When he looked up to beckon her over, she already stood beside him. She moved like a ghost. Despite knowing it was her ranger blessing at work, he knew a blessing couldn't do everything. Her feet might not make noise, but she'd also secured her gear, so it shifted not one bit as she moved. Glenn pointed at the tip of revealed moon. What do you think about that? She bent at the waist to peer down. I think you just cleared the clouds off the moon. Do you have anything to wipe off the rest of the mud? She glanced at him, blonde hair dangling past her face. Afraid of a little dirt? Afraid I'll activate it early, Glenn assured her. I'm not afraid of a little dirt. Sarah straightened. Hold on. She bucked open her unfilled bag. As Glenn watched in wonder, Sarah stuck her whole hand inside the bag, then the upper half of her forearm. By all the laws that govern Luxtera, her hand and wrist should be protruding from the bottom of the bag right now, yet they just didn't. Sarah's forearm and hand emerged with a worn yet clean-smelling rag. Use this. Glenn took the rag in thanks and rubbed vigorously on the gunk that had covered up what he hoped was a crescent moon symbol. He was careful not to touch it with his skin. Sooner than he expected, he cleared enough muck to reveal exactly what he'd hoped. He glanced up at Sarah. Help me search the rest of the platform. There should be a sun on here somewhere, in arm's reach of the moon. That narrows the perimeter of our search. Sarah thumped down beside him. I'll take the right portion, you take the left. In a chapel of Celis, the sun was always on the left and the moon on the right. Glenn's suspicion about where they would find the sun in this case loomed instantly, but he didn't voice it. If Sarah found it, it might help her feel less defeated after the beating they all took in the shrine. A small intake of breath from Sarah revealed he'd been correct about the location of the sun. On a shrine of Raylan, the position of the sun and moon were reversed. It was as Glenn suspected. She held out one hand. Rag, please? Glenn returned her rag and waited as she rubbed vigorously on the dirtied platform, soon revealing a gleaming golden engraving of the sun just like that in Wolfpine's chapel. Glenn glanced between the two symbols and smiled. Nice job. You have amazing eyes. Silence from his side. Belatedly, Glenn realized how what he just said might sound. Eyesight, because you are a ranger. He glanced her way. Sarah watched him, face calm. Glenn wondered if he should explain that he really wasn't hitting on her. A smirk cracked Sarah's lips, and then she laughed. Her genuine, relieved laugh that warmed Glenn's heart. A moment later, he found himself laughing too. He'd never been so grateful to make a fool of himself. The situation was hardly funny, more awkward than anything. But it wasn't Zack dying in a buried temple as his skin melted off. It was something else, something Glenn decided then they both needed. Soon enough, Sarah calmed enough that she carefully wiped tears from the sides of her eyes. Glenn calmed too, breathing steady. I'm with Becca, he assured her then. I know, Sarah said. You've both made that quite clear. So, I promise, leveling with me won't be like it was leveling with Zack. So you're saying my eyes aren't amazing? Glenn sighed. I really didn't mean for it to come out like that. To be fair, that's what he said. Glenn's mind halted as it stumbled on the road. Sarah simply watched him with the most impossible innocent expression on her face. Could she mean... What? She asked innocently. Has that happened to you before? Glenn looked back at the shrine of Raylan. I'm going to slot my skills now. Gods, this woman could give Becca a run for her best innuendo. It could take a while, since I'm not familiar with the class. Can you keep watch? Sarah's smirk didn't fade. I won't let anyone harm you. Thanks. Glenn believed her. He knelt between the crescent moon and the bright sun. He took a breath, then reached out with both hands. He placed them on the symbols at the same time. His world faded. When it returned, he existed in a world similar to that he saw when he used a shrine in the chapel of Celis. The brazier of life was still here, and the stairs leading to its shrine were still here, and the big stone columns were still here, but there was one significant difference. In the world visualized by the shrine of Raylan, the brazier of life had gone out. No eternal flame, no warmth or life, just an ending made by the god of endings. The words of the gods burned into the air ahead. Welcome, Glenn Redwood. Congratulations, you have reached level 12. You have 6 skill picks remaining. You have 2 blessing picks remaining. That was promising. The gods were treating his transition to Soulseer the same as if he'd dual-classed at level 20. While the gods granted 1 skill pick for every 2 levels, those picks began accruing at level 4 for one's first class, and level 2 for one's second class, if one chose to dual-class upon reaching 20. This would give him a leg up when choosing skills for Soulseer, whatever those were. The dead world of Raylan faded to black. In the void, Glenn's stats displayed, confirming what he already knew. He was no longer a town guard. Like Zack's death, it still barely felt real. Name, Glenn Redwood. Age, 18. Level, 12. Class, Soul Seer. HP 210 of 210, Blood 130 of 130, Experience 81,452 of 90,000. His lack of new experience confirmed what they already knew. Sara had killed 6 gloam wolves and even a moss beast on their way here with Glenn's help. He'd gained no experience. At level 12, nothing remained in Gracia that could challenge him, so traveling to Evelyn was the only way to level Soul Seer beyond where it was now. The darkness faded, revealing the Plaza of Selection. Once again, Glenn stood on a single diamond surrounded by flowing water, with other diamonds stretching to the horizon all directions. 6 pedestals stood on this diamond. These would be blessings, because one always chose one's blessings first, provided one had gained enough levels to do so. 6 to 8 blessings were standard for most classes, since one could only choose 4 of those while leveling that class to 20. That provided variation among those who chose the more popular classes. Duelist, Glenn knew all too well, had 8 possible blessings to choose from. Town Guard had only provided 4 blessings, but Glenn knew that was because Town Guards had limited roles. At 6, Soul Seer fell squarely in the average number of blessings for a given class, which suggested the gods thought it would be useful but not incredibly popular, like Auracaster. Glenn walked to the first of the 6 pedestals and read the scroll. Lucky Soul. None. Soul Seer, Dinah. Increase your luck attribute by 5 so long as this blessing remains slotted. Not many classes included attribute-boosting blessings, but setting aside the brokenness of Town Guard blessings like Unyielding and Faithful, Glenn had never been a fan of such blessings. In his opinion, such blessings provided an early boost at the expense of long-term growth. 5 strength was a boon at level 6 and far less useful at level 30, yet took a blessing slot for life. Luck, however, was the least understood attribute in Luxterra. It was also the most difficult to raise. To the best of Glenn's recollection, Shadower was the only other class that had a blessing that raised luck. Shadowers coveted the attribute almost as much as gold, with some insisting every narrow escape or lucky break was due to luck. Glenn had always been dubious about such claims, so this would seem a powerful blessing to those who believed in luck. Glenn moved on. Blessed Soul. None. Soul Seer, Isden. Increase your wisdom attribute by 5 so long as this blessing remains slotted. This blessing at least had obvious, if short-term, benefit. There wasn't a casting class alive that wouldn't want more blood, but finding a second blessing that raised an adventurer's attributes made Glenn wonder. Were all blessings in this class focused on raising attributes? He browsed the rest. Resilient Soul, None, Soul Seer, Isden. After you die, your soul will not depart your body for 48 hours. Intertwined Soul, None, Soul Seer, Isden. If you dual class, you may use the skills and blessings of your other class while classed as a Soul Seer. Vigorous Soul, None, Soul Seer, Isden. Increase your strength attribute by 5 so long as this blessing remains slotted. Hardened Soul, None, Soul Seer, Isden. Increase your vitality attribute by 5 so long as this blessing remains slotted. These blessings of Soul Seer were indeed focused on increasing an adventurer's early effectiveness in one of several directions. Given adventurers had 6 attributes and the gods had created 6 blessings, it seemed odd to Glenn that they hadn't simply provided a blessing for each attribute. There was no blessing in the set to increase divinity and prowess. Even so, these blessings offered something useful for every branch of adventurer. Shields, knives, and menders could all find something useful for their early levels. The outliers were Resilient Soul and Intertwined Soul. They didn't fit the theme of early attribute boosts. Resilient Soul seemed like a blessing best taken by those with low vitality or those who feared meeting the forever death. If another situation arose like that where Richard Deepscar had to choose between resurrecting either Carmelo, Nora's friend, or Rafe Slatestriker, Kane's friend, having one person who could go longer without meeting the forever death would be a boon to all. At first glance, Resilient Soul benefited only the person with the blessing, yet if multiple Soul Seers took it, it could benefit everyone, or at least make it less likely a spiritualist would have to choose who met the forever death. Luxterra's classes could certainly use more blessings like this one. Intertwined Soul was another outlier. It would be utterly useless when leveling Soul Seer to 20 and very useful afterward, providing one chose to dual class. Despite the utility offered by a second base class, most adventurers chose an evolved class and proceeded up Luxterra's climb. Only those who sought to train those of lower level typically dual-classed, because it was essentially starting over. Until today, Glenn knew those who dual-classed were generally considered less powerful than those who chose an evolved class. Intertwined Soul might just change that calculation. He thought of Jenny Amerson again, the first Blazer he'd ever met. When she'd defeated Volpor in the Dewdrop Hills, she'd done so as a level 8 Harmcaster, but she'd had the blood to cast Inferno 4 times. She'd been far more powerful than her level suggested because she'd first leveled Lifecaster to 20, then dual-classed into Harmcaster. The downside, of course, was that she'd been locked out of her Spiritualist skills. Yet even with Intertwined Soul, one couldn't combine Spiritualist and Harmcaster skills. One first had to level Soulseer to 20 to dual class, and then one would only have one additional class to play with, not 2. One class always had to be Soulseer, so Intertwined Soul wasn't as overpowered as it might first seem. So, did the gods believe Soulseer would pair well with other classes? Regardless, Intertwined Soul suggested that the skills of a Soulseer might be focused more on utility and less on combat. Lifecasters and Auracasters both suffered from such arrangements, finding themselves integral to parties while having difficulty leveling alone. If adventurers in Luxdera might otherwise resign Soulseer to the role of a support class, Intertwined Soul might change their minds. It also highlighted the one piece of this puzzle not yet revealed: skills. If this class was like others, the blessings provided here likely synergized with its skills. With Intertwined Soul, a Soulseer's skills could even synergize with the skills of other classes. For an experienced theory crafter like Glenn, that was a tantalizing possibility. The problem was that Glenn could not see the skills Soulseer had access to until he left the diamond for blessings. Once he finished slotting, he'd need to wait 24 hours to try again. Given he couldn't enter a Chapel of Celis any time he wished, and Shrines of Raylan seemed few and far between, Glenn likely wouldn't be able to reslot skills and blessings with any great frequency. Choosing his blessings today could also prove to be a mistake. A blessing once chosen was chosen for life, yet there was only one blessing he was certain he wanted to acquire: Intertwined Soul. It seemed like an easy choice given Glenn already had a second class, Town Guard. While he already knew he could slot the blessings Regrowth and Unyielding regardless of his class, as with all former Town Guards, there was no guarantee Soulseer would have a mending skill. Guardian's Heal remained rare and valuable in that regard. Also, he would retain the ability to slot Fight Me, a skill unparalleled among those in Luxdera. Fight Me was perhaps the most overpowered skill a Town Guard possessed, and would remain so even in his new role as a Soulseer, provided he could survive its aftermath. Without god armor and a guardian's mace, angering all monsters in 50 paces might prove fatal, though since he was no longer bound to a town's walls, Glenn supposed he could simply run. If he rushed his selections today, he might regret filling a blessing slot when he was in his 20s or 30s and the blessing of whatever Soulseer evolved into outclassed his skills as a Town Guard. Even so, his instincts felt right. Though the transition had been rough, he had eventually embraced his role as both shield and mender when he served as a Town Guard. He saw no reason to change that now. He placed his hand on Intertwined Soul. Divine words burned into the air ahead. You have selected the blessing Intertwined Soul. Is this the blessing you choose? Yes, Glenn said. The parchment burned as a familiar tingle rushed through his body. He took one more look at the pedestals around him and then walked back to the center of the diamond platform. I do not wish to select any more blessings at this time. Words appeared. You have one blessing remaining. Should you not choose it now, you must wait 24 hours before you can choose again. Do you wish to move on to skill selection? Yes, Glenn said. Nothing else felt like a sure option, and he needed to see skills first. The world faded to black, then returned as another diamond platform, with 2 risen tiers around its edges, just like the classes he'd seen in the past, Duelist and Town Guard. Unlike Town Guard, however, this diamond included 20 pedestals, 8 on the first tier, 8 on the second, and 4 on the third. 20 possible skills was comparable to most classes in Bellarel, and even more complex than some of the less flexible classes like Anchorite. It gave Glenn hope that with this many options, he'd find skills that would synergize with his Town Guard skills. To start, he would review all skills on Tier 1. Reveal Soul, none, Soulseer, Isden. View the status sheet of a mortal or monster target. Prerequisites, none. Glenn had intended to browse all 8 skills before stopping to consider even one, but this skill stopped him in his tracks. It didn't just feel broken. It felt, for lack of a better word, obscene. Reveal Soul would make defeating monsters trivial. A soul seer could peer at any monster and immediately relay its level, skills, and blessings. Did monsters even have blessings? To their party. And this was only the first cloud in a storm. One status sheet was private. It contained every detail about oneself, from one's attributes to what skills one had learned and what level one was. Friends or lovers who'd built trust often showed their status sheets to each other, but they consented to do so. They allowed it. Reveal soul? Ignored all that. This skill would allow Glenn to see the status sheet of any mortal he wished without their consent. It violated the Pantheon's law of consent. Or did it? No book Glenn had ever read about the rules of the Pantheon and the gods said they forbid a mortal to look at another mortal's status sheet without their permission. It simply hadn't been possible to look at someone's status sheet without their permission before now. So perhaps, in regard to morality, it just never came up. This skill's mere existence would give Richard Deepscar an ulcer. Glenn felt sickened by the possibilities as well, but he didn't have time to feel sick. He needed to keep going. He steeled himself, mentally, and moved on to the next skill the gods offered. Reveal Spirit. None. Soulseer Isden. View the status sheet of a spirit or demon target. Prerequisites, none. So Reveal Spirit did the same as Reveal Soul, except for demons. That suggested the gods considered demons apart from other entities in Luxterra. Perhaps they were. Demons were not of Luxterra, they were of the 6 hells. Glenn moved to the other pedestals and evaluated each of the remaining 6 Tier 1 skills. He was relieved that none were as world-breaking as Reveal Soul. They offered skills for direct or passive damage, crowd control, or mending. Soul Singe, none. Soulseer Isden. Consume 1 blood a second to burn 2 health points a second on your target, prerequisites, none. Soothe Soul, none. Soulseer Isden. Consume 1 blood a second to heal 2 health points a second on your target, prerequisites, none. Hobble Soul, none. Soulseer Isden. Hobble the soul of a mortal or monster target, slowing their movement for 10 seconds. 10 blood, 3-minute cooldown. Prerequisites, Reveal Soul. Weight Spirit, none. Soulseer Isden. Weight down the spirit of a spiritual or demon target, slowing their movement for 10 seconds. 10 blood, 3-minute cooldown. Prerequisites, Reveal Spirit. Soul Blast, none. Soulseer Isden. Inflict damage equal to your divinity attribute plus your target's divinity attribute upon that target. 20 blood, 2-minute cooldown. Prerequisites, Soul Singe. These skills were all comparable to skills other classes obtained. The last of the 8, however, seemed to have no obvious purpose at all. Soul View, none. Soulseer Isden. See through the eyes of a target who consents for up to 30 minutes. 12-hour cooldown. Prerequisites, Soul Reveal. It was obvious from browsing these skills that Soul Seers had 2 main roles to fill in a party, other than strategist. They could acquire skills focused on combating mortals and monsters, or acquire skills focused on combating demons. Their skills focused on one or the other, but never both. Soul View was something else entirely. This skill violated consent in an entirely different manner, and even without an immediate idea of how it could be misused, it felt like a skill that could be misused. What were the gods thinking with this new class? Certainly the person whose eyes the Soul Seer saw through would need to consent, but what about those the consenting person then viewed? A Soul Seer could use this skill on a single trusted subject and be privy to every conversation that person had or observed, whether those the person interacted with consented or not. Unless told, none of those people would know. The secrets of kingdoms were already highly guarded. The 3 large provinces of Luxterra, Glenn's own province of Landers, along with the competing provinces Aquarine and Kalefall, didn't engage in open war because even queens could not give consent for their entire army to assault another army. Negotiation and diplomacy won power, and information was the key to winning negotiations. Soulview could make secret information available to anyone for a price. So, did the gods intend to inspire mortal conflict? A level 4 Soulseer would already have multiple ways to upend the existing social order. Simply by being able to see anyone's status sheet or view the world through the eyes of a consenting spy, Glenn could, if he had the proper connections, blackmail regents or even topple governments. Did the gods truly desire such chaos? Yet, wait. Glenn read the skill again, paying close attention. The skill said, see through the eyes. Glenn had studied enough laws of both the Pantheon and the gods to know that the language of skills, blessings, and laws was both extremely precise and extremely specific. So while Soul View would allow a Soul Seer to see through the eyes of a consenting individual, perhaps they could not hear anything that individual heard. It wasn't as easy to topple governments with this skill as it first seemed. Still, one would only need to read lips, or take a visual head count of who was in a closed council chamber with the Queen of Landers through the eyes of a willing spy. Soulseer didn't even seem like a class. Not in the way other classes helped adventurers handle Luxterra's climb. Soulseer seemed more like a class focused on the concerns and conflicts of mortals, one aimed at the throats of the powerful and secretive. Glenn doubted any power would hesitate to recruit mortals with revealed soul and soul view and order those mortals to surveil their enemies. So have the gods grown tired of conflicts being confined to mortals and monsters? If the gods approved it for anyone, Soulseers would incite an era of mortal conflict beyond any that had come before. Every province would want Soulseers to act as their spies or to defend them from spies. Moreover, even if the Church of Celis didn't ban Soulseers entirely, as they had with Deathcasters, they would certainly control who became a Soulseer. Given how comfortable the people of Luxterra were with the current order of things, they would very likely cheer the Church on in this regard, especially if the Church bent the truth a little. All it would take was the Church convincing people Soulseers would spy on them to make Soulseers as reviled as Deathcasters. Townsfolk might be particularly in favor because adventurers already had all the advantages in Luxterra. With a skill like Soul Reveal, they could also see the level and known skills of any townsfolk they did business with. Many would find that unfair. Finally, Soulseers coordinating with gladiators in the big arenas of Easthaven and other capitals could tell their allies the skills and blessings their opponents slotted before the fight even started. Province tournaments and godly contests could all easily be exploited. And Deathcasters? The only defense Deathcasters had, these days, was anonymity, so long as one didn't attempt to enter a Church of Celis, where the spiritualist on duty had the right to demand one show their status sheet in private. One couldn't tell someone was a Deathcaster simply by looking at them. Or rather, one couldn't until a Soulseer happened by. Now, Glenn simply had to target someone to see their class. Finding and arresting Deathcasters would be a single skill away. The gods had, either intentionally or purely through chance, invented the one class that would unite the servants of Celis and Raylan against a common foe. In this case, him and Anna Bronzelight. This was insane. Was slotting these sorts of skills even moral? Glenn supposed he'd have plenty of time to debate morality as he leveled, and he was going to level this new class. The lives of everyone in Eveland depended on it. He moved on to the second tier of Soulseer skills. Soul Scan. None. Soulseer Isden. View the status sheet of a mortal or monster target and view all skills cast by that opponent. Prerequisites: Reveal Soul, level 8. Spirit Scan. None. Soulseer Isden. View the status sheet of a spirit or demon target and view all skills cast by that opponent. Prerequisites: Reveal Spirit, level 8. Burn Soul. None. Soulseer Isden. Burn the soul of your target, consuming 2 blood a second to burn 4 health points a second on the target. Prerequisites: Soul Singe, level 8. Mend Soul. None. Soulseer Isden. Mend the soul of your target, consuming 2 blood a second to heal 4 health points a second on a target. Prerequisites: Soothe Soul, level 8. Constrict Soul. None. Soulseer Isden. Root the soul of a mortal or monster target, preventing your target from moving for 15 seconds. 20 blood, 3-minute cooldown. Prerequisites: Reveal Soul, Hobble Soul, level 8. Anchor Spirit. None. Soulseer Isden. Anchor a spirit or demon target in place, preventing it from moving for 20 seconds. 20 blood, 3-minute cooldown. Prerequisites: Reveal Spirit, Wait Spirit, level 8. Soul Burst. None. Soulseer Isden. Inflict damage equal to double your divinity plus your target's divinity upon any target. 30 blood, 2-minute cooldown. Prerequisites: Soul Singe, Soul Blast, level 8. Soul Scout. None. Soulseer Isden. Separate your soul from your body for 10 minutes and move freely. 1 hour cooldown. Prerequisites: Soul View, level 8. As with many classes, Soulseer's Tier 2 skills were largely more powerful versions of those at Tier 1, with one notable exception. Soul Scout was even more powerful than Soul View. With that skill, one could separate one's soul from one's body and just walk anywhere? Did that mean One's body became desouled? Could one's soul simply walk through the castle walls of East Haven and flit about the Queen's private chambers? Could a Deathcaster raise one's body when one was away? What if the Soul Seer's wandering soul never found it? Glenn huffed in a world where he had no breath. This new class was ridiculous. The day Soul Seer arrived as a class available to adventurers, every spy across Luxterra would be out of a job. It was a wonder the Shadowers Guild hadn't taken a contract from the church to murder the only Soul Seers in Luxterra for free. Soul Scout was the keystone in the arch explaining to Glenn why the Blazers had united so firmly behind their quest to level this class. Blazers, more than anyone, hunted those who defied the laws of Luxterra, like Deathcasters. They also solved political problems and social conflicts, and not always in favor of the politicians or those in power. A Soul Seer didn't have to work alone to topple a corrupt government. A Soul Seer acting as an information gatherer for a group as powerful as the Blazers could allow them to use their already impressive levers of political and social power to reshape Luxterra society into anything they wish. If the Blazers wanted a queen deposed, it would be much easier to depose her with the Soul Seer's help. And the church. Perhaps if the Church of Celis thought they could control who became a Soul Seer, they could use this class the way the Deathcasters feared, to expose them. The church still controlled all chapels in Luxterra. They'd only need to keep Soul Seers for themselves. Gods, this was all so heady, and one tier remained, Tier 3. Glenn approached the 4 pedestals with trepidation and once again was surprised by what he found, though not in the same manner. The parchments on all 4 pedestals held the exact same words. Unlocked at level 15. This, too, was common with other classes. Glenn had only been able to plan out Duelist to level 20 when he was common age, because Duelist before him had leveled the class and recorded the skills and blessings available. Other than Anna Bronzelight, there were no other Soul Seers in Luxterra, which meant he would have no idea what Tier 3 skills he could access until he reached level 15. Tier 3 skills always had extensive prerequisites. If he chose his Tier 1 and Tier 2 skills wrong, he could lock himself out of something truly powerful. Despite the risk, Glenn couldn't wait to choose his skills. 3 levels would be a long way with only his Town Guard skills to fall back upon. He knew his options. He knew he had to select at least some skills. It was time to choose. 30. A second selection of skills. Glenn walked back to the center of the Soul Seer Diamond and considered each of the 16 skills he just reviewed. Now they had a good understanding of the skills available, he didn't have to choose. He could end up slotting for today and accept a 24-hour wait. That would allow him to reveal all he'd seen to Sarah and get her opinion on what skills might be best. Caution, however, was not his only course. The longer he remained in Gracia, the more chance some scout from the Shadowers Guild or even the Church of Celis could discover that he was still alive and conclude that he had become a Soul Seer. That would put his family in danger. Finally, despite his questions about the morality of the skills available, many of them intrigued him as much as his Town Guard skills had. Once Glenn came across a puzzle, it was very difficult for him to walk away without attempting to solve it. This combination of skills had him ensnared. Of all these skills, Soul Scan and Soul Scout were the 2 that felt the most useful and the most broken. The former would ensure he never entered any fight without precise knowledge of the enemy he faced, while the latter would allow him to freely scout dangerous areas with no risk of harm to himself, assuming, of course, monsters could not harm his soul. Was that possible? Spirit Scan was also quite tempting. Glenn had never met a demon he didn't have trouble taking down, and the ability to see the health points and skills of demons and even anticipate their skill use could go a long way to addressing his most pressing weakness. It would even the odds when he faced demons in Evelan, which he most certainly would. They certainly spawned there. Given Reveal Soul and Reveal Spirit were prerequisites for Soul Scan and Spirit Scan. Selecting those skills alone would consume 4 of his 6 available skill choices. That was a large investment, simply for the ability to see the status sheet of his opponents. But what a boon that would be. He would know what his opponents planned to do before they did it. The other skills would give him the ability to do range damage, mend over time, and snare or root enemies, but he had little need for crowd control given his skills as a Town Guard. A soul seer starting from scratch would need to balance the need for information with the need for offensive and defensive skills, but Glenn was not so weak as that. He was, in fact, frighteningly strong. In retrospect, he made the right call by choosing Intertwined Soul as his blessing. The utility provided by a soul seer's other skills would be vital if he intended to level it as his first class, but this was his second. Information, as all the strategists and all the books Glenn had ever read suggested, won wars. He would have access to information no one else did, and if it came to questions of morality, Glenn could simply choose not to use a soul seer's skills in ways he believed immoral. That didn't mean he should turn down the option to choose a skill he might need. He picked his first 4 skills. The question, then, was what to do with the last 2 skill points now available. Should he spend them now for more utility, like a root or snare, or save them? Soul Scout remained incredibly tempting. Glenn was now being hunted by the Church of Celis, the Shadowers Guild, and who knew who else. Seeing the status sheets of those who attacked him wouldn't help him if all that revealed was that his attackers were too powerful for him to defeat. Seeing them coming meant he need not fight them at all. Acquiring Soul Scout would lock him from the ability to access any other skills a Soul Seer provided, snares, roots, heals, and range damage, but his Town Guard skills would more than fit that role. So he would fill the role of a strategist. He had to level this class to 15 and beyond to avert more calamities like the one that almost claimed Gracia. Saving people above all else was Glenn's goal. No other course of action offered as much chance of saving people than this. Decided. Glenn walked to each pedestal in turn. He chose 3 Tier 1 skills, and then the Tier 2 skill they unlocked. Once finished, he brought up his status sheet and slotted as made sense. In the end, he felt satisfied with his choices. 5 skills and 3 blessings, slotted and ready to go. Slotted skills. Rare, Fight Me, Town Guard, Kaya. Rare, Guardians Heal, Lifecaster, Celis. Experimental, Soul Scan, Soul Seer Isden. Experimental, Spirit Scan, Soul Seer Isden. Experimental, Soul Scout, Soul Seer Isden. Slotted blessings. Rare, Regrowth, Town Guard, Kaya. Rare, Unyielding, Town Guard, Kaya. Experimental, Intertwined Soul, Soul Seer Isden. Known skills. Rare, Guardian Smash, Brutalist, Anson. Rare, Public Address, Town Guard, Isden. Experimental, Spirit Reveal, Soul Seer, Isden. Experimental, Soul Reveal, Soul Seer, Isden. Experimental, Soul View, Soul Seer, Isden. Uncommon, Phantom Slice, Duelist Fox. Known blessings, none. Quests. Level 40, Group. The Soul Seer's Path, Epic. The word experimental was interesting, but Glenn quickly found a theory about what it might mean. These skills could not be uncommon, rare, or any of the other known statuses, because literally no one other than him and Anna had selected them. The gods had no data. Of all his choices, not slotting Guardian Smash was the biggest sacrifice. Glenn would very much miss his powerful stun. He'd been quite tempted to slot it instead of Fight Me, until he was more confident he could defeat multiple monsters in this new world. But ultimately, not knowing when he would find another Shrine of Raylan, the ability of Fight Me to save Sarah or others had won out. Glenn committed his choices. The words of the gods appeared. Your skills and blessings are now locked. You may slot again in 24 hours. Go and challenge the best Luxterra has to offer. When Glenn came back to the world, it was very dark. He rolled onto his back and stared up at the stars scattered above. The sky remained beautiful. This might be the last night he slept under the stars of Gracia, and he once again felt a painful longing to hold Becca in his arms. Yet it was the shadowed face of a different beautiful woman who soon stood between him and the sky, blonde hair dangling. She now held a torch. He couldn't see her eyes past the shadow, but the torchlight lit the bottom of her face just enough to detect the concern in her features. "Well?" Sarah asked. "How'd it go in there?" Glenn sat up. "Well enough. I won't know if I made the right choices, not until we have some battles under our belts, but I do feel I made them as best I could." "So can you show me your status sheet, or do you want to keep that to yourself?" Of course he could. Sarah had showed him hers, after all, and they were adventuring partners. Glenn rubbed his aching head, then wheeled his status sheet into view and shared it with Sarah. Now that she was sitting with the torch at her side, he could see her better, both eyes and facial expressions. He saw her reading intently and noticed she tended to incrementally move her lips as she did so. That was just adorable. She probably wasn't even aware she did that. Sarah met his eyes. You made many of the same choices as Anna. Glenn was not sure he'd heard her correctly. I'm sorry? She stuck her Harmcaster skills and blessings where you stuck those as a town guard. It's a sample size of 2, but it already suggests the gods may not have fully considered just how appealing the skills they've offered might be, particularly Soul Scan. Glenn closed his status sheet. You knew how Anna slotted? Sarah immediately looked to the ground. We spoke briefly in Lakebrook. She showed me her status sheet and explained her reasoning for the skills and blessings she chose in detail. I was to become Zach's protector while she was gone, so Anna wanted me as prepared as I could possibly be. Then why didn't you tell me? Glenn demanded. Why didn't you warn me? Sarah kept her eyes averted. I know it doesn't help, but I am sorry. Glenn wanted to yell at her, but something wasn't right. Something didn't fit. Sarah had done nothing but help him even before Zach had passed on the class crystal. He remembered her gentle and thoughtful hand on his shoulder, guiding him and preventing him from tripping as he walked backward through Crackpaw Mind. He remembered her soft reassurance that he would be okay even after Zach died, her promise that she would protect him with her life. Sarah was dealing with everything he was, having to leave her old life behind along with any loved one she'd treasured, and yet she hadn't said one word about it. She'd done nothing but focus on helping him deal with his problems. She wouldn't just not give him advice, especially in regard to how to slot Soulseer. The only way she would have not told him what choices Anna made was... The gods don't allow you to give me advice, at least about how I level Soulseer, Glenn said softly. Is that it? Is that why you kept this from me? Sarah looked up, opened her mouth as if testing if she could speak, and then spoke. The words all tumbled out of her. I don't know if that's a reasonable excuse, but yes, I tried to tell you everything before now, and I simply couldn't. I can't explain why. I could think the words, but couldn't speak them. I can explain it. Glenn thought back on how much he and Becca had wanted to touch each other on a dark night before they both turned 16. I understand exactly how the gods can impose their will upon us from their realms. So they wouldn't allow you to tell me what skills Anna slotted? Not about this, Sarah said. Not until now. Glenn considered a moment. He would need to be cautious what he said next, both for his own sake and for Sarah's. Still, he wasn't going to keep his frustration to himself. The gods needed him to level Soulseer, after all. They wouldn't salt him for light blasphemy. If the gods are hoping to gain as much information as they can about how mortals use this class, allowing you to share Anna's choices with me before I made those choices myself could influence me in ways they do not want. So it does make sense to keep me in the dark. To the gods, he added silently. Sarah still looked more than a bit upset with herself. I wanted to tell you. I know you did. At her guilty look, Glenn impulsively grabbed her hand. Her eyes widened as her cheeks reddened, but Glenn held her hand firmly. He wasn't trying to get her to consent to anything. He just needed to assure her she had no reason to feel guilty. Glenn released her hand. Your choice not to influence my choices comes directly from the gods. Anything you do to sneak around that law endangers not just you, but both of us. She grimaced. Glenn, I don't ever feel guilty for doing what they make you do. You gave up your old life to protect me, and you're doing the absolute best you can in an impossible situation. You have your oath to the Blazers, the demands of the gods, and this entirely unprecedented quest bearing down on your shoulders, and you're doing just fine, Svara. He mentally winced. Sarah. She stared at him with newly wide eyes. Her flush barely faded. I trust you, Glenn said firmly. I know you'll tell me everything you're allowed to tell me and help me in all the ways you can help me. I also know there's things you can't tell me and ways you can't help, likely due to the interference of the gods. I don't want you feeling guilty about any of that. Just know I appreciate everything you've done for me, and everything you've promised to do. Sarah watched him for a moment. Finally she spoke. I appreciate that. Glenn took a deep breath rubbed his aching temples, and then blinked as he remembered his temples did not have to ache. He pressed both palms to his head. Guardian's heal. Cool pleasure filled his head. His headache faded immediately. He could still cast town guard skills. He hadn't simply dreamed his time in the shrine. There's something else, Glenn said. The Tier 3 skills are hidden until level 15. I don't know if the choices I've made today will hurt us when we reach it. Sarah shrugged. You made the best choices possible given our situation. I wouldn't worry about it. The gods never said you had to level this class in the most efficient way possible, after all. They simply wish you to level it, and I've no doubt you will do just that. With your help, Glenn said. If I may ask, do you have family as well? Not anymore. As tragic as her loss was, there was some benefit. I don't mean to sound cold, but I suppose this does make it a bit easier for you. Starting over, I mean. It does. I hate that you have to leave behind your family and friends, but I don't see any better way to protect them. I imagine that doesn't make it hurt any less, though. I'll be fine, Glenn assured her. I hope so. But if you're not, you can always talk to me about it. And I appreciate that. Glenn smiled again. Given how many nights we'll be spending like this, out on the road to wilderness, it'll be nice to have someone to talk to. Sarah tilted her head. What do you mean? Well, I mean, it's not like we can just check into a tavern, is it? I'd be spotted. Someone from the church could see me and figure out I'm alive. So I just assumed we'd be camping in the wilderness while you, Becca, or Leo went into town for supplies. Oh, no, Sarah said softly. Did we never truly discuss this? Had they? You said we were going to Everland and you'd check in with the Blazers' office in Lakebrook. I just assumed you'd pick up my gear and then we'd wander off into the woods again to hunt down monsters until I leveled to 15. Did I get something wrong? Sarah stared at him with visible regret. Glenn, I'm so sorry. I can't believe I didn't lay it out for you better than that. Have you thought this the entire time? Jacob died, Glenn said softly. And then you had to give up your old life. And we've been pretty busy, first with stealing my mace from my funeral, then with wandering the deep-scorn woods to track down this shrine, and, well, it's easy to lose track of the small details. But I shouldn't lose track of any detail, Sarah said. I'm a blazer. I'm so sorry. She bowed her head. Glenn remembered Jenny Amberson acting this way when she felt like she'd failed him by not checking Volpor's patrol route. Now, like then, he felt Sarah was being too hard on herself. She'd given up her life as well. Glenn also knew she wouldn't forgive herself until he did. I forgive you, Sarah. She looked up. Even though there's really nothing to forgive, he added impulsively. I made a big assumption and never asked if I was wrong, so just fill me in on what I failed to figure out. Right, Sarah breathed out. So you obviously understand why we had to fake your death and change your name. We've been over all that. To protect my family from being taken hostage by the church or deathcasters, which I still believe is the right move. It is. Yet from what Anna told me, she and Zach tried exactly what you just suggested. The two of them leveled out in the wilderness of Aquarine, in private, far from civilization. Zach hated it, and moreover, it didn't work, or at least it didn't work well enough. Didn't Anna reach level 10? A week before the deadline to avert a cataclysm in Breton. Anna was obviously spotted afterward by someone in the church. They may already have been tracking her when she arrived in Lakebrook. Glenn grimaced. You think the church may have been aware of Zach's plan to become a soul seer even before he arrived in Wolfpine? It's the only thing that makes sense after what we faced in the shrine. The church was ready for us at Crackpaw Mine, which suggests they had eyes on Anna and Zach before we did. Or their histories about the new class in crystals are more informative than ours. Glenn continued to feel a bit lost. I'm not sure I follow. We still don't know who in the Church of Celis betrayed us by letting Hallowthorn and his allies into Gressia's Temple of Balance. Even so, they couldn't have done that if one of their spies hadn't spotted Anna in Lakebrook and connected her to us. Zach and Anna leveled out in the wilderness to avoid attention, but I think that made it easier for the church to track them. Glenn said. So what's the alternative? Leveling in plain sight, alongside hundreds of other adventurers and townsfolk, becoming a needle in a haystack instead of a lone adventurer in the woods. Aren't those kind of the same thing? Not when you have as many eyes looking for us as we do. Leveling out in the wilderness, away from the support of a town, means any encounter is more memorable than it should be. No one remembers the 80th person they walk past on a busy street. Everyone remembers the strange person they found wandering alone in the woods. Ah, Glenn said. Yes, that does follow. Also, leveling in the wilderness is slower than it should be. Without the support of a town and without taking quests for the big chunks of experience they offer, it's just an endless, thankless, monster-killing grind. Even Anna said she was sick of it by the time they headed to Lake Brook to find the location of Gracia's Temple of Balance. Glenn winced at the thought. Zack must have been bored out of his skull. Finally, when we did learn the class crystal had appeared in Gracia, Marion had to scramble to find blazers we could trust to help Zack get into the Temple of Balance and stop the calamity, as you saw. So now that we're all working together, we're going to level this class the way we blazers do it. You'll be one of us in action as well as name, with a full team ready to step in the moment you need it. And Anna? Glenn prayed it would be the same with her. Sarah smiled. As I mentioned, that's what Becca and Leo are doing right now. They traveled with Anna to Aquarine to enlist a small group in the Frostford Blazers Guild. They'll help Anna level as part of the Blazers, with a new identity just like yours. Marion didn't want me to tell you that, of course. The less we Blazers know about what the guilds in other provinces are doing, the less chance we'll be compromised somehow. But I know you won't tell anyone, and you'll probably figure it out anyway. The possibility became real for Glenn. So, you really are making me a Blazer. This isn't just a way to hide me away in some forest, protected by your guild. We're inducting you under your new name, Glenn Greybreaker, as a Rank 8 Blazer Initiate, just as we would with any other adventurer. Your true nature will remain known only to a select few in the Blazers. Marion, Fiona, myself, a few others. Other Blazers will simply know you as Glenn Greybreaker, and the more you become known, the more secure you'll be. Becoming more known makes me safer? Glenn asked. How? Because soon people will know you as your new identity. You won't be some mysterious person leveling in the wilderness. That catches the attention of the wrong people. Glenn saw it. I'll just be another Blazer among hundreds across Luxterra. The more people know me as Glenn Greybreaker, the more solid my new identity will seem to everyone. Exactly. We'll also be able to take advantage of both Blazer allies and Blazer assets to help us if circumstances we can't handle arise. Finally, it'll just be less dull. A whole lot less dull, Glenn agreed ruefully. This almost sounds fun. I thought you liked the idea. And now that I'll actually be leveling beside you, I do too. Sarah sighed. As painful as it was to lose all those years and levels, I never tire of doing quests for the Blazers. At least regaining experience alongside you will be enjoyable. Despite how good this all sounded, Glenn still saw a few risks. What if someone from Wolfpine happens into Lake Brook in the next few years? They could recognize me on the street. Will I need to wear a helmet or change my face? He didn't like the thought of doing that, though he knew it was possible to change one's appearance when a skilled enough surgeon did the work. He'd endure that if he had to. Anything to keep his family safe. No need for anything permanent like that, Sarah assured him. We'll be equipping you with a guile charm at the Blazer office. Glenn considered what she suggested. I've never heard of that item. Guilecaster Maid? It's a high-level delusionist item. So long as you wear it, anyone who sees Glenn Redwood won't consciously recognize you as him. You may even look the same to them physically, but they'll think of you as a different person. They won't be able to mentally connect the person they see with the person they remember. In this case, Glenn Redwood. That's powerful magic. The Blazers really are intent on me finishing this quest. Sarah squeezed his arm. And I'm intent on keeping you alive. I certainly have no intention to die. Good. Glenn smiled without thinking. The realization that he wouldn't be stuck in the woods, but would instead be an actual Blazer, doing Blazer quests, left his mind anxious and churning with new excitement. He'd have been willing to level with Sarah for years, fighting monsters day in and day out alongside her, Becca and Leo, but even that would have gotten dull sooner or later. Doing quests and solving problems for people meant he'd actually be helping people. As his years as a town guard had taught him, there was little Glenn enjoyed more than finding ways to help people. As a Blazer, he'd be able to do even more than he had as a town guard. So, shall we be off? Not tonight, Sarah said. It's well past midnight, and I'm quite tired. I think bedding down for at least one night before returning to the road would be best. Not everyone had regrowth to allow them to power through exhaustion and hunger. Glenn would do well to remember that. He looked to the tree line. I'll find us a decent place to camp. 31. A Meeting in a Dream. Glenn completed a quick search of the perimeter around the Shrine of Raylan and verified they remained undisturbed. No monsters prowled near this shrine, and it was unlikely they would encounter any mortals either. There was the remote chance a Deathcaster might happen by, so they'd set a watch. Glenn was fully prepared to sleep on pine needles and leaves before Sarah reached into her unfilled bag and yanked out a full-size sleeping bag. She also pulled out a well-worn pillow. He marveled at the fact that a pack the size of a loaf of bread could be enchanted to carry so many different items. Jenny Amberson hadn't been joking after they defeated Volpor on the Dewdrop Hills. Maybe one could actually stash a whole body in one of those bags. Glenn couldn't imagine why one would want to do that, but it wasn't beyond the realm of possibility. Sarah offered him the bag and pillow. You can borrow these if you like. I will, and I'm absolutely jealous, Glenn said. How do I get one of those nifty bags? There's one waiting for you at the Blazer's office in Evelyn, along with a new set of armor. Glenn blinked. Truly? She looked more than a bit amused. You're a Blazer now, Glenn. The circumstances leading you to this point don't matter in that regard. You now have the full support of the Blazers Guild and access to all the gear we offer, not just the help of a single ranger. Though her help is very much appreciated, Glenn reminded her. Sarah smiled gracefully. You can thank me by not risking yourself unnecessarily and doing everything you can to ensure no one ever finds out what we're really doing together. You have my word. Sarah looked to the trees. Now find yourself a comfortable spot and sleep. I'll take first watch. I'll wake you mid-morning. Understood. Glenn glanced around the woods he'd spent his life hunting and found a spot he liked beside a large root. Sprawling leaves would block most of the cold from the windward side. He unrolled the sleeping bag, settled the pillow against the edge of the tree, and then slipped into the bag. It felt strange to need no one to help him out of his armor. That had been his ritual every night, and it also reminded him of the night a very drunk and very willing Joanne had helped him out of his god armor. She hadn't just been a fellow guard. She'd been a good friend. It wasn't just Joanne he missed. He fully knew now he would never again drink with Carl, or laugh with Scott and Martin, or challenge Erica to another game of Strat Go. He wouldn't even get to hug his mother or father ever again. At least not for decades. Everyone he'd known a day ago now thought he was dead. So what were his parents feeling right now? How much did they hurt? Once again, despair threatened to smother him. But the knowledge that he'd soon be with Becca kept him afloat. Glenn refused to give in to melancholy. Everyone he cared about was still alive, save Zach. He could protect countless more people from harm and death if he leveled Soulseer in time, and he'd do that as a member of the guild he'd wanted to join 2 years ago now. He had to believe his new life had purpose and promise, because otherwise, what was the point of living at all? He would travel Evelyn with Becca, Sarah, Leo, and other Blazers. He would help people. He would make a difference in the world, and not everyone in this world actually got to do that. But before he could do any of that, he needed to calm his mind and fall asleep. And when he did finally fall asleep, Zach waited for him in a void of infinite dark. Glenn gasped at the sight of his old friend, who now looked very much alive. Zach still wore the shadow leather and daggers he'd worn when he died in the Shrine of Balance, yet Zach couldn't be alive. Zach had turned into sunlight and ash after dropping this quest on him. Unless... Zach frowned at Glenn. This figures. All I've been trying to conjure up for the past eternity is Anna, preferably without clothes. Instead, I get you. Zach? Glenn whispered. Was he dreaming? He had to be dreaming. But he didn't feel like he was going to wake up anytime soon. He slapped himself in the attempt to wake up. Zach raised one hand. Whoa, stop. I'm not that upset to see you, figment of my imagination. Glenn's a good guy. Don't beat him up on my account. I'm not a figment. Glenn was annoyed now. You're the figment. Zach snorted. Oh, this is a good one. Now this void is trying to make me go insane. Glenn stepped closer to Zach, in the void, even though he wasn't sure what he was stepping on. The whatever beneath his feet felt solid enough, but it was dark, The sky and world were dark. Everything was darkness, with only he and Zack in the dark, fully visible. "You're a dream," Glenn told Zack firmly. "I must still feel guilty about letting you die, so I'm somehow punishing myself, mentally. But I didn't let you die. Victor Hallowthorne killed you, and that's hardly my fault." "Poison's a sucker's game," Zack agreed, then narrowed his eyes in obvious suspicion. "Wait, why are you agreeing with me? You're supposed to be driving me slowly insane." Glenn was starting to grow increasingly certain this wasn't just a dream. "Let's just think about this. When you handed me the class crystal, what exactly happened to you?" Zack frowned. "Why would you ask me that? You don't know?" "Of course I know," Zack protested. "It felt like gaining a level. It felt like coming home. The world went all glowy, and as I slipped away, I was certain I was headed to a non-stop orgy of drinking, boning, and sleep. You know, your typical adventure afterlife." "So why are you here?" Glenn demanded. Zack threw out his hands and huffed. "That's what I've been trying to figure out." Glenn gave himself a firm pinch. He willed himself to wake up. He didn't wake up. There was a slim possibility he'd somehow fallen under the sway of a mind-bender, an evolved guilecaster who could invade and influence dreams as well as conscious thought, but he was still protected by the law of consent. This void felt like something else, something to do with an unprecedented situation in which first Zack and now Glenn had become involved. "Okay." Glenn raised both hands. "This is going to sound crazy, but hear me out." "Right," Zack said. "Just gonna listen to the figment of my imagination trying to drive me insane? Why not? At least it's better than staring at—" he gestured vaguely, "all this." "Did anyone tell you exactly what would happen if you transferred the class crystal to someone else?" "Of course not," Zack said crossly. "I never planned to—" He trailed off. "Oh, no, I'm not falling for this. I'm trying to freak myself out by convincing myself I don't get an afterlife if I give up the quest. I get a void instead." Now Zack slapped himself, then winced and rubbed his cheeks. "Gods, that hurts." "Stop slapping yourself," Glenn ordered. "Think logically about this. You touched the class crystal before I did, which is why the poison—" He winced and mentally corrected. "How it affected you. You then passed on the crystal in quest to me. So is it possible now that you're inside—" "Stop right there," Zack ordered sharply. "Glenn, I love you, brother, but let's not say those exact words in this exact context, all right? Let's spare ourselves that." Despite his worry and frustration, Glenn couldn't help but laugh. "You do seem like you're you. I'd never even have considered how that might sound," said aloud. "Yeah, and you're just as innocent as I remember." Glenn frowned in fresh annoyance. "I am not innocent. Erica literally begged you to pin her to the ground repeatedly after asking you to teach her how to wrestle, and it didn't even occur to you to try and kiss her. That was different. I was still innocent." Zack smirked with satisfaction. "Or clueless, if I'm being kind. Becca literally had to strip down to her small clothes and trick you into rescuing her from a vat of creamed corn before it even occurred to you that, oh, right, I should see if this girl wants to bone." Glenn refused to be embarrassed in his own dream. "We're straying way off topic here." "At least it's interesting," Zack said. "Again, I offer my alternative. Void." "Tell me something I can't know about you," Glenn said. "Or something you did while you were off adventuring while I was a town guard." "What good would that do? I just imagined my Glenn thing that didn't know what I know, because I know it, and I know you don't know it. Absolutely not helpful." Zack was right. If Zack was just part of some dream Glenn couldn't wake up from, for some reason, he had no way to verify that Zack was Zack, the real Zack. If his mind decided it wanted Zack to be Zack, he would dream about Zack being Zack. "When you were leveling together, Anna showed you her status sheet, didn't she?" "Of course she did. Every night and sometimes during the day, preferably." Glenn ignored the obvious innuendo. "So what did she slot?" He grimaced. "No, wait, scratch that, it won't work. Sarah already told me we both slotted the same." Zack whistled softly. "How's it going with her, anyway? Have you seen that woman in chameleon armor? I might have been with Anna, but I'm not dead. Given how much time you two will be spending in the woods together—" "No," Glenn said firmly. "Also, Becca's waiting for me in Lakebrook." Zack sighed. "Right, fair. I'd never admit this to anyone else, but since you're just a figment, you love Anna, Glenn said softly. So you understand why nothing would happen between me and Sarah, even if she was interested in me, which I don't think she is. Zach now looked truly depressed. Doesn't seem like it matters who I love, given I'll never see her again. Not your fault, Glenn reminded him. Both our faults. How's that? Glenn shook his head. This is so strange. I didn't want to believe it at first, but the more we speak, the more I'm increasingly certain you actually are in— Stop, Zach warned. Inside the crystal, Glenn finished, which I now possess. That implies that just because you give up the quest to another person, it doesn't mean you're excused from your duty to the gods. Zach stomped a foot. That's not fair at all. I refuse to believe that. The gods aren't fair, Glenn said evenly. Ask me how I know. After a moment of glaring at him, Zach sighed. I was supposed to be done with all this. That was one bright spot of dying heroically. No more duty to the gods, just drinking and boning. Glenn still couldn't understand where Zach was coming from. Where did you even read that? I never read about the afterlife being about that. Then you definitely weren't reading the right books. If you think we're all out there risking our lives fighting monsters and demons for the challenge, I've got bad news. Nobody does something that crazy without being promised the afterlife waiting for them, after dying in fear and terrific pain, is filled with drinking and boning. We just stay home and farm sheep. Glenn couldn't help but chuckle once more. You really are, Zach. And you really are Glenn. Zach stared at him with new appreciation. You're one of those crazy people who actually would go kill monsters and demons for the challenge, for the gods. I do it to protect people, to keep the people I care about safe. I don't care about the challenge. He grimaced at the small lie. I mean, that's not all I care about. Exactly you. Selfless and stubborn to a fault. You say that like it's a bad thing. It is if you want to bone anyone besides Becca before you die. So, this. I don't know how you're in my dreams now, but I think we both need to accept the possibility it has something to do with both of us holding this class crystal as we leveled Soulseer. So, at least for the moment, I'm stuck with you in my head. And I'm stuck in a six-cursed void. Zach visibly ground his teeth, which is terrible. How long has it been for you? How long has it been for you? Zach countered. Since you passed me the crystal and died? Just over 2 days. Zach's eyes widened. Whoa, you serious? Why wouldn't I be? For me, it's been like an hour? Glenn stared at him. You've only been stuck in here for an hour. I think so. Time is weird in here, but it feels like about that. Glenn glared. An hour is nothing. You told me you've been stuck in here for days. I said nothing of the sort. You simply assumed that. And an hour is days when you're stuck alone in a void. Glenn rubbed his face with both hands. Even dead, you're unbelievable. And you're supposed to be my almost naked girlfriend, Zach reminded him. So forgive me if I'm not the best company right now. Dead guy stuck in a void here. For 1 hour. And possibly for as long as it takes you to level this class to 40. Glenn's next words died. Even if 2 days only equaled an hour in here, he had decades of effort ahead to reach level 40. For Zach, that would translate to a lot of hours alone. Oh, gods. Zach trembled. Now I've done it. I freaked myself out. Now all I can think about is going insane in the dark as you run around stopping calamities and relentlessly turning down every woman who wants to bone. I don't know which bothers me more. Even as much as he worried for Zach, Glenn couldn't tamp down his annoyance. Like I'd have time to chase women while trying to save thousands of people from dying. To be fair, I imagine Becca can look like any woman you want now. Masquerade must be fun in bed. Just more proof the gods who designed our skills are all dirty old men. Glenn gaped. You did not just call the gods dirty old men. Zach looked around at the void. Oh no, are they going to salt me? He spread both arms and looked up. Bring it on, you thirsty sheep lovers. You're a bunch of impotent old stumps. For a long moment, both Glenn and Zach waited for judgment. Finally, unsalted, Zach sighed and lowered his arms. I was really hoping that would get some sort of reaction. Better than void. Glenn had no choice now but to believe this dream was real. I'll find a way to release you. Don't make promises you can't keep. Wouldn't ever, Glenn said. I don't know how I'll do it. I don't even know if it can be done, but if it can be done, I'm doing it. I don't care how hard it is or how long it takes. Zach's expression softened. You always were too good a friend for me. Glenn reflexively gripped Zach's shoulder. Zach felt as solid as he expected, like a real person. That surprised them both. Zach felt alive, not dead, and his warmth proved that. Despite the horrors in the Temple of Balance, Glenn still had a chance to save his friend. That cheered him immensely. Glenn released Zach's shoulder. You don't need to keep up your act here. It's just us. Don't think I've forgotten about everything you did for Becca after her mother died. Zach frowned. Like, what exactly? She told me about how you pestered her every day after her mother's death until she let you train her to start using daggers, so she'd be ready to adventure when she reached common age. You knew her before I did. At least, you knew her better. Zach said nothing, eyes narrowed. He still looked unsure. You lost your dad when she lost her mother, Glenn continued. In the first plague, and when she initially thought you were just trying to get into her skirts, she soon figured out you were trying to get her focused on something other than her grief. Even while you were dealing with your own grief, you got Becca focused on something other than missing her mother. She told me that you pestering her until she focused on readying herself to become an adventurer, it saved her. Now Zach looked genuinely surprised. She actually said that? To me, Glenn agreed. She also made me promise I'd never tell you, but I mean, you're dead now. I hardly see how she can blame me for helping that sting a bit less. I'm glad, Zach said. I mean, even though we were both too young to kill monsters after the plague hit, thinking about doing so helped me. Monsters I could punish, eventually. I thought fighting them would help her. I always worried she simply thought I had other ideas. Oh, you did. She knew you did. She just wasn't interested. So she completely shut you down and went after me because I'm smarter and better looking. Zach huffed and shoved him. Oh, nice. Set me up and pull the rug out. What a great friend. Thinking of home roused a worry Glenn had only thought about in passing. Oh, no. What now? Zach asked irritably. What are we going to do about Beth? Glenn knew Zach's mother should absolutely know he was still alive, or whatever this was. Do we tell her what really happened? Zach's eyebrows shot up in surprise. Why would we do that? You may not know this, but she was always terrified you'd die out leveling. You're all she had left. Thinking you're dead now must be horrible for her. It was likely horrible for Glenn's parents as well, but this wasn't about him. Not now. So, should I send her a note? Oh, don't worry about that, Zach said. I took care of it. Glenn took a moment to mentally adjust. You took care of what? I slipped a note into Mom's house when Captain Tight-Ass let me off my leash long enough to get a drink at the Meat Beast right before we came back for you. I slipped out the back, dropped a note in through Mom's door, and told her how I had to leave on a secret mission for the Shadowers Guild and wouldn't be back for decades. I told her I'd be fine, and not to worry about me. Glenn stared. And you just thought she'd accept that? Well, of course she wouldn't, Zach said crossly. She'd be furious with me and ready to tear my head off if I came home, but she wouldn't make the note public, not with the Shadowers Guild involved. The important thing was to make sure she wouldn't think I was dead, even if the Blazers told her I was dead, which means she'll be just fine. Mad is better than grief-stricken. Oh, Glenn said. Given the options, Zach's plan really was quite thoughtful. I wasn't going to let those stuck-up idiots fake my death and leave Mom with her heart torn out, like after Dad. So, yeah, I guess I am dead, really. But Mom doesn't know that. So she'll be fine until you figure out how to get me out of the class crystal. Gods, Glenn said quietly. I wonder if I can get a note to my parents. I can give you the name of my Shadowers Guild handler in Lakebrook. They could handle something like that for a large fee. The Shadowers Guild is the reason you're dead, Zach. You really think I can trust them? Zach snorted. Well, obviously not all of them. We're a guild of lawbreakers, but you can trust the ones I know. We're not a guild like the Blazers. Everyone does our own thing, takes our own jobs, and we rarely talk about them to other Shadowers. That'd just get us all caught. Glenn found himself genuinely considering this option. Still, he needed to think long and hard about if he wanted to risk contacting his parents. Their safety came first, even if keeping him safe meant they'd grieve for him in Wolfpine. At least his parents still had each other. He had time to figure it out. "I'll find a way to get you out of here," Glenn said. "As soon as I wake up, I'm talking to Sarah, and then I'm letting the Blazers know you're still stuck in my head. They have books and resources far beyond Wolfpine's little library. Sarah told you this happened before, right?" "With Galcaster." Zack visibly relaxed as he remembered. "And several folks passed it off and accepted the forever death while leveling it to 40. So, you're right. This can't be the first time someone like me ended up in somebody's class crystal. There has to be some record or history of how people who died along the way got their souls stuck in there, as well as how they got released. So if nothing else, at least we'll know. We'll know. It's more than I had before." Glenn looked around for any sign of, well, anything, but the void remained empty. "I guess that's it. I'd offer to share a drink or play some cards, but that's off the table." "There's not even a table," Zack said. "But at least I know I'm not alone in here. And I'm not leaving you stuck in here. One way or the other. Glenn?" Sarah said softly. A hand squeezed his shoulder. Glenn's eyes snapped open. The void was gone, as was Zack. He was back beneath the treetop canopy of Deep Scorn Woods, right at the edge of it, and Sarah, she was Sarah now, was waiting for him to take his turn at watch. He knew what he just experienced hadn't been a dream. It had been too real to be a dream. Glenn immediately sat up. "Within the records about Galcaster, is there any mention of someone who passed the quest on to another showing up in the head of the person who came after?" "In what?" Sarah's eyes widened. "What are you talking about?" "I see. All right." Glenn focused. "We should probably talk a bit, before I take the watch." 32. An unexpected delay. Once Glenn finished relaying everything he and Zack had discussed while he was asleep, with the exception of the fact that Zack had left a note for Beth revealing that he wasn't dead, Sarah looked genuinely concerned. Her lips pursed as she obviously considered everything he told her and what it might mean. Glenn let her consider. He was still considering him himself. Finally, Sarah met his gaze. "You're certain it wasn't a dream?" "No," Glenn said. "I'm not certain. But it certainly didn't feel like a dream. No history I've read regarding Galcaster and how it was leveled has mentioned anything about the souls of those who level the class being stuck while they wait for the class completion quest to be completed, but I've only read one history. Even then, it was only a page or so. New classes arrive so rarely there's little written about them." "So there's more histories about the leveling of Galcaster?" "One or two," Sarah agreed. "At the main Blazer archive in East Haven." Glenn grimaced. "It will take us weeks to travel there. We're also not powerful enough to handle its monsters. Still, that doesn't mean we can't have someone already there look into the histories. We just need to put in a request at the Blazer office in Lakebrook. They can send our questions by phantom correspondence to the archive." "Oh," Glenn said. "But we can't just have someone bring us the histories?" "Blazer histories don't leave the Blazer archive," Sarah said. "For obvious reasons." "Blazer confidentiality," Glenn agreed. "But you already told me not all the Blazers are helping us, right? Only a very small group know what we're doing. Is the person who runs the Lakebrook Blazer office part of Marion's conspiracy?" Sarah's lips quirked. "He's trustworthy. Yet who said anything about this being Marion's conspiracy?" Was she testing him? Marion was in command when we descended into the Temple of Balance. She knew everything involved in the class completion quest, but Fiona and Jacob obviously didn't. She told them and had authorization to tell them without asking anyone else. And finally, you asked for permission from her before explaining things to me, after I'd already accepted the quest. Sarah smiled ruefully. "I really do wish you'd become a Blazer 2 years ago. The way you slot together small details to form a picture is impressive. Not the best I've seen, but you've never actually been trained. You definitely have been tapped as an investigator by the end of your 2nd year." "Investigator?" Glenn asked. "Is that a rank, like rank 8? "It's a title internal to the Blazers. We don't publicize our internal structure outside of the guild, but during those first 3 years when a junior blazer is proving themselves, we're not just making them leap through hoops at random. We're evaluating their strengths and weaknesses to determine where they best fit in the organization, and most importantly, if they fit. So investigator is a title, Glenn said thoughtfully. Are there others? Those who excel in combat are given the title of enforcers. Fiona is one of those. She loves combat, and she's very good at it. But she's not an investigator, and I don't mean that in the negative sense. She's simply focused on the martial arts, not slotting together small details. Glenn nodded. Fiona had seemed absolutely deadly in combat, especially when she'd used updraft to literally turn her armored body into a serrated drill. And Jacob? It was only after he asked the question that he realized it might hurt her. I mean, It's fine, Sarah assured him. Thank you for considering my feelings, but I'm sure he'd appreciate me talking him up. Jacob was a bodyguard. He focused on both combat and strategy, but mostly, he was really good at keeping people alive, which is why bodyguards are in high demand. Glenn absolutely understood that. Jacob had not only warded off an entire mine full of poison on his own, but he'd also fended off a demon from the Six Hells, kept Zack alive while being consumed by a Six Hells poison, resurrected Marion, and then still had the blood to create a triage pocket so he could save everyone else. Jacob Coverfall had eventually died, but he'd saved everyone he could. He was a good bodyguard, Glenn said softly. I wish I'd gotten to know him better. Sarah smiled sadly. As for Marion, well, you can guess. Leader? Director, Sarah corrected. It's a lot more than just leading parties or even raids into battle, and it's only bestowed on rank 1 blazers with decades of experience. Marion led our party on that one dungeon dive, but she was also simultaneously in charge of multiple operations across Luxterra, all of which she constantly updated over Phantom correspondence while in the field. That's how she was able to organize your death so quickly. I had wondered about that, Glenn said. She set it all up very fast. She actually put all that in motion in the time it took you to explain to me about the class completion quest. He considered. But you said was, not is. So now that she's lost her levels, she's no longer a director? She can't be. As harsh as it is to say, directors have to wrangle politicians, and most in power aren't going to take orders from a low-level adventurer. Blazers, maybe, if they knew her rank, but directors deal with everyone. You saw how she dealt with your own Mayor Coleman. She walked right over him. It was one of Glenn's few fond memories from the last few days. She can't do that now, Sarah said sadly. She's no longer a very intimidating level 37 blockader. I really do think, if she had a choice, she would have told Jacob to let her stay dead. Again, Glenn reminded himself that, as sad as his situation was, many had it much worse, like Marion Hawkshadow, former rank 1 blazer and director, now in her mid-40s at level 18. Can we do anything for her? Sarah smiled brightly. You would ask that. Anyone would. The blazers will find a place for her. We'll give her all the support she needs. I don't know how anyone can get over all she lost, but we take care of our own, no matter what fate they meet. That's good to know. And it does sound like an interesting job. Investigator, I mean. I do love to read, and I'm fairly good at retaining facts after doing so, at least the important things. And I suppose I've always had a knack for slotting details together in my head. Sarah narrowed her eyes at him. A knack? Glenn frowned. You think I'm not right for it? One clue from Marion about the Temple of Balance being old, and you slotted together how the Blazers knew about the Shrine of Balance, that your mayor called in the Blazers 200 years ago after they first found the shrine, and that we lured Crackpaws in to take over the mine. That's more than a knack. That's talent. Glenn felt warmed by her compliment. She really did seem to believe that. Well, thank you, but I didn't figure out the true origin of the plague or the class crystal. Given enough time, you probably would have. But anyway, about Zack. No, wait, Glenn said. What's your title? Sarah smiled again. You just want me to tell you? Glenn considered her mildly mischievous expression. You want me to guess? I did just compliment your deductive and reasoning skills. Right, but You won't be offended if I make a bunch of assumptions about you? They're just guesses. They could be wrong, and, I'm going to be honest. I won't be offended. I'm actually curious as to what you'll say. Right or wrong, it gives me more insight into how you think. That's good to have with any adventuring partner. All right, if you're sure. Glenn considered all he had learned about Sarah since they met. You're not a director. You already revealed you need to be rank 1 and much older to qualify for that role, and you're not a bodyguard, not because you won't protect people fiercely, but because you have no mending skills to call upon. Also, you attack from a distance, which makes it hard to shield others. Sarah watched him calmly. And you're not an investigator, Glenn continued thoughtfully. You're obviously very smart, but Marion didn't need an investigator to get Zack into that shrine. She already knew everything she needed to complete her mission, save for the part Mayor Coleman left out. The only thing she didn't know is what Coleman left out, and thus she had no reason to anticipate needing an investigator. Sarah opened her mouth as if to speak, then caught herself. She waited. None of the roles you've described fit you. Glenn frowned thoughtfully. Given what you've told me about Fiona, I'd be tempted to label you an enforcer, especially given your armor lets you conceal yourself and strike from the shadows. Despite that, you don't strike me as eager, I suppose. Not like Fiona. She looked ready to fight anyone. A faint smirk crossed Sarah's face. Perhaps I'm just more subtle than she is. No, I don't think so. You don't strike me as the type who needs constant battle like Fiona. You're certainly skilled with a bow, I saw that in Crackpaw Mine, but you also focused on watching over all of us. I'd even suggest you avoid combat unless it's absolutely necessary, not because you can't handle it, but because you likely consider it a last resort. We are assuming a lot here, Sarah said calmly. I want to say you strike me as nurturing, but I don't want you to take that the wrong way. I don't mean that in the parental sense. I mean, you seem focused on keeping up everyone's spirits and supporting your friends, emotionally, not just physically. Sarah raised one eyebrow. So? What's my role? Glenn considered for another moment, and then he realized he'd once met another Blazer who resembled Sarah in many ways. What's the role of Jenny Amberson? Sarah's eyes widened in surprise. Why would you ask that? You're not telling me, Glenn grinned. Which suggests I'm on the right track. There is another Blazer role you haven't told me about, possibly more than one. Yet Jenny... Yes? She was like you. Despite being a high-level adventurer, she came here to Gracia to evaluate both Becca and me for induction into the Blazers. I even got the impression she did a lot of evaluation and recruiting, and we were far from her first. Spending your time in low-level zones interviewing new adventurers is not how a person gains experience. Sarah brushed some hair back from her forehead. And? 2 guesses. Either there's a role for recruiter or a role for mentor, or perhaps a mixture of both. It's someone who's focused less on leveling and instead on ensuring those still struggling to level are trained and protected. Marion chose you to spend years or even longer escorting Zack once he became a new soulseer, yet as a level 23 sharpshooter, I doubt you'd gain much or any experience by doing that. You were willing to sacrifice your own growth to protect him. Which still doesn't mean I'm not a bodyguard, Sarah said. No, I think I'm right. Jenny was the same as you. She was a level 20 spiritualist, yet instead of climbing onward, she dual-classed into Harmcaster. She intended to act as either a defensive or offensive caster for those of low to mid levels, even at the cost of her own progression. She volunteered her experience and higher attributes to aid and mentor those gaining both. So where are we going with this? What is your conclusion about me? That you're that, Glenn said. Whatever Jenny is. So what do we call that role in the Blazers? Guide? Escort? Teacher? What do you call someone who focuses less on their own power and more on supporting the growth of others? Mentor. Sarah rewarded him with a smile. Which is the 5th role available to the Blazers? Glenn smiled back. It fits you, I think. Just like it fit Jenny. Jenny trained me back when she was still leveling spiritualist. She was only 4 years older than me, but she already knew so much. I wasn't at all surprised she chose the dual class when she reached 20. She always had a passion for finding new talent, and, like you suggested, it allowed her to continue to teach and nurture young Blazers while leveling alongside them. Like you're now doing with me. Sarah sighed dramatically. Investigator, definitely. She looked at him again. So, now, as fascinating as that was, let's talk about Zack, in your head, being annoying. Glenn's smile faded as he considered his dream with the bit of distance provided by their recent discussion. My dream could be just that. This could just be guilt manifesting. You already told me you don't feel guilty about what happened to Zack. So are you being honest with yourself? Glenn thought for a moment. I am. I hate that it happened, but I blame Hallowthorne, his party, and the Shadowers Guild, and the church. It wasn't my fault. He frowned. Nor was it yours. I remember. So you truly think that dream was real? I think he's actually in there. In my head, because we've both touched the class crystal. But how can we know for sure? Ask him how he came to join the Blazers in Lakebrook a few days ago. Right. Glenn saw a possibility there. You told me he and Anna came to you and told you that a class crystal would be appearing somewhere in Landers, along with a calamity. When you received Mayor Coleman's phantom correspondence informing you of the plague that had arisen here, you decided this must be where the crystal had appeared. So, was there more to it? Quite a bit more, Sarah said. So, next time you dream him up, ask Zack why he ended up cooperating with the Blazers despite assuring himself he never would. Demand key details until you have the full story, a story your mind cannot accurately provide. And Zack's can, Glenn said eagerly. If he gets those details right, which you can confirm when I relay what he told me, we'll know he's Zack. God, Sarah, that's brilliant. Nice of you to say, but you'd have come up with it sooner or later. You beat me to it. And I need no excuse to call my adventuring partner brilliant, especially when she cracks a problem like this one. So you should sleep again, Sarah said, and see if you can make contact. Glenn looked up at the moon, already descending, and grimaced. You've been up more than half the night. You need sleep, too. I've gone days without sleep before. I'll be fine. I can still think and shoot. It's not pleasant, but I imagine being stuck alone in an empty void with no one for company is far worse. If that is where Zack is right now. Glenn looked down. You're probably right, but again, far too generous. I could say the same for you. 2 hours. Glenn looked up. No more. If I don't dream about him again in that time, I likely won't. So wake me in 2 hours if I don't wake on my own. We'll set out tomorrow past first light. No need to rush off anyway. A few hours is a small sacrifice to have you rested. All right, Sarah agreed. We'll burn a few hours of daylight. Now back to bed with you. Glenn was far too wired to sleep now, but he'd work at not being wired. I'll try. Sarah rose. I don't know which I want, honestly. To learn Zack really is in that class crystal so we can still talk with him, or to know it's all a strange delusion, that he's finally at rest. At rest? Glenn pondered. What do you believe happens when we die? Sarah looked up at the stars and the descending moon. I think we rest. Like, in a bed? Like, we simply cease to be. Her gaze dropped to his. Consider the alternative. If we really do go to another realm after we die, think about how crowded it must be by now. Would you really want to go there? To be in that world with thousands upon thousands of people, stuck in a world with everyone who's lived and died since Luxterra was formed, and stuck there forever? Glenn had actually never thought about it that way. I can see how that might be crowded in our world, but the realm of the gods is infinite. I like to think that when I do die, I'll see the people I love again, those who went before me. I don't like the idea of never seeing them again. It's a nice thought, Sarah agreed. But so long as we remember them, no one is ever truly gone. So long as one person keeps their memory alive, they haven't vanished. Not yet. Keeping the memories of others alive is no small task. Well, you said it yourself. Sarah raised one eyebrow. I'm a generous person. 33. A Morning Hunt. It took Glenn some time to get back to sleep, but eventually Sarah squeezed his shoulder. He had been asleep, and he hadn't dreamed. He yawned, sat up, and shook his head. Nothing. They must still have a few hours before dawn. The sky remained dark. I've been thinking about something while you were asleep, Sarah said. You said there was a difference in time between you and Zack. He told you he'd been in the void for an hour, yet it's been almost 2 days since he died. I did think that was odd, but perhaps time passes differently in the void? Or he's only awake when you use the Shrine of Raylan. Glenn felt like she'd knocked something loose inside his head. In this case, a reason for the time difference. How long was I in my trance after I touched the moon and sun? Perhaps an hour, which is about the same time Zack claims to have wandered in the void before you met each other. Is it possible he wasn't even conscious until you opened your connection with the Shrine of Raylan? He merely wandered while you slotted your skills? Glenn seriously considered that. It would explain the time difference. And while the gods wouldn't want those outside the class completion quest influencing the choices of the person leveling it, if I did see the real Zack, they'd have no problem with the two of us comparing notes. No different from a high-level ranger advising a low-level ranger on skills. Sarah nodded. I wonder if I have to slot to see him. If so, I won't be able to try it for another 20 hours or so. Can we afford to wait that long on a hunch? We're already 2 levels ahead on your class completion quest. You still have almost 2 years to level to 15, and you're already level 12. We can likely reach 13 in half a year if you work hard and don't let ourselves get distracted. So let's try. I'm not even sure where we'd find another Shrine of Raylan in Evelan, so we might as well use the one we have. And if we do have the ability to consult Zack, it could help us level faster. I can convince him to tell me all the tips and tricks he learned from Anna, ones he hid from you. Sarah tilted her head. You think he hid things from us? I think he hid things from everyone. Zack was never as trusting as me, and even if he did think you and the Blazers wanted to help him, he'd still want leverage in case he needed a way out. That doesn't make him a bad person, just... Glenn paused. Smarter than me. Sarah crouched beside him. So, does that mean you trust me, or not? I do. I really do. That might make me a fool, and Zack would certainly say it does. But while I know the Blazers have a vested interest in ensuring this class reaches 40, that's not exclusive from also wanting to keep me alive. I also know you want to keep me alive. She smiled again. It's sweet of you to reassure me. Yet you need to sleep now, Glenn stood. I may not have armor, but I've got all of my skills and blessings as a town guard. Nothing in these woods is a match for me. And tomorrow, I suppose, we hunt? For food. Unless you have a feast in your unfilled bag. I actually have several weeks of dry provisions, but we'll need fresh water. Water doesn't keep in unfilled bags. Put a canteen filled with water in there, it comes out dry. Glenn considered how odd that was. And food tastes fine. Dry food does, jerky, nuts, that kind of thing. Just don't store fresh vegetables and fruit. Those come out inedible. And even if you're horribly hungry, don't try and eat one. You'll never forget that taste. It's absolutely horrid. Sounds like someone is speaking from experience. It's why I now hate apples, Sarah sighed. Thank the gods it wasn't a cherry. I absolutely adore cherries. So we'll forage for fresh fruit and fresh water, and knock out some gloam wolves. Maybe even hit up the gloam wolf den. Sarah perked up in curiosity. Why there? There's a timed quest that recently showed up. It's dangerous for people leveling in Gracia, but it should be no problem for us. Fighting multiple monsters, even if they are low level, will let us practice coordinating as a duo. It will also, hopefully, put the quest on cooldown for a couple of days. That might prevent some other poor kid from dying in an attempt. Still protecting Wolfpine, Sarah said ruefully. I'm up for that, though we'll need a way to disguise you in case we run into local adventurers. Can have rumors of Glen Redwood alive and well in the Gloam Wolf Cave. Abruptly, she grimaced. I'm sorry if that sounded cold. Glen shrugged. I do miss everyone, but I know why we killed me, and I know it's the only way to keep them safe. So I'll be all right. He pondered a moment. So, how do we disguise me? One moment. Sarah reached into her unfilled bag again. She pulled out a gleaming steel helmet. One had to be at least level 10 to wear such a helmet, but Glenn was far beyond that now. She handed it to him. He took it gratefully and pulled it on. The helmet wasn't quite full face, but the only visibility into it came through the visor, which meant not much more than Glenn's eyes would be visible. It took a moment before it sized itself to his head. Once it did so, he found it absurdly comfortable. Glenn removed the helmet and stared at it as if it were blessed by the gods. You must have everything in there. A boat? A kayak, Sarah admitted. One person only. Gods. Glenn stared in amazement. What about a tent? It's really hard to set up and takes forever to break down, so unless the weather is really terrible, I prefer just to sleep in the woods. Horse? Glenn asked. Sarah narrowed her eyes at him. Nothing living can survive in an unfilled bag. Glenn smirked. You were joking, she added. I might be a bit tired, which is why you should sleep. Glenn pointed at the spot he'd picked out. It's nice here. Cushy tree, no rocks, no wind. Your sleeping bag is still there? Right, sorry. He set aside his helmet, rolled up the bag, and offered it to her. She tucked the sleeping bag into her unfilled bag, then produced another that looked the same. This one was freshly wrapped. Glenn stepped back as she rolled it out, then glanced at him. I'm going to change for sleep now, she said. So it would be nice if you allowed me some— Glenn had already turned around to face the shrine. Privacy, Sarah finished, and sounded amused. I won't be long. Glenn watched the shrine and surroundings for enemies as familiar sounds filled the space behind him. The creak of tight leather. The gentle whisper of cloth sliding over soft skin. How could he actually hear her getting undressed? He could visualize everything. Glenn immediately decided to blame Zach for camping out in his head. That was Zach's doing. Done, she said. Glenn glanced back to find Sarah already settling into her sleeping bag, wearing a long shirt and fluffy pants. The outfit looked both warm and comfortable. He was still wearing Mammoth Cloud Crusher's clothes, which was awesome, but he found himself envying her comfy-looking sleepwear. He looked to the woods. Sleep well. I'll keep watch. I know you will, Sarah said softly. She rolled onto her side, away from him. In mere moments, she breathed quietly and easily. She was already asleep. Glenn felt bad for sleeping so long himself. Sarah must have been utterly exhausted. Even so, it was good to know she truly trusted him as well. He'd give her a few extra hours of sleep after sunup. There was no reason to wake her early, since they'd already agreed to remain in Gracia for another day. She needed her rest. There was a chance some low-level adventurers could attempt the timed quest at the Gloamwolf Den first thing in the morning, but Glenn doubted it. Everyone knew the quest required a full party now, thanks to the notice he'd posted in the town square. Putting together a full party always took forever. Someone was always running late. He picked up his new helmet, pulled it on, and gripped Becca's hilt with one hand. He twisted and lifted the mace, just to be sure he remembered how, and it dropped into his hand as smoothly as if he'd oiled the carrier strapped across his chest. Carl Coldbreaker really was a master blacksmith. If the man truly did decide to dual class as an adventurer once he reached the age of 40, perhaps Glenn and Becca would see him again someday. Though Glenn would be unable to tell Carl who he really was. Sarah rose with daybreak, despite Glenn's decision to let her sleep. That didn't surprise him. Once she was up, he walked off to relieve himself after a half-night of standing guard. That would both allow him to stretch his legs and allow Sarah to dress in private. As he walked, the leaves and branches in the deep Scorn woods rustled gently. It felt almost peaceful. Glenn had just finished his morning ritual and zipped up his trousers when he spotted it, glaring from the woods. A moss beast. And not just any moss beast. The moss beast. The one that had tried to kill him and Becca 2 years ago. He couldn't believe that thing had found him all the way out here. He couldn't believe his luck. Glenn pushed, twisted, and dropped Becca into one hand. He didn't have armor, but he might not need it. It was time to test one of his new skills. Glenn glared at the beast. Soul scan. Shockingly enough, its status sheet actually displayed. It was also different from a mortal status sheet, which was fascinating. Type, Earth Elemental, rank 3, level 10, HP 250 of 250, blood 180 of 180, strength 10, divinity 5, vitality 25, wisdom 18, skills, root snare, nature's heal, command sprite. The moss beast had no name, which was a relief. Knowing it had no name suggested it wasn't like a person or something another moss beast would mourn. It was a challenge. The moss beast also had no prowess or luck attributes. Were those attributes unique to mortals? And that type, Earth Elemental rank 3. Glenn had never known that what everyone called a moss beast was an earth elemental, but it made sense. A moss beast was made from sticks, leaves, rock, and mud, which were all elements of the earth. It really was the bigger cousin of a grass sprite. But rank 3? Grass sprites had to be rank 1 if they were earth elementals. So where were rank 2 earth elementals? Glenn had never encountered any other enemies like grass sprites or moss beasts in all his travels. Did it have grass sprites with it? He needed to use soul scan on... The moss beast roared flies, lurched forward, and came at him at a slowly increasing charge. Glenn smiled. Or, he supposed, he could simply kill this moss beast for abducting Azalea Whitetalon 2 years ago. And for Becca. And because he just felt like it. Let's dance, Moss Boy. Glenn spun his mace in an unnecessarily flashy flourish and charged back. As he and the moss beast closed, Glenn saw something he'd never seen before. A brown bar, shaped like a health bar, appeared just below the moss beast's own health bar. The moss beast paused and raised both hands. The brown bar below its health bar began to fill with red. The monster was casting a skill. Glenn was seeing it cast in real time. Moreover, he could even read the skill, Root Barrier, which was tucked away into the bar. He didn't feel like having his palms ripped open again. He tossed Becca with every last point of his current 23 strength. Carl Coldbreaker's perfectly balanced mace slammed into the moss beast's middle, hard enough that branches visibly snapped. The moss beast stumbled backward, clutching its now concave chest, and that extra bar, its casting bar, terminated just before reaching its end. No root barrier blocked Glenn's charge. He couldn't believe it. He just interrupted the monster's attempt to use its skill. The monster's health bar flashed as a sizable chunk charred black. Glenn wasn't a 15-year-old unclassed any longer. He was a level 12 town guard, and after 2 years, it was time for some payback. The monster roared as he charged it. It was the angry creaking of trees. As the monster swung with one big branchy arm, Glenn dropped and kept his momentum. He easily slipped beneath the arm. When did the moss beast become so impossibly slow? He reached Becca and snatched her up, then swung his mace as hard as he could. Branches, rocks, and mud scattered in an impressive shower as a good portion of the moss beast's shoulder collapsed. Its right arm dropped limp as the beast thumped to its gnarled knees. Glenn hadn't even needed Guardian Smash to hurt the monster so badly he'd stunned it momentarily as it recovered, which boded well for future fights. Glenn could have easily finished it right then. He was 2 levels higher than it now, and its health bar now sat at half. Instead, he backed up a few paces and waited for it to rise. Despite how this beast had nearly killed him and Becca 2 years ago, he was now more curious than angry. He'd dreamed about shattering this moss beast for years, but it was, ultimately, a creation of the Challenger gods. It was just doing what the gods had been created to do, provide challenge. It could also teach him a whole lot about his new class. After another few seconds, the moss beast trembled and stood. It took a knee again, clutching its collapsed right side with its working left arm. It raised its one working arm. Leaves spun and green flared as the brown bar beneath its health bar, the cast bar, began to fill. Glenn saw the skill reflected. Nature's Heal. After attacking the moss beast with Soul Scan, he really could see everything, not just its status sheet, as provided by Soul Reveal, but a warning in real time whenever it attempted to cast. He waited until the bar was half full, then kicked with all his strength. He slammed one of Mammoth Cloud Crusher's mighty boots into the moss beast's middle. The beast tumbled onto its back. The cast bar went brown again. Before the monster could get up, Glenn stomped forward and went to work. He smashed both its knees to stop it from getting back up. He then smashed its other shoulder, completely wrecking its other arm. Its red health bar charred and charred, now down to far under a fourth of a bar. The beast thrashed and roared, but it couldn't rise. The mouthless teeth in the center of its gleaming shrub gnashed and snapped uselessly. As Glenn stood over it, staring down at this wrecked, fragile thing, he almost pitied it. But he didn't. Don't charge a man while he pees. Glenn brought his mace down on its center mass with all the force of his 23 strength. That last completely shattered the moss beast's jaws. It blasted apart into sticks and leaves and mud as its health bar charred entirely black. It soon exploded into ash, leaving behind a glowing purple life crystal the size of a grapefruit. A brief rush of experience washed across Glenn. Glenn waited for the crystal to shatter, like every crystal he'd seen in the past 2 years had done after he defeated a monster as a town guard. The crystal simply gleamed brilliantly. He really was done with the constraints played on him by Kaya, goddess of duty. Or maybe she'd finally decided it was time to take his act on the road. Glenn knelt, picked up the crystal, and found it lighter than he remembered. Yet he'd had, 14 strength last time he'd picked one of these up? He had 23 now. Of course this life crystal was lighter. And it was his now. He'd earned it in battle. "Don't charge a man while he pees," Sarah said from behind him. "Is that your new battle cry?" Glenn flushed as Sarah silently emerged from the woods behind him. It had been a pretty lame thing to say, and he couldn't fault her for being amused. Still, revenge felt good. He'd waited 2 years for this sweet, sweet revenge. Sarah had her chameleon armor back on and held her archer's bow. It was a necessary downgrade from the viper's bow she'd used as a sharpshooter at level 23, but still one of the best bows available for a level 14 ranger, which Sarah was now. She glanced at the crystal in his hand. "How does it feel to be holding one of those again?" Glenn smiled. "Good. I'd forgotten how good that feels." "Smashing a moss beast?" "Winning." Glenn briefly replayed the fight. "And I could see everything, Sarah." She cocked an eyebrow at him. "Could you?" "Could Anna?" "Why don't you tell me what you saw and I'll tell you." Right. Sarah couldn't influence him or give him any tips that might sway his choices until he confirmed he'd already made them. "I used Soul Reveal on the Moss Beast. It didn't have a name, but a type, Earth Elemental Rank 3, and it didn't have any prowess or luck attributes at all." "Anything else?" "I could see it casting. I mean, we all can, if we're watching a monster close and knew what to look for, but this wasn't that. I saw another bar, an extra bar beneath its health bar, that filled as it cast, and I could see what it was going to cast before it did so." "Which made it rather easy to know what and when to interrupt." "So, Anna told you?" "She did. She also mentioned how much Zack liked having someone who could tell him to interrupt any skill before a monster cast it." "Which I'm sure he took full advantage of," Glenn said ruefully. "Well, it looks just like the health bar, but smaller and brown, and it turns red as the monster works to complete its cast, and what it's going to cast is listed in the bar as a word." "Why are you telling me?" Sarah asked. "Because you need to know. I'm a ranger, not a soul seer. I'm glad you'd share so much information with me, but it's not necessary." "I want to," Glenn said impulsively. "This new class, well, I guess for someone like me who's always been fascinated with classes, skills, and attributes, it's like—" "Cherries?" Sarah asked. "Yes, cherries." She had mentioned she really liked cherries. 34. A status sheet revealed. "So, can I try it on you?" Glenn asked hopefully. She stared innocently. "Try what, Glenn?" Why was she toying with him? "Soul scan." "I don't know. Can you?" Of course. She was reminding him about the law of consent. Other classes had skills similar to Soul Scan, skills that did things other than damage, like a mindbender's beguile. Yet no adventurer could use a skill on a fellow adventurer until both consented to a duel. Why had he never considered that the law of consent would prevent him from using Soul Scan on other people? It might seem harmless, but it was a skill like any other. Even if it didn't do damage, viewing someone's status sheet without their consent could still be considered assault. "Do you consent to a duel?" Glenn asked. "No," Sarah said calmly. Glenn narrowed his eyes at her. "Soul scan. Name, Sarah Cinderflare. Age 24, level 14, class ranger. HP 110 of 110, blood 130 of 130, experience 101,526 of 112,000. Strength 11, divinity 12, vitality 11, wisdom 13, prowess 22, luck 10. Gear, rare, chameleon armor, rare, windwalkers, uncommon, archer's bow. Slotted skills, uncommon, tracker's vision, ranger, Dinah, Uncommon Unerring Shot, Ranger Dinah. Uncommon Prevent Beast, Ranger Dinah. Uncommon Heal Beast, Ranger Dinah. Uncommon Nature's Blind, Ranger Dinah. Slotted Blessings. Uncommon Steady Fingers, Ranger Dinah. Uncommon Bear's Hide, Ranger Dinah. Uncommon Wolf's Endurance, Ranger Dinah. Known Skills. Uncommon Deter Beast, Ranger Dinah. Known Blessings. None. You slotted after you got dressed, at the Shrine of Raylan. Glenn shouldn't have been surprised. Moreover, you didn't consent to show me that. Sarah shook her head. So, Soul Scan bypasses the law of consent. Glenn spoke aloud to confirm this fact both for himself and for her. The gods really are trying something new. Your skill doesn't hurt anyone, Sarah said. So, is it really assault? Some might consider it that, but apparently the gods don't. Have you checked your status sheet recently? Sarah asked innocently. Why would she ask that? Had he not gained experience from killing the moss beast? He'd felt the experience, so he must have gained experience. Unless... Glenn opened his status sheet, then displayed it so they could both see. Name, Glenn Greybreaker. Age 18, level 12, class Soulseer. HP 210 of 210, blood 100 of 100. Experience 81,472 of 90,000. Strength. Glenn gasped. He'd had 81,452 experience when he woke up in the Temple of Balance after Zack died with his class forever changed to Soulseer. He'd gained 10 experience when he soloed the level 10 Moss Beast, putting him at 81,462, so how did he have 20 more experience than he'd had in the Temple of Balance? Had that Moss Beast been some sort of elite? No, this didn't feel like that. What if, instead, he'd gained 10 experience simply from using Soul Scan on Sarah? That was how Resurrect worked, after all. It provided a large chunk of experience when a spiritualist used it, though that skill required a far higher level and had a 20-hour cooldown. Can I use it on you again? Glenn asked. No, Sarah said, but please try anyway. Right, she wasn't saying he couldn't use Soul Scan on her, but denying consent to ensure she didn't change the circumstances of his tests. Smart. He focused on Sarah once more. Soul Scan. Once more, her status sheet displayed. He ignored it and looked at his own. His experience hadn't changed. 81,472 of 90,000. So, if he didn't gain 10 experience every time he used Soul Scan, where could it have come from? Unless he only got experience the first time he used it on a target. That had to be it. Soul Scan had no cooldown, so if one could use it on the same target over and over, anyone with enough patience could level endlessly without leaving the safety of a town's walls. He'd used Soul Scan on the Moss Beast, then Sarah. Had he gotten experience each time? The second time he used Soul Scan on the same target, in this case Sarah, the gods hadn't given him any experience. He'd already used it on her once. Did it work that way with monsters? Mind if we go hunting? Glenn asked. Sarah strapped her bow across her back. Unless you have something better to do. They spent the rest of the morning trekking through the deep Scorn woods as Glenn tested out Soul Scan on every monster they came across. Grass Sprites were level 1 and Earth Elemental rank 1, just like he'd expected. They also only had 10 health points, which was laughably small. Glenn got another 5 experience from using Soul Scan on his first Grass Sprite, but none from using it on the rest, further supporting his theory. Eventually, he found a lone Gloam Wolf and used Soul Scan on it as well, with the same results. 5 more experience, bringing him to 81,482 of 90,000. The Gloam Wolf ignored him, perhaps hoping the high-level adventurer who'd happened across it would simply wander away. But Glenn had never liked Gloam Wolves. They'd tried to kill him too many times while he leveled. Glenn marched right for it, like Volpor would march toward a level 5. The Gloam Wolf was level 4, and its only skill was Pounce. It died as soon as Glenn smashed it, before it could do anything more than glance at him and hunch down in what might be fear? The idea that the Gloam Wolf had been afraid of him almost made Glenn feel bad about killing it. Why would he feel bad? He'd watched these wolves tear Reef Slate Striker apart. No mercy for monsters. Besides, it would simply respawn somewhere else. If it was even the same Gloam Wolf. Gods, what if it was? Glenn knew monsters didn't have an afterlife because they were servants of the Challenger gods and bound forever to Luxtera. Did that mean their whole lives were simply spawning, dying brutally, and spawning again? That was certainly the life endured by Volpor. Luxtera had no unpleasant afterlife for mortals, of course. Even the wicked simply went to prison in one of the divine realms, just as they'd been imprisoned on Luxtera. But waking up day after day to be hunted sounded like a torment for adventurers trapped in one of the 6 hells. The thought saddened him. Glenn had never truly considered what life might be like for the monsters he'd eagerly hunted to gain levels before today. He hoped the gods gave monsters a break after they'd been killed a few times, maybe a nice green field to sleep in while they relaxed. Just when had he started pitying monsters? After a moment's reflection, Glenn decided he didn't exactly pity them. He just didn't enjoy fighting anything that didn't give him a challenge, nor did he enjoy killing monsters simply to kill. The glow wolf he just defeated in a single strike hadn't been doing anything to anyone. It had simply been roaming the woods, its home. And it had actually tried to avoid a fight. He'd smashed it anyway. Glenn wouldn't be doing that again. Not if the gloam wolf wasn't threatening someone. He might not like the wolves, but they were a part of Luxtera, a challenge that helped adventurers grow stronger. He wouldn't hunt them for sport or pleasure. He wouldn't hunt anything for that. "Theory confirmed?" Sarah asked. Glenn nodded. "You knew?" "Anna knew. And just like last night, I couldn't tell you until you figured it out on your own. The gods, as you said, wouldn't allow it. So I get experience for using Soul Scan on both mortals and monsters, but only if it's a unique target. All grass sprites are considered the same. When we head into the Gloamwolf den, I bet I'll discover the same about Gloamwolves. When I get the same amount of experience for using Soul Scan on a unique target as I do for killing one, it's once per target. There aren't enough monster types in this world to level this class, though there might be that many unique people." "I suppose so," Sarah agreed. "Though using it on everyone in the world would take far longer than killing monsters at home." Glenn nodded. "Though it's useful to see what a monster's casting, isn't it? And how powerful they are. It almost makes fighting, well..." He hesitated. "Too easy?" Sarah asked. Glenn considered before he nodded. Being able to visually gauge the threat level of a monster at a glance is one of the core skills of being an adventurer. The gods made it challenging for a reason. If we could all tell the moment we encountered a monster whether we could defeat it simply by comparing our attributes, we'd never attack anything we couldn't simply flatten. Wouldn't that be easier? And safer for everyone? It would be, Glenn said. It really would be. Yet it almost feels like cheating. "You want to play fair with monsters," she said flatly. Glenn sighed. "I know it's strange, and possibly suicidal, but I suppose I do, so long as it's just me and the monster one-on-one. That feels like the way the gods intended us to fight and level. Even so, if a monster was threatening someone else, I'd do anything to take it down. I'm glad to have the option." Sarah smiled. "You'd make a good mentor." Glenn smiled back. That really was a compliment, coming from her. "Thank you. So what do we hunt next?" He knew everything he needed to know now about how Soul Scan worked, both on people and on monsters. It was time to do something that might help other people, in this case, the new and young adventurers of Wolfpine. "I think it's time we kick over our Gloamwolf den." "That could make for a good afternoon," Sarah agreed. After Glenn secured his steel helmet, just in case the two of them encountered any adventurers from Wolfpine, he led Sarah across the deep Scorn woods to the Gloamwolf den with the ease of an adventurer who'd learned these woods in his youth. They passed more grass sprites and a few solo Gloamwolves as they walked, but none dared think of attacking 2 high-level adventurers. While Glenn could have, he left the monsters alone. It was their home, not his. These monsters were going about their lives, not attacking fellow adventurers. If they couldn't find a bit of peace in their own home, where could they? Moreover, Glenn found he was enjoying the walk. Before he was chosen as a town guard, he'd gone adventuring in these woods every few days. The Deep Scorn woods were intimidating at night, but during the day, they could almost feel peaceful, provided one wasn't being attacked by a gloamwolf. He'd missed the smell of damp earth, wet leaves, earth bark. He'd missed the sound of branches gently swaying in the wind, and the crunch of dry leaves beneath his boots. He'd missed the brief flashes of sunlight through the canopy overhead. He hadn't simply gone for a walk in the woods for over 2 years. He hadn't been allowed, since Mayor Coleman had never allowed him to leave Wolfpine except with very specific goals. He'd lost so much when he died in the Temple of Balance, but this simple walk through the woods, on a day when he had no more duty to Wolfpine, was a reminder he'd gained a little back as well. As they approached the Glowmolf Wolf Den, indistinct but obviously mortal voices drifted on the wind. There were adventurers out here today already. Glenn cursed himself for taking so leisurely a route to the cave. What if these young adventurers were already in trouble? Sarah touched his shoulder to slow him. "Are you sure?" He glanced back at her. "The helmet's good, right?" She looked him up and down. "You still have your frame, and you'll have your voice and that mace, but the clothes and helmet are new, so maybe just don't talk much?" That sounded wise. "We'll let you do the talking. I'll stand off to your side as the strong, brooding bodyguard, and maybe grunt a few times." The edge of a smile tugged at Sarah's lips. "So you're my bodyguard now?" "I mean," Glenn tilted his head, "don't I look like one?" "You actually look like—" She trailed off. "You know what? Let's just not talk about what you look like right now." She strode off, whistling softly to herself. Glenn stared at her back. "Hey!" He hurried after her. "What does that mean?" They came within sight of the adventurers before Glenn could badger Sarah for further explanation. He glanced down at himself again, just to check, but he still wore Mammoth Cloud Crusher's extra shirt, which hung off even his large frame like it might off a scarecrow, and Mammoth Cloud Crusher's spare trousers, which bunched up around his hips and hung over his boots, and Mammoth's boots, which were a little too big for even him. Glenn looked up. He really was going to need to get some new clothes. Armor, too. Fortunately, Glenn realized that though he recognized these four adventurers, they might not recognize him. He was tempted to use Soul Scan, but refrained. He learned the names of every young adventurer who went in and out of Wolfpine on a daily basis, even if they didn't know him. He didn't want to start relying on skills when his memory would suffice. These were Brad Frostroot, level 4 unclassed, Vera Seamark, level 3 unclassed, Anne Deepsinger, level 5 Auracaster, and Nim Crowfall, level 5 Lifecaster. All save Nim looked younger than even Kane Ambergrove and Lisa Hazecutter, which made Glenn question what they were doing here. Trying to get themselves all killed, apparently. He and Sarah had arrived just in time. Now that he confirmed their identities without the use of Soul Scan, Glenn knew he would be foolish to pass up 20 free experience. He scanned each of them in turn, and none noticed or complained. So mortals he scanned had no idea he'd scanned them either. He checked his status sheet just to confirm. His experience now stood at 81,502 of 90,000. He still had a long way to go, but being able to gain 5 experience simply by using a costless skill on any and all mortals he came across was going to be a boon. He'd made the right choice with his skills. The party of 4 had just started for the Glowmolf Wolf Den when they spotted Sarah striding down the ridge in her chameleon armor, carrying her archer's bow. All stopped and stared, wide-eyed. Vera, a short, muscular girl with a brown pixie cut, and Nim, a common-aged boy of average height with short brown hair, gawked at Sarah's rare and expensive gear. Anne, a willowy girl with long red hair and sky-blue eyes, eyed Sarah up and down with the same obvious thirst as Brad. "Eyes on task," Vera elbowed Brad. "The time quest already started. Go." So they were doing the time quest after all. Idiots. Had they even read his flyer in the town square? Glenn quickly looked them over to gauge how quickly they'd get overwhelmed. At Vera's urging, the party moved hesitantly toward the entry to the Glowmolf Wolf Den. Brad, a black-haired common-age boy with an average build, led the way, holding a battered training shield and commoner's hatchet. He wore only commoner's clothes. Brad's shield might stop a few Glowmolf bites, but they'd rip through his clothes. As an unclassed, he didn't even have a taunt. Vera's gear was even worse, a commoner's dress and 2 commoner's daggers. She likely considered herself a temporarily impoverished shadower, but those tiny daggers would get her arms mauled the first time she tried to get inside the superior reach of a Glowmolf lunge. She'd go down first. At level 3, she should be attacking one Glowmolf at a time, not taking on a whole den of them. Nim and Anne were both reasonably attired in pale cloth armor. It would offer basic protection, and Nim had chosen to carry a bronze training mace instead of a dagger for defense. Glenn heartily approved of that choice. Better yet, Anne even had a minstrel's lute, which was hard to acquire in Wolfpine. Someone must have purchased it for her from Lakebrook. Like Glenn at her age, she obviously had support. Even so, this party should know there was no way the four of them could defeat 12 Gloam Wolves in 4 minutes, the goal of this timed quest. They'd be overwhelmed and chased off, or even killed like Kane's party earlier this week. Glenn was not about to let that happen. Anne began playing her lute, a charming but simple tune Glenn recognized as Marching Rose. That song dramatically raised the strength of everyone in her party, which could counterbalance their weak weapons. Even so, Anne would have been better off playing Morning Dew, which provided passive health point regeneration. At level 5, Marching Rose was probably the only skill she knew. Brad waved at them before his party entered the cave. "Hey, Ranger Lady, if you're not planning to go anywhere in the next 5 minutes, I'd be happy to show you around Wolfpine." Sarah stopped at the end of the descending ridge. They watched together as Brad's party all trooped inside the den. She glanced back at Glenn with worried eyes. Glenn hadn't seen any god prompt to accept the timed quest, but that was only because one party could do it at any time. He and Sarah couldn't pick it up until Brad's party completed the quest, or failed it. Given failure might mean death. Glenn made the only decision he could. "We escort them," he told Sarah quietly. "You're a ranger. I'm a lifecaster. Let them get the first hit on the Gloam Wolves. Then shoot the wolves off them while you heal anyone who gets injured." Sarah nodded. "Let's go." Glenn smiled inside his helmet as she hurried for the cave. She'd picked up on his plan before he'd even finished voicing it. It certainly seemed like the two of them would make a good team. 35. A young party of adventurers. Glenn and Sarah rushed into the cave after Brad's party together. Sarah made scarcely any noise despite entering the cave at almost a full sprint. Glenn, by comparison, was much louder, especially in boots that didn't quite fit. They arrived just in time to witness chaos. Brad was already on his back with a Gloam Wolf on top of him. A single wolf had him pinned as they fought over his shield. A second Gloam Wolf was Ash, its small purple life crystal glistening, yet Vera was covered in blood with one of her arms hanging uselessly. Her green health bar was half charred. Even as Nim attempted what looked to be another flash heal, probably for Vera, the third Gloam Wolf of Wave 1 dodged around the one wrestling Brad and lunged for Nim. Nim hit it with his mace. That charred a small chunk of its health bar as it stumbled back. However, the interruption meant he failed his flash heal, which left Vera badly wounded and Brad still pinned. Poor Anne was playing her lute with all the desperation of an auracaster who knew she was about to have her face chewed off. She backed further and further from her party as the Gloam Wolf menacing Nim snarled and circled. Anne would be out of her party's range very soon. Sarah stopped, knocked, pulled, and loosed. Her first serrated arrow whistled directly across Brad and struck the wolf harrying his shield between the eyes. The impact of the shot sent the Gloam Wolf tumbling off him. It immediately exploded into ash. Even before Sarah's arrow landed, Glenn cast Guardian's Heal, focusing on Vera. The moment the skill hit, Vera's eyes shot wide. She gasped with relief as her once limp arm snapped back into place, then charged the Gloam Wolf harrying Nim. As it turned, she punched it, bare-knuckled, in the snout. The beast staggered back, visibly shocked. Vera then stabbed it vigorously in the side, howling like a wolf herself. She actually drove the beast back with her sound and fury, then finished it. The wolf burst into ash, dropping another life crystal. Glenn was impressed by Vera's ferocity. He wouldn't have taken on a Gloam Wolf with no armor with a commoner's dagger at level 3, but Vera looked absolutely feral. She wanted to make that monster dead, and she was actually making that happen. Sarah jogged forward and stopped directly beside Anne. "Keep playing. We'll protect you." As Anne glanced sidelong at Sarah, her fingers stumbled on her lute. Her song ended as Glenn noticed, to his wry amusement, that Anne's wide eyes were fixed on Sarah like Zack's eyes had often been glued to female adventurers. Chameleon armor really was a hazard to others. "Play," Sarah ordered Anne calmly. Anne's eyes snapped back to her party. She immediately dropped into Marching Rose, slim fingers practically dancing across the strings. Glenn even heard Anne singing, softly yet sweetly, and remembered singing audibly along with the song would, thanks to the special properties of her minstrel's lute, make it more effective. He looked again to the party, ready to heal the next injury. Brad, though bloodied, was up again, crouched low with his shield raised as the next 3 Gloam Wolves rushed the party. The party was in formation once again, taking advantage of the respite offered by Sarah's sharpshooting to restore their formation. Brad formed the center as the party's shield, and Vera, the party's knife, crouched just behind him with both daggers ready to stab. Nim, their mender, had backed up to give himself room to maneuver. Glenn didn't miss when Nim started casting Flash Heal just before the Gloam Wolves reached Brad. He was anticipating Brad's injury and casting ahead, a gamble that risked wasting blood, but also sped healing attempts. Good. The first Gloam Wolf stopped in front of Brad and crouched low. Glenn didn't need Soul Scan to know it was readying pounce. "Knee down, shield up, brace," he shouted. The Gloam Wolf lunged. By luck or surprise, Brad followed Glenn's order, dropping to one knee and bracing himself as his shield came up. The Gloam Wolf impacted the readied shield dead center and bounced off, rather than going over it. As it fell, Brad stabbed it with his sword. Vera dashed in and stabbed furiously, finishing off the staggered Gloam Wolf dropped by Brad. Two more rushed in on her from both sides. She actually dodged the snap from the first before the second one knocked her flat. It pinned her, then tore a bloody chunk from her shoulder. Even as the wolf savaged her, Vera stabbed the wolf in the flank with her other dagger. A moment after she got the first strike, claiming the wolf as her target, Sara's serrated arrow hit the Gloam Wolf on top of Vera. The shot instantly charred its health bar. It exploded to ash on top of Vera. Almost at the same moment, Glenn's Guardian's heal arrived. He healed Vera's flesh where the Gloam Wolf had ripped it open. That stopped the bleeding and the pain. Vera hopped up, snarling and covered in blood, and beat her chest. "That's all you got, you rabid dogs? Come at me!" Brad hit the last Gloam Wolf from the side, drawing its attention before it could come after Nim. Vera tore into it viciously from behind. Glenn ruefully shook his head. Vera might only be level 3, but she was going to be a terror in battle once she got a few levels and skills under her belt. The last Gloam Wolf of Wave 2 died, signaling the third wave to lope from deeper in the cave. This time, Brad moved forward as the Gloam Wolves arrived. He slammed one in the face with his shield, which sent it staggering. He then slashed at the second, missing but making it dodge sideways. Killing either wolf wasn't necessary. As his party's shield, Brad just had to keep as many wolves as he could busy without being overwhelmed. This time, he'd drawn 2 of the 3. Yet instead of tying up the third wolf, Vera went for one of the 2 Brad had already engaged. She stabbed viciously as blood flew and the wolf snapped at nothing but daggers. One claw raked Vera's chest, further savaging her commoner's dress and drawing blood. Vera didn't seem to notice. Thanks to Vera's misplaced focus, the third wolf loped around Brad and Vera entirely unopposed and went for Nim, who just finished casting Flash Heal on Brad. Glenn held his breath as the wolf closed. Sarah knocked another serrated arrow beside him and pulled her bowstring taut. Nim brought his mace down angrily as the wolf pounced. It still knocked Nim to the ground, but he claimed it as his target. Sarah loosed in the space of a breath. The impact of Sarah's arrow, shot at a level 4 Gloam Wolf by a level 14 Ranger, literally knocked the wolf off Nim and into the air. It exploded into ash. That finished the last Gloam Wolf from Wave 2. Anne walked forward bravely now, strumming her lute valiantly and confidently as her voice grew loud enough everyone could hear it. As she sang, Anne's low, smoky voice was just lovely. She sounded confident and proud of her party now. Brad finished off the first wolf, then blocked the second with his shield. That freed Vera, with her clothes tattered and absolutely covered in blood, to stab it to death from behind. Third wave down. One more wave of 3 wolves charged up from deep in the cave. The last wave. The party was actually going to pull the quest off now, and every last one of them knew it. Glenn could tell from the tired but eager smiles they all wore. Brad slammed his sword and shield together with a loud, challenging clang, then set his feet as he faced the incoming wave. "Come on!" he shouted. Vera slashed her daggers against each other with a spark, like she was trying to start a fire, then raised both, striking a pose, and jogged in behind Nim, playing. Yet as the wolves came, Nim growled and charged. Glenn could not help but smile at the boy's audacity. Brad blocked one wolf and slashed another, just as he had on Wave 3. Vera dove into the second wolf as before, stabbing viciously and driving it back. The third wolf again darted around them, but this time it got Nim's mace to its face. Glenn heard a bowstring go taut beside him as he focused on the party, ready to heal, yet the front rank had this last group of wolves handled now. Brad and the others had learned. By coordinating well, switching roles as needed, and punishing their enemies for predictability, they were winning. Vera's wolf fell and burst to ash, as did Brad's. The last wolf Nim had smacked backed off, snapping and snarling, as Vera, Brad, and Nim all closed in, weapons raised. As Anne marched forward, singing proudly and strumming her lute, the party clobbered the last wolf. It burst into ash. Glenn cast one last Guardian's heal on Vera, who was still somehow bleeding from a random strike, just to top her off. He suspected, by the way Nim waved on his feet, he might be almost out of blood by now. He'd cast Flash Heal as often as he could during the fight. Vera whooped loudly before she collapsed to her knees, breathing and grinning like a madwoman. "Gods, we were brilliant!" Glenn quickly averted his eyes. Vera was common age, and her one-screen dress was so badly shredded her small clothes were visible to all. Her short, lithe body was absolutely covered in her own blood, yet thanks to multiple heals from Glenn and Nim, Vera was visibly unharmed. Nim knelt and immediately started shoving life crystals into his traveler's pack, so he was fine, obviously. Glenn checked on the others. Brad's clothing was shredded as well, revealing far more bloodied skin and muscle than Brad likely desired, but his wounds, too, were healed. His wide blue eyes told Glenn he was surprised to be alive, and Anne, of course, was fine. And staring at Sarah again in what looked to be undisguised thirst. Vera turned, futilely attempted to brush all the blood out of her brown pixie cut, and scowled. She marched over and sheathed her daggers without first cleaning the blood off them. Glenn winced inside his helmet. Her sheaths were going to be absolutely filthy now, and later, sticky. "What kind of six-cursed tomfoolery was that?" Vera stared them down like she'd stared down the Gloam Wolves. "You think we need a Blazer escort? We're not dumb kids." Brad tentatively touched her arm. "Vera..." "Well, we don't." Vera batted off Brad's hand, and the way she winced as she did so suggested she was still in pain. "We would have been just fine without you." "I think that big lifecaster healed you a number of times," Nim managed quietly. Vera spun on him and pointed. "You shush! I was fine." Anne chortled merrily. "Your arm was literally not moving after you got chomped in that first wave, and gods, Vera, I can see pretty much all of you now, which suggests you got a lot more torn up than you admit." She winked. "Not that I'm complaining." Vera blushed bright red, glanced down at her absolutely savage dress, then glared up again. Glenn suspected the only thing keeping Vera's dress on was the will of Levos. Levos's edict that common-age people could not undress in front of others made fabric defy the laws of gravity. As Vera opened her mouth to shout at them again, Sarah waved hopefully. "I'm so sorry for the intrusion. I just got this bow, you see, and I needed to test it. So thank you all for your help." Vera's frustration changed to visible confusion. "Our help?" "I needed to be sure this bow was properly strung." Sarah showed her bow to them. "I was afraid the string might be too tight, or I might miss a shot since I'm unfamiliar with how arrows leap off this rest. So I hope you'll forgive me for using your Gloam Wolves to ensure I could still shoot straight. I know you could have handled them on your own." "Really?" Brad asked doubtfully. Sarah nodded and bowed deeply. Brad's eyes went dangerously wide. Sarah rose again. "Thank you very much for handling those waves for us," Sarah said. "My brother, Serge, is also brand new at Lifecaster, so I hope you'll forgive him practicing his Flash Heal as well." "He just learned Flash Heal?" Nim asked doubtfully. "At his level?" Glenn coughed and cleared his throat, then spoke in a deep voice, hoping he'd sound older than he was. "I'm, dual-classing." It was possible for a man in his mid-20s to do that. "Oh," Nim relaxed and nodded. "Well, you did fine." "Thank you." Glenn kept his voice as deep as possible. "What was your first class?" Nim sounded hopelessly curious. Glenn considered as Sarah glanced at him. He looked at Nim. "Brutalist." Nim nodded as if that made sense. "I noticed you're still using your mace. Is that a good weapon for a Lifecaster? Everyone has recommended daggers because of the bonus to wisdom, but I feel like I can protect myself better with a mace than a dagger." "Can't go wrong with a big mace," Glenn said growlingly. Vera still looked dubious, but any further complaints seemed vanquished, for now. Brad clapped her on the shoulder. "We did it, you crazy cliff spider." Vera elbowed him back. "Told you we could handle it. The experience from this turn-in is absolutely going to level me." "Me too," Nim said proudly. Brad turned to him and grinned. "That's great. Having a level 6 Lifecaster is going to make our party stronger than ever." Glenn couldn't help but be touched by their unabashed enthusiasm for Luxterra's climb. Nim might be higher than these folks, other than Anne, but being a level or two above the monsters one fought was always beneficial to a lifecaster, so long as Brad and Vera learned to properly anger monsters who came after Nim and Anne. Glenn had no doubt these two would keep the party alive. Anne still stared at Sarah with besotted sky-blue eyes. "Hi, Miss Blazer?" Sarah glanced at her. "Yes? You're really good with that bow." "Thank you." Sarah strapped it across her back. "You're quite skilled with those fingers." Anne blushed so red, Glenn worried she might pass out. "Oh, gods, I try. I practice every night." She reddened further. "On my lute?" Sarah smiled at her. "You also have an absolutely lovely singing voice." Anne looked so pleased she might soon melt into the floor. "Oh, thank you. And I love your arrows. They're so pointy. And your hair?" Anne breathed out, visibly swaying on her feet. "How do you get your hair to look so—" Anne yelped as Vera yanked her by the arm and hauled her off. "Flirt later," Vera said. "Quest now?" Anne stumbled backward, flailing uselessly as Vera bodily dragged her off. Wait, no, I'm not flirting. I want to ask her how she does that with her hair." Sarah waved after the two of them. "Good luck turning in your quest." Brad ruefully shook his head, then saluted Glenn as he walked past. "Thanks for all your help," he said quietly. "You two saved our asses." Glenn shrugged. "You did fine. Just keep your shield up." Brad nodded like Glenn had just given him incredibly profound and useful advice. "I will, sir." He bowed his head before he headed off, giving Sarah a shy wave as he passed. Nim had finished gathering his party's life crystals. He stood. Glenn noticed then that Nim was staring at him with more than casual interest. That sort of curiosity was dangerous. He and Nim had actually met several times, though Glenn had been in his town guard armor. Did Serge seem familiar to Nim in some way? "Why are two blazers wandering around the Gloam Wolf Den?" Nim asked casually. Sarah stepped forward. "Just a bit of moonlighting. My mother's an alchemist, so we wanted to gather as much milkweed for her as we could. Any suggestions for where to collect it?" Nim's suspicious gaze faded. "Oh, sure." He smiled with what might be relief. "Everyone says the thickest fields are among the cliffs out east. Volpor, a big elite wolf, sometimes wanders around out there, so I wouldn't recommend it for anyone, but I'm sure two blazers can handle him." Sarah bowed her head graciously. "Thank you so much." "Thank you." Nim glanced at his already retreating party. "Now, if you'll excuse me, I need to catch up with my idiots before they get themselves killed." He waved at the two of them and then ran after his party. "Don't run off without your mender, you idiots!" As Glenn stared after the four young adventurers, all of whom were leaving this cave and this quest alive, he was immeasurably glad he decided to come back here today. His heart felt lighter just by knowing he'd helped them survive. He could still help people, even if he was no longer a town guard. Sarah gently patted his arm. "You all right there, Serge?" "I'm good," Glenn assured her. Sarah glanced deeper into the cave. "That quest is brutal for adventurers this young. Has it always been here?" "Just showed up recently." Glenn held back a grimace as he remembered Rafe Slatestriker's death. "There's been a lot of things happening in Gracia in the last 2 years that seem unusual." "Why don't you tell me about them while we clear the rest of the cave? Couldn't hurt to practice working together when we don't have a full party supporting us." Glenn glanced into the cave. "Sure, let's do that. I'll be the shield." "And I'll heal you," Sarah said, "with the power of friendship." Glenn stared a moment. "That's horrible. Any worse than yours?" She had a point, but she'd also brought this on herself. "Come on, Sarah." She winced as she belatedly realized her mistake. "Oh, gods, no, don't say it." "Let's go blaze a trail." She sighed dramatically. "As if your jester costume wasn't enough punishment." Glenn strode easily into the cave, smiling behind his steel helmet. Sarah really was pleasant company, and it was obvious she shared his passion for helping people. As difficult as this journey to level Soulseer might be, at least he'd never be doing it alone. 36. A Cavern's Matron. As they descended and slaughtered gloam wolves, Glenn told Sarah about all the odd or unusual changes he'd seen in Gracia over the past few years. The level 10 moss beast, and the unusually aggressive poison of its grass sprite horde, the appearance of a winnower outside Wolfpine's walls, Volpor growing increasingly aggressive and chasing people forever, and this new timed quest. If Glenn had to hazard a guess, he'd say the gods were actively shaking things up. Perhaps they had decided adventuring had grown too easy. Perhaps they thought too much was written and known and were now changing the rules to ensure adventurers faced challenges. Sarah nodded thoughtfully, but offered no thoughts of her own. She seemed to like the time to mull things over carefully before blindly speculating, which Glenn appreciated. That was probably something he should be better about. Clearing the rest of the Gloam Wolf den was a non-issue, given most of the Gloam Wolves were scarcely looking for a fight. It took more time to stop and pick up their life crystals than it took to actually defeat them. No matter how Glenn feathered his strikes, he always took them down in one hit. Sarah, he knew, could also one-shot a Gloam Wolf, thanks to her serrated arrows. Any ranger her level could use those, but only if they were wealthy or supported by a guild. Since Sarah was a blazer, no one would be surprised if she had the best arrows available for a ranger at her level. While it felt a little wrong to walk into the Gloam Wolf's home and just thrash them all, Glenn knew more common-age kids could come out here at any moment, especially if they heard a party from Wolfpine had pulled off the timed quest. Would the quest now go on cooldown, or vanish entirely? If they cleared the entire den, perhaps the dangerous quest would go away forever. Either way, fighting multiple Gloam Wolves was good practice, even if all of them died in a single hit. Becca might have been a commoner's mace when Carl Coldbreaker forged her, but Carl had added so much weight that Becca now hit as hard as an adventure weapon. Thanks to his background as a town guard, Glenn had far more strength than most level 12 adventurers, and the gap between him and others his level would only grow once he got himself a shield. He'd hoped to have a shield already, but that was the one item Sarah apparently didn't have in her unfilled bag with her kayak and her tent. Glenn could imagine a use for those two items. He couldn't imagine any reason a blazer sharpshooter would carry a random shield. They reached the deepest level of the Gloam Wolf den in a mere 20 minutes, and that was while taking their time, retrieving Sarah's arrows and gathering life crystals. They entered the deep den after descending a winding tunnel. The Gloam Wolf den mother crouched at the bottom. The den mother was visibly larger than her brethren, and had a white streak down her back. She crouched low, snarling, as if ready for a fight. Two normal Gloam Wolves waited at her sides as her escorts. Rumors Glenn heard back before the gods made him a town guard had suggested the den mother was level 6, and he'd always hoped to fight her before he left Gracia. Better late, he supposed, than never. He stared at the big wolf and triggered Soul Scan. Type, Gloam Wolf den mother, boss, level 6, HP 150 of 150, blood 0 of 0, strength 15, divinity 2, vitality 15, wisdom 0, skills, pounce, howl, den mother's bite. Glenn immediately logged a few eccentricities of this Gloam Wolf. The first, naturally, was the word boss beside her type. That suggested the Gloam Wolf den mother might not necessarily follow the rules for lesser monsters and gain some special bonuses due to her uniqueness. Second, while her vitality was unusually high, more than triple the average Gloam Wolf, it still didn't seem high enough for a boss type, which was usually a match for a full party of equivalent-leveled adventurers. Perhaps the fact that the den mother always attacked with two normal Gloam Wolves meant the gods had made her weaker overall. If she was as tough as a moss beast and attacked with allies, she could overwhelm even a full level 6 party. Finally, the den mother's strength attribute was double than a normal Gloam Wolf, 15 instead of 8. That made her even stronger than a moss beast, which, as Glenn had seen earlier today, had a strength of 10. That meant the den mother could pin even a strong and physically oriented adventurer around her level, making her deadly to the party's shield. Finally, there was her last skill, one Glenn had never seen. Could he see skill descriptions with Soul Scan like when he was viewing his own or another person's status sheet? Best to try that now. Glenn focused on Den Mother's Bite. Den Mother's Bite. None. Beast. Anson, God of Beasts. Rare. Stun a single target up to 2 levels higher for 10 seconds. 1 minute cooldown. Glenn closed the status sheet and stared at the snarling Den Mother, impressed. When a party came after her, she could stun the party's shield as soon as the fight started. That was before her allies even got involved, both of whom could also use pounce to pin another weaker adventurer. In a moment, the fight could go from 4-on-3 to 1-on-3. No wonder the Den Mother's health points were lower than expected. With all her tricks and allies, she was a real troublemaker. So how to handle her? After a moment, Glenn decided he'd suggest the two toughest adventurers in the party team up as the party's shield, so one could step into the role if the Den Mother used pounce upon the other. He'd also suggest the other two party members each solo a Glome Wolf as fast as possible, while avoiding the smaller wolf's pounce. Two party members could take turns keeping the Den Mother busy until her escorts were dealt with, at which point the fight would become 4-on-1. Alternately, Glenn supposed, the whole party could attack the Den Mother and do their best to drop her quickly, ignoring her escorts entirely. Even if the Den Mother pinned one of them, 3 determined adventurers could ash 150 health points fast if they coordinated. Ultimately, he decided, which of the two strategies a party should employ would come down to their levels and classes. Either way, the Glome Wolf Den Mother presented an impressive challenge. Glenn was almost sad he'd never gotten to fight her when she still stood a chance. When he reflexively checked his own status sheet, he blinked in surprise. He'd gotten a full 20 experience from using Soul Scan on the Den Mother and was now at 81,522 of 90,000. 20 experience was quadruple what he'd gotten every other time he used the skill on a unique soul. Did using Soul Scan on a boss monster yield more experience? If the gods intended Soul Seer as a strategist class, that actually made sense. Learning and relaying the information Glenn had just picked up could be the difference between life and death for a party who didn't know all the capabilities of the mistress of this Glome Wolf den. So, was this skill fair to her? Or did it matter, since she'd do her best to rip apart any party entering her home? Glenn couldn't stop feeling like his new ability to pick apart a monster strategy before it even attacked wasn't the way the gods had intended adventurers to complete Luxterra's climb. But the gods themselves had made this class. "Ready?" Sarah asked quietly. Glenn nodded. "I'd like to do this more strategically and gracefully, but I have no armor, and this Glome Wolf means business. So I'm just going to pound her face with my mace until she falls down. Please take down both escorts, but let me handle her alone." "I will," Sarah said. "But why?" "I'll level up again eventually." Glenn wound up one arm, then the other, loosening his shoulders. "Might as well earn some more vitality. Keep in mind I don't have any more boy clothes, so if those get damaged—" Glenn glanced at her. "At least then anyone we meet will be gawking thirstily at me instead." She actually rewarded him with a genuine smirk. "I would appreciate you sharing the load, but let me show you why I put up with all the stares." "Yeah?" Was she actually going to use her chameleon armor? Sarah took several steps backward and pressed her back against the cave wall. Her armor and her skin faded to the same color as the rock. An eye blink later, Glenn could barely see her. That was impressive. If he hadn't been looking right at Sarah when she activated her chameleon armor, he'd have no idea she was there. Even knowing where she was, he could barely make her out. If Glenn had the ability to camouflage himself like that, he'd absolutely put up with people constantly checking him out. Still, he mentally gave a middle finger to the gods for making his partner deal with such nonsense. He turned back to the Glome Wolf Den Mother, who still waited. The Den Mother knew he was here. Why hadn't she attacked him when he examined her status sheet? Why not attack him while he watched Sarah demonstrate how her armor worked? Glenn had given her the perfect opportunity to pounce when he turned his back. Perhaps the Den Mother, like Glenn when he was a town guard, had rules to follow. Perhaps she couldn't attack until either a party member engaged her or blundered close enough to enter her anger radius. The gods had made her powerful, and placed all sorts of limits upon that power. Glenn almost felt a kinship with her. Still, she would eventually respawn, while he had no such luxury. He remained determined to absolutely beat her into the ground. "You kick us off," Glenn said loudly. "You shoot, I go." A moment later, a serrated arrow whistled past him, spinning as it flew. It landed directly between the eyes of the Glome Wolf to the left of the Den Mother. That Glome Wolf burst into ash even before its health bar finished charring black. The poor wolf had literally not seen it coming. On the body of a ranger, or any other class capable of a large ranged opening strike, chameleon armor was every bit as deadly as its name suggested. Glenn charged as the Glome Wolf Den Mother immediately charged back. Just as he'd expected, shooting her allied wolf had cleared her to attack. Glenn was almost to the Den Mother when another serrated arrow whistled past him. It struck the other Glome Wolf escort in the chest. It too burst into ash, and Glenn didn't bother doing the math on how much damage Sarah's arrows were doing with the impetus of her bow. He smashed the Glowmolf Wolf den mother in the snout with Becca instead. The den mother reeled with Glenn's first strike, then stumbled backward before she steadied herself. A full third of her health bar had just charred black. That told Glenn that, in his hands with his strength, Becca was capable of hitting for up to 50 damage a strike. Impressive. The den mother responded by lunging toward him with her jaws wide. Glenn watched the smaller brown bar below her health bar rapidly fill with red. He'd had just enough to read Den Mother's Bite before she chomped down on his raised forearm, tearing painfully into his flesh. It hurt, badly, and Glenn winced as his own health bar charred, but only a bit. He also wasn't stunned. He still had 210 HP, more than even the den mother. Better yet, her attempt to rip him off his feet only resulted in her straining her neck. She worried his arm angrily, jaws slashing muscle and gnawing bone, but Glenn absorbed the punishment in grim silence. He was still stronger. If Glenn Greybreaker, the man he was now, couldn't handle a little playful chewing from the Glowmolf Wolf den mother, he wasn't going to have much luck leveling Solcier to 40. He allowed the monster to worry his bloodied arm a bit longer, then bonked her on the head with Becca. Stop. Another chunk of her health bar charred as the den mother dropped his arm. She stumbled back, snapping and furious. Her head was misshapen from his strike. She was also missing a number of teeth, and blood poured from both her mouth and above her right eye. That must hurt. He spread his arms and backed off. Want to call it a draw? The den mother charged him with fury that rivaled little Vera Seamark, the vicious knife-wielding unclassed who had helped them earlier today. Glenn leapt toward her and brought Becca down upon her head with all the force he could muster. The force of Glenn's strike slammed the Glowmolf den mother into the floor of the cave. Her legs splayed out as her health bar charred down to a fraction of its original size, assuring him the fight was over. No need to prolong this fight, no need to make her suffer. Glenn set his weight and landed one last heavy strike directly on her spine. The Glowmolf den mother died immediately as her spine shattered. Yet, just like Volpor when defeated, her bloodied corpse did not immediately turn to ash. It was a good 5 seconds before her corpse finally exploded into purple smoke, leaving behind a life crystal the size of a grapefruit. That was as big as Volpor's life crystal. Glenn wondered if Volpor was the Glowmolf den mother's pack leader or mate or something. He wondered if the old wolf ever came home. Glenn swung Becca one last time, flinging the worst of the blood and gore from the now-defeated den mother off into the cave. He then bowed to his defeated opponent. She'd fought fearlessly and well. It wasn't her fault. He was double her level and built like a town wall. Glenn picked up her life crystal, turned to look for Sara, and then caught a flash of white fluff out of the corner of his eye. As he stared in disbelief, what looked to be an actual baby Glowmolf, one with all white fur, stumbled out of a small opening in the back of the cave. It couldn't be bigger than a grass sprite. It was absolutely adorable. Glenn caught the movement from the cliff before his mind caught up. Wait! He leapt between Sara and the adorable little white wolf, just in time for her next whistling arrow to bounce off his chest. Despite him literally throwing himself into the path of her latest strike, the Pantheon's law of consent saved him from getting drilled with a serrated arrow. He doubted he would have enjoyed that. Sara stepped from the cliffside and stared at him with wide eyes. Glenn? The fact that she just yelled his real name suggested he'd shocked her. What was that? Just wait. He threw out the hand that wasn't currently covered in blood and Glowmolf slobber. Hold on a second. I want to scan it. Sara narrowed her eyes. Fine, go ahead, but we need to go before someone else happens by. Glenn glanced at his savaged arm, now missing a sleeve. His exposed skin was already healing before his eyes, regrowth hard at work. Had he lost the skill to passively heal himself out of combat when he become a soulseer, that would have been a real tragedy. The ball of miniature white fluff, a pure white baby Glowmolf just a bit bigger than his boot, growled a tiny ferocious battle cry. It pounced on Glenn's boot. The little thing worried the laces mercilessly like a bigger wolf might tear the ligaments from a neck. It really was determined. Glenn narrowed his eyes at it. Soul scan. Type? Arctic Wolf Alpha, Rare Elite. Level 1, HP 20 of 20, Blood 0 of 0, Strength 2, Divinity 2, Vitality 2, Wisdom 0. Skills, Pounce. Somehow, the little baby wolf managed to get a scrap of lace out of Mammoth Cloudcrusher's boots. It hopped back, unleashed the most adorably triumphant howl, and then leapt on Glenn's boot once more. It attempted to savage the tough leather with its tiny teeth. So fierce. Glenn knelt down, staring in wonder, and then offered his hand. "Hey there, little guy." The wolf crouched down, head lowered and paws spread. A brief flash of red overwhelmed the brown bar below its health bar. Pounce! Glenn made no move to stop it. The pure white Arctic wolf leapt for Glenn's hand and snatched a finger with his tiny jaws. He bit down hard. Glenn lifted his hand, amused, as the cute little wolf wobbled and scratched, supported entirely by the impressive strength in his neck muscles. He looked up to find Sarah standing, eyes narrowed, at his shoulder. He grinned wide. "Look at the little guy go. He's really trying to bring me down." "Did the den mother poison you?" Sarah asked dubiously. The Arctic wolf gnawed mercilessly on his finger, drawing blood. "Why?" Glenn asked. "Are you feeling delirious?" Sarah stared down at him. "Because it looks to me like you're letting a gloam wolf chew on your finger." "Oh, this little guy?" Glenn looked down to find the Arctic wolf now struggling to climb up on his hand and attack his wrist. "He's harmless, really, and he's an Arctic wolf alpha, not a gloam wolf." "These are different how? Also, you might want to save that finger for later, and it appears you're missing a bootlace." "He's just practicing," Glenn assured her. Belatedly, it occurred to him the little wolf might be uncomfortable with all his weight supported by his neck. Glenn lowered his hand. He put the white ball of fierce back on the cave floor. The wolf immediately dropped off Glenn's hand. He charged Glenn's other boot, the one he hadn't yet savaged. He attacked the sole with a stubborn ferocity that made Glenn smile with pride. This brave little baby Arctic wolf was facing a level 12 adventure at level 1 without fear. And he already knew Pounce. Even at level 1, he already had a skill. Was that even possible? At the sound of a bowstring being strung, Glenn stood and threw out his arms. Once again, he interposed himself between Sarah and the baby wolf. "Whoa, hold on. We can't just kill him." Sarah carefully relaxed her bow. "It's a monster. It's a really harmless monster." Tiny jaws gnawing on the heel of one boot suggested the wolf was doing all it could to make him a liar. It's level 1. It's a baby. There's no challenge." "Then," Sarah's brow furrowed in obvious confusion, "you want to just leave it here?" "No, we can't do that. He's all alone now, since we've killed all his friends." Glenn felt fresh guilt about their recent slaughter. "We just cleared out the entire den. What if another adventurer wanders down here and sees the little guy? They'll bash his head in." "Again, monster," Sarah stressed the word. "And didn't you just murder its mother?" Glenn glanced back at the little Arctic wolf. He was obviously exhausted now, but still fighting. He half-heartedly scratched at the back of Glenn's boot heel as he lay panting on his side. His little belly was just slightly pink, and the tiny protrusions between his legs assured Glenn he was a boy. He had no mother or father, no siblings, and not even any friends to play with when adventurers weren't around. That wasn't a life for anything, even a monster. "Look," he turned back to Sarah, hopefully. "Can't you just tame it?" She blinked at him. "Why in the 6 hells would I do that?" 37. A Ranger's Generosity. "You can tame any monster up to your same level to serve as your hunting partner, right?" Glenn asked plaintively. "With Tame Beast? Why not tame this little guy so he can wander around with us, protected by the law of consent, until we get him somewhere safe?" "Safe?" Sarah said dubiously. "And you realize, Glenn, that once I've tamed a monster, I can't actually tame another one until someone agrees to buy him off me, or I—" "Or you what?" "Or I kill it," Sarah finished. The slight quaver in Sarah's voice suggested experience. Had she ever had to do that? Glenn hadn't even thought to ask. What kind of ranger could kill a beast they'd level alongside? It seemed impossibly cruel to ask anyone to do that. But the gods were cruel, and they rarely allowed mortals to take back their decisions. Sarah held his gaze. "Once we get to Evelan, we'll have plenty of opportunities to tame something close to our level. Perhaps a lake strider, which we can ride across water, or even a golden condor. They can fly for leagues and carry messages. They're not just smart, but useful in a fight. But Glenn knew he was asking a lot. He was asking Sarah to sacrifice one of her core abilities as a ranger, the skill that allowed her to tame any monster her level or lower and have it support her in combat. Also, he wouldn't feel guilty about killing a baby monster. He was being unreasonable. Yet as Glenn glanced once more at the ferocious white ball of floof, a brave level 1 that shouldn't even be in this cave, he found himself so impossibly tired of killing things, at least for today. He'd also, not 2 days ago, given up everyone he cared about, save Becca. He'd left his town, family, and friends to protect them. He could be in his 50s by the time he finished leveling Soulseer. His parents might very well go to their graves thinking their boy had died beneath Crackpaw Mine, and he'd never have the chance to hug them again. He looked up at Sarah. "We'll take him to Evelyn with us, then sell him. Like I said, Soul Reveal showed me he's both a rare monster and an elite as well. He also has 2 strength, divinity, and vitality, even at level 1. That's double a grass sprite at that level. He even knows Pounce." "We'll sell him," Sarah said dubiously. "Well, yeah." Glenn glanced down at the baby Arctic wolf. "Right, little guy? You'd like to live in Lakebrook, wouldn't you? I hear it's a real pretty city." The wolf had his breath back now. He was currently jumping around Glenn's boots and crouching down, growling fiercely, practicing his intimidation skills. So adorably fierce. "Glenn," Sarah said softly. He glanced back at her. "Please." Something in his tone or gaze decided her. Perhaps it was just the quiet desperation he heard in his own voice. He didn't want to admit it to anyone, certainly not himself, but everything he'd lost 2 days ago continued to weigh on him. The loss was always there, deep down, dragging. Sarah knelt and reached into her unfilled bag. She fumbled around inside it without looking down and pulled out a smaller pouch, like a coin pouch. She opened the drawstring on that and pulled out a small piece of beef jerky. Beside Glenn, the growling stopped. Glenn glanced down to see the little Arctic wolf now utterly intent on Sarah, or rather the stick of beef jerky in her hand. Had she already used Tame Beast, or did the little wolf simply smell possible prey? His adorable black nose wiggled. "Come here," Sarah said quietly. "It's food. Food." Her voice was soft and warm. The baby wolf crouched down again. He then hopped up and trotted forward with his little tongue hanging out the side of his mouth, like a comically miniature version of Volpor. He fearlessly approached Sarah, snatched the jerky from her hand, and then dropped onto his belly. He chewed. Glenn said nothing. He didn't dare move lest he interrupt whatever Sarah was doing. She fished out another piece of beef jerky and flipped it to the little wolf. He caught it expertly and chewed contentedly, then looked up for more. He even licked his chops hopefully. "You realize we'll have to feed him constantly," Sarah said evenly, "and protect him. Anything remotely aggressive will go directly for him, since monsters will now treat him as a level 1 adventurer. I can heal him if he gets injured, but if he dies? How many health points does he even have?" 20, Glenn said proudly, then grimaced at her grimace. "That's double a level 1 grass sprite, and he's an elite like Volpor. Won't he eventually get bigger?" "I honestly have no idea," Sarah said. "I've never tamed a baby monster. I didn't even know there were baby monsters in Luxterra." "That's because he's so rare," Glenn said hopefully. "He probably just starts small to ensure the party that defeats the Gloam Wolf Denmother doesn't accidentally attack him before they realize he's harmless and tameable. That's why he's so He caught himself. Sarah's lips quirked. "Really?" "Adorable." Glenn said the word without shame. "He's just so adorable, really." He dropped and watched as the wolf contentedly finished off the last of the beef jerky. "I mean, look at that cute pink tongue, and that fluffy white fur. He's like a little trivet." The wolf hopped up on all fours again. He growled a warning. Glenn raised both hands. "A very fierce trivet," he corrected loudly, "with massive teeth and a bounce that kills. Nothing can stand before him and his prey." The little Arctic wolf stared directly at Glenn for a moment. He almost looked as if he was trying to decide if Glenn was mocking him. Could a monster really think like that? After a moment, he yawned and went back to licking his adorable little paws. "We're going to call him Glenn caught himself. How could he be so selfish? He looked to Sarah instead. He's your pet, your companion. What do you want to call him? Sarah watched him for a moment. You pick. No, I shouldn't. He's your wolf, and you tamed him despite that being a big sacrifice for you. I promise we'll sell him when we get to Evelan. He's not my wolf. You can still pick his name, Sarah said softly. I honestly have no good ideas. I'd appreciate the help. We'll need something that captures his fierce, rare nature. Despite his trepidation, Glenn nodded. Fierce and rare. He thought it over, then leaned close to the little Arctic wolf. Hey, buddy. What'd you think about Avalanche? The wolf snorted dismissively. Snowclaw? Glenn asked. Another disappointed sniff. Oh, Glenn said. What about Winter's Bite? The little growl that followed sounded audibly disgusted. Glenn frowned and sat back. All of those names, he silently admitted, were rather lame. Finally, as Glenn remembered the way the little wolf had fearlessly attacked his boot and then ripped the lace out of it, he thought of a name that might be both fierce and rare. What about Throat Ripper? The little wolf perked up. He tilted his head. Was he intrigued? It's a bit long to say every time we need to give him a command, Sarah offered hesitantly. But if you like that— No, you're right, it's way too long. He leaned close. What about just Ripper? The Arctic wolf tilted his head again. Ripper? Glenn asked. You like Ripper? The wolf sneezed. He stared up at Glenn. Then Ripper licked his chops, bow stretched, and trotted over to nuzzle Sarah's knee. He didn't bite. He licked instead. Glenn smiled. Ripper. Sarah gave her new, impossibly useless pet a resigned glance. Ripper it is. She yelped and hopped up. Hey! Ripper howled once, a tiny little triumphant sound, and then ran around in circles. Was that a victory dance? Glenn stared at Sarah's bare leg, or at her knee, specifically, which was now missing a tiny chunk of flesh. There was actually blood pouring down her shin. Sarah glared down at her new pet. Oh, you little— Wait, Glenn said. Guardian's heal. Sarah had only lost a couple of health points at most. It was barely a scratch. Glenn's skill healed her skin and restored her blood, ensuring all pain ended as well. Sarah looked up at him and pointed down. Tamed monsters are not supposed to bite me, Glenn. Well, I'm sure he didn't mean it. I mean, the little guy's got 2 strength at level 1. He doesn't know how strong he is. He was probably just trying to play. Ripper yowled and charged one of Sarah's windwalkers. He leapt right over it, rolled, and then launched himself back. He tore into the rare windwhelp scales that made up the incredibly expensive boots. Sarah yanked her boot away, snapped her fingers, and pointed. Ripper, sit, she commanded. Ripper dropped onto his haunches and stared up at her, blinking innocently. His mouth dropped open as his little pink tongue fell out. He huffed contentedly, staring up at his new master. Sarah glared at Ripper, then checked her boot. Fortunately, it appeared undamaged. It was crafted from windwhelp scales, after all. Even for little dragons, those monsters were tough. Sarah pointed at him. Ripper, guard Glenn. Ripper sat up, yawned lazily, and trotted over toward Glenn, who stared at the wolf with absolutely delighted eyes. He looked up at Sarah, grinning wide. So he's going to follow me now? And attack anything that attacks you, Sarah said calmly. And also get attacked by literally everything, since, as I mentioned, he's level 1. Even grass sprites will come after him. Glenn looked down at Ripper and found him adorable as ever. He even moved to pat Ripper's little wolf head. That got his fingers nipped and clawed at for his trouble. He laughed and ruffled the little guy's ears, ignoring the painful little snips at his palm. You'll tear up those grass sprites, won't you? You'll rip their little stick bodies apart. So fierce. Ripper yipped once, perhaps an agreement? Yet it couldn't be an agreement, could it? Monsters weren't smart enough to understand language, though this one— Glenn looked again to Sarah, suddenly overwhelmed by everything that had happened to him and, most importantly, what Sarah had just done for him. He swallowed against the massive lump in his throat. There was no reason for her to be this generous. Thank you, he whispered. "Just thanks for this." Sarah shrugged. "He's a rare elite wolf. We'd be foolish to leave him here to get his toothy little head kicked in." Her gaze looked kinder than her tone suggested. Glenn knew his flimsy arguments about selling Ripper weren't the reason Sarah had tamed him. He also knew all she'd just given up to do as he asked. She really was a remarkably generous person. "All right." Glenn stood, then glanced down at the tiny wolf, who was now looking to him for orders. "We're moving out. You ready, Ripper?" The dismissive snort that followed told him that was a stupid question. "Let's go." Glenn looked to Sarah. "That is, out of the cave." Sarah gave him a cautious glance. "We're not blazing anything?" He smiled again. "I've already asked enough of you today." Sarah snickered. "Fine, let's go." She turned and walked off toward the cave entry. Glenn walked after her. Ripper patted on just beside his boots, pink tongue bouncing as it rested across his tiny teeth. He really did look like a tiny Volpor, and given Ripper was actually an elite, he might one day become a big Volpor. Fortunately, no gloam wolves harassed them as they made their way out of the cave. Glenn wasn't actually sure how monsters respawned after one took them down, or how long that actually took. He'd never seen a monster appear in front of him, so perhaps they only respawned in secret, or the gods had placed them back in Luxterra when no one was around. They emerged back into the deep Scorn woods to find the sun already heading toward the middle of the sky. They'd spent more time in the den than he'd expected. Still, they had more than enough time to continue hunting, and Glenn wanted to see what Ripper could do. How much experience had he needed to reach level 2? It took a moment to remember. He'd needed 500 experience to reach level 2, but was that the same for a monster? Out of curiosity more than anything, he glanced down at Ripper again. Soul scan. Name, Ripper, rare, elite. Level 1, HP 20 of 20, blood 0 of 0, experience 0 of 5,000. Strength 2, divinity 2, vitality 2, wisdom 0, prowess 2. Skills, pounce. Glenn's mouth dropped open. He looked to Sarah. "Sarah!" She spun and readied her bow. What is it?" Glenn pointed down at Ripper. "His name changed." Sarah lowered her bow with a sigh. "I know, Glenn." "Oh." Glenn suddenly felt like an idiot. "He's your pet, right? So you can see his status sheet." She nodded and strapped her bow back across her back. Glenn thought a moment. "And here's something else. He has a prowess attribute now, too. He didn't have prowess attribute when I scanned him in the cave. No monsters I've scanned have had a prowess attribute. Also back in the cave, his status sheet led off with type, not name, as in Arctic Wolf Alpha and not Ripper." Sarah now looked almost interested. "Really? Every monster I've looked at with Soul Scan has said type, not name, and hasn't had a prowess attribute. All the types were the same as well, and generic, Gloam Wolf, Earth Elemental. So when you tame a monster, does that mean it's no longer a monster?" "Did he have an experience bar before?" Glenn shook his head. "Nope." "That's—" Sarah trailed off, then tapped one finger to her lips. "Interesting. I suppose it makes sense. Now that I've tamed him, he's likely no longer part of Gracia's basic population, or perhaps there's another copy of Arctic Wolf Alpha in his place now, or there will be soon." Glenn nodded thoughtfully. "That really happens?" "I have no idea. I'm just speculating, but it does make sense now that he's my pet. He'd undergo some changes. I just assumed all monsters had experience bars. Not the ones I've scanned. All the books say monsters and demons grow more powerful the longer we let them survive, right? Which is why we have to constantly go out and cull them, otherwise they'd grow too powerful for us." "That is the common understanding," Sarah agreed doubtfully. "Yet none of the monsters I've seen have had an experience bar." The inaccuracy bothered Glenn. "So perhaps it disappears after they reach their level cap? They can't grow more powerful without some sort of limit. Otherwise, some moss beast hidden way back in the deep Scorn woods could eventually grow powerful enough to threaten Wolfpine." "Perhaps." Sarah turned her eyes back to the woods. "So what are we going to do with the rest of our day? We have many more hours of daylight before nightfall. When will you be able to slot again so we can verify our theories about the dream you had?" "Just before sunset," Glenn said confidently. "So let's break for lunch?" He glanced back at the empty cave entry. "I don't know how long that time quest will stay on cooldown now that it's been completed." but it couldn't hurt to stay a bit longer in case more overconfident kids show up. All right, let me get set up. Glenn tilted his head. Set up? A curious little yip sounded from Glenn's foot. He glanced down to see that Ripper had tilted his little wolf head. Was the wolf looking to him for cues now? Sarah pulled what looked to be a full folded picnic blanket from her unfilled bag. She expertly floofed it, expanding it into a red and black blanket big enough that several people could sit comfortably upon it. She settled the blanket on the carpet of leaves in front of the glow wolf den. Glenn scratched the back of his head. Do we need a picnic blanket? I prefer one, Sarah said. Why, will this ground stain it, you think? But, Glenn took a moment. You're a ranger. What does that have to do with my picnic blanket? Aren't you supposed to be, like, one with nature and stuff, part of the forest? Sarah made a face. Please, if I have to hear that little cliché one more time, I may lose my appetite. It's not like everyone enjoys crawling through mud and getting dirt and twigs and everything. She touched her finely braided locks. You know how hard it is to get twigs out of my hair? Oh. Glenn winced. Sorry, I shouldn't have assumed. Sarah rolled her eyes and sighed. It's fine, really. She settled her picnic blanket comfortably, and then reached back into her unfilled bag, then produced a pink throw pillow. She dropped that on the blanket and then reached in again. Care for one? Glenn raised one hand. No, I'm fine, but thanks for asking. Suit yourself. Sarah plopped down on her nice, fluffy picnic blanket, using the pink throw pillow to cushion her rear. She couldn't cross her legs easily with a seat so low, so she sat sideways and stacked her knees one atop the other. Her posture didn't look completely comfortable, but such was the nature of armored skirts. Glenn was once again grateful he didn't have to deal with those. Even robes on males were typically long enough to easily cover their legs. Sarah reached again and again into her unfilled bag, producing 2 ceramic plates, 2 small round containers, a pair of polished cherrywood mugs, and a set of gleaming supperware. She glanced up at him again. I don't suppose you know where there's fresh water near here? This Glenn could help with. The underground stream running through Deep Scorn into the Dewdrop Hills feeds a number of natural pools throughout the forest. There's one not far from here. When he'd been leveling to 5, it paid to know all the places he could find water during the day. Getting dehydrated before a big fight was the worst, not to mention the risk of heat stroke. The waters that bubbled up from Gracia's underground stream were always crisp and cool. Sarah reached into her bag again, then produced 2 gleaming metal canteens. Could you take these to the pool and fill them up? Because water disappears in an unfilled bag. Glenn immediately remembered their conversation from last night. He walked around the blanket, careful not to actually step on it with his muddy boots, and took the canteens. Sure thing. I won't be long. Oh, and take Ripper with you. Sarah yanked a small pouch from her back. She shook the pouch upside down, and several flat, dried discs of bread dropped onto a plate. Glenn smiled eagerly. I can do that. So long as I order him to guard you, as I have. He'll listen to your commands, too. Attack to attack something. Heal to bring him back. Stay if you want him to wait. Just make sure and say his name first, so he knows you're addressing him specifically. Okay, Glenn said. But he really won't get lost? You should have the run of most of the woods. We rangers can send our pets far afield to hunt or track, so we shouldn't worry about Ripper getting antsy unless you take him all the way to, say, the border with Evelan. Not going that far. Glenn nodded gratefully. And thank you. Again. She glanced up again. For what? For constantly thinking about me. And, well, everything else you've done. Sarah popped the top off a small can and dipped a knife in to grab what looked to be cherry jam. She smiled as she smeared it across one of the dried bread discs. You're welcome. 38. A Wolf's Pride. Whistling quietly to himself, Glenn climbed the shallow rise leading back up into the upper Deep Scorn woods, with Ripper huffing at his side. The little wolf might be quite fierce, but he was also still a baby, and he had tiny baby legs, with razor-sharp claws on the end. Glenn paused once they climbed the ridge and closed his eyes, mentally opening the map of Gracia he always kept in his head. The Gloamwolf Den Cave was directly behind him, due east, and the nearest cool forest spring would be just northwest of here. Making a round trip, he could get there and back in about 10 minutes. Hopefully Sarah wouldn't be too parched by then. Glenn opened his eyes and walked, then glanced at Ripper. "Hey, little guy. Feel like a run?" Ripper snapped at the air. He stared at Glenn expectantly. "Let's assume that's a yes." Glenn eased into a slow jog. "Can you keep up?" Ripper huffed and held his head high, easily matching pace. Glenn grinned at him, steadily increasing his jog. Soon the little wolf was running alongside him, huffing quietly. Glenn suspected he could outdistance Ripper if he ran. The little wolf still had little baby wolf legs after all, but Ripper already looked to have remarkable endurance for his size. He'd be fast one day. When he grew up, of course. Glenn wouldn't be around to see that. They'd level Ripper and protect him, and then sell him to some kind of ranger in Lakebrook. Glenn would check the ranger out first, of course, to make sure they treated their animals well, but he'd promised Sarah. Glenn kept his promises. Ripper was a temporary escort quest, not a lifelong companion. He needed to always remember that, no matter how cute the wolf might be now. An angry chitter announced a single grass sprite charging out of the woods. Glenn had been so focused on the wolf he hadn't been watching for monsters. Before he could unsheath Becca, Ripper changed direction and charged right for the grass sprite. Glenn fought his innate protective instinct. It was just a level 1 grass sprite, and Ripper was already stronger than this earth elemental. Time to see what their floofy little terror could do in a fight. Glenn slowed as Ripper sprinted on. The grass sprite waddled on angrily, stupidly overconfident. Ripper leapt the moment he reached the sprite, completely blowing past its meager attempt to smack him. His jaws snapped down on its midsection. Ripper growled a tiny growl. He swung his head and body about, literally ripping the grass sprite off its feet. He slammed it into the ground. Its health bar appeared and charred half black. The grass sprite chittered angrily, just once, before Ripper literally snapped it in two with his powerful jaws. Glenn grinned as the sprite died. Ripper kept at it, clawing and biting at bits of wood and mud and earth. He even pawed aside the grass sprite's tiny life crystal, which told Glenn Ripper might not quite understand how to fight monsters. Understandably, given he'd recently been one. "Hey, stop. It's dead, boy." Ripper snapped a twiggy arm in two. Glenn only then remembered. "Ripper, heel." Ripper immediately dropped a savage stick arm. He gave Glenn a hurt, almost mournful look. Even so, he gamely trotted back from his fresh kill. Tongue lolling, Glenn knelt and smiled. "Good kill," he said approvingly. Ripper sat and tilted his head. He stared at Glenn for a long moment. Then he sneezed, which absolutely ruined the fierce aura he'd managed to convey after his first kill. "Want to kill more of those?" Glenn asked. Ripper sat straight up. His poky ears perked up and leaned forward, and then he panted. Eagerly? It certainly seemed like the little wolf was eager for more combat. Glenn was sorely tempted to make a slight detour. There was a grass sprite haven not far from here where the little monsters spawned in higher than usual numbers. He'd gone there quite a bit when he was level 2, grateful to find a place where the monster population was more dense than normal. Ripper was only level 1, but he had the attributes to handle grass sprites, especially if Glenn healed him. They could easily take out 7 or 8 sprites before going for more. They even could... No. Glenn stood. He'd promised Sarah water, and water she'd have. He glanced down at Ripper and jogged off again. "Follow me, we'll get Sarah water. Then, after we eat, we'll come back." Ripper loped along beside Glenn, staring up at him as they jogged. "And then? We'll go tear up a whole nest of grass sprites," Glenn promised with a grin. Ripper panted happily and looked ahead. Glenn reached the small forest pool he remembered and found 2 more grass sprites waddling at the edge. They'd come for water, which was just too bad for them. He hadn't come looking for them, but it wasn't like he could fill canteens while he was worried about Ripper. Glenn focused on the closest sprite. "Ripper, attack!" Ripper howled a tiny howl and sprinted away. Both sprites reacted. One turned as the other charged. Ripper looked like he was going to run past the charging one at the one by the pool, which dropped and braced. The charging one slowed as Ripper passed. Its tiny black eyes darted between Ripper and Glenn, obviously confused. The wolf suddenly diverted his sprint with a little leap, flipping his body in midair. He lunged back at the first sprite, the one still looking at Glenn, from behind. Ripper tore its arm off with a single bite. The impact sent the sprite spinning like a top. The other sprite, the one by the pool, belatedly waddled over to help its fellow. Too late. The stricken grass sprite drunkenly swung at him with its remaining arm, but Ripper caught that in its jaws. He yanked, pulling the sprite toward him, and then clawed away. This time, as the first grass sprite poofed into ash, Ripper didn't get distracted. Instead, he turned and crouched low. He'd remembered he had another opponent waiting. Glenn smiled as he recognized Ripper's plan. Just the fact that the little wolf had a plan was impressive. Sure enough, just before the grass sprite reached him, Ripper used Pounce. The effect was the same as a full-sized glowing wolf on a full-sized adventure. Ripper leapt at the grass sprite, bowled it over, pinned it, and savaged it with his jaws. It cheeped and chittered before exploding into more purple ash. Ripper snorted, panted, and looked around for more opponents. Then, head and tail held high, the little wolf trotted back over to Glenn. Glenn made sure to clap appropriately. "Nice job, boy." Ripper merely licked his chops. Glenn knelt by the pool and dipped in the first of Sarah's canteens. He savored the feel of the cool water on his skin. Bubbles surfaced as the canteen filled. He realized how thirsty he was and immediately drank some for himself. He hadn't had any water all morning. While he drank, he dipped the other canteen into the pool. Soon he returned the first one beneath as well. By the time both were filled, his hands were chilly. This water was delicious. Glenn capped both canteens, strapped them to his belt, and stood. They'd just killed 3 grass sprites, or rather, Ripper had. Glenn hadn't helped at all. Did monsters gain experience at the same rate as adventurers, gaining 10 experience per kill? Glenn wondered. He looked down at Ripper. Soul scan. Name, Ripper, Rare Elite, Level 1, HP 20 of 20, Blood 0 of 0, Experience 390 of 5,000. Strength. Glenn gasped. Ripper had received 390 experience for killing 3 grass sprites. Certainly the little wolf had taken them down on his own, so they counted as solo kills, but that meant 130 experience per kill. That was as much as Glenn had gotten for killing 13 grass sprites. As Glenn worked the math through in his head, he found a possibility. Sarah was level 14, and she'd tamed a level 1 pet. There was a 13-level difference between them. So could Ripper get an experience bonus because the ranger who tamed him was a significantly higher level? It made sense. Providing an experience bonus to tamed monsters significantly lower than the level of the person who tamed them would encourage rangers to find monsters who were still young and impressionable. These monsters could then rapidly catch up to the ranger as they hunted together. Monsters evidently suffered no experience penalty, at least not based on their ranger's level. A level 1 adventurer got 10 experience for a solo kill on a monster. Ripper was a level 1 monster owned by a level 14 ranger, a 13-level difference. So if Glenn had the math right, 10 multiplied by 13 was 130 experience per kill. Incredible. Would the bonus go down as Ripper leveled? Even if it did, the little wolf would rapidly out-level Gracia if he hunted here for any significant period of time. If Sarah let him take Ripper hunting after lunch, he'd bet they could make great progress into level 2. Ripper easily took down grass sprites. Glenn could ask her. They might even reach level 3 if Glenn hunted with Ripper until he slept, and they worked very hard the next few days, except they were leaving for Everland tomorrow. Glenn was dangerously close to breaking his promise, and that was something he refused to do. Sarah needed water. Glenn knelt again. All right. Time to show me what you can do. I'm going to run back to Sarah as fast as I can go, and I want you to follow me. Do your best to keep up, all right? Ripper bowed his forelegs and wiggled his wolfen rear, tail swaying back and forth. That seemed pretty much like his version of "Bring it on, big one." Glenn felt like he was starting to understand the wolf's signals. Or maybe he was just imagining things. Ready? Glenn stood. 3, 2, 1, go. He sprinted off. The sound of leaves and sticks being torn up by little paws told him Ripper was in hot pursuit. Even so, Glenn was already outdistancing the baby wolf. He'd hoped the little guy might even be able to keep up with him, but Ripper was level 1 and small. Good to know. Glenn slowed just enough to ensure Ripper kept him in sight. He doubted the wolf would have any trouble tracking him, but they also had monsters to worry about. Couldn't have Ripper getting ambushed after all. Like if a gloam wolf burst from the woods beside Glenn and darted past him. It snarled as it went for Ripper. The little white wolf skidded to a stop on all 4 paws, eyes wide. Glenn scrambled to a stop, or tried. He slid and fell on his rear instead. As he went down, scrambling for purchase on muddy leaves, the level 4 gloam wolf sprinted at Ripper. No! Glenn kicked off. Yet even once he reached his feet, he knew he'd be too late. He could never intercept the glow wolf before it reached Ripper. But he didn't have to. "Fight me!" Glenn shouted. The glow wolf charging Ripper immediately skidded to a halt the same way Ripper had done. Instead of charging it, Ripper simply watched, head tilted like he was confused. Glenn realized then what the problem might be. Ripper had never fought a glow wolf. He'd never killed one. In the glow wolf den cave, glow wolves had likely been his only friends, so of course he'd seen the big glow wolf as a friend coming to play instead of an enemy trying to kill him. That wasn't the only problem. In response to Glenn's use of his powerful town guard taunt, which gained the anger of every monster, demon, and desouled within 50 paces, 2 more glow wolves burst from the woods, along with 4 grass sprites, and a previously slumbering moss beast. This time Glenn had no god armor. In fact, he had no armor at all. At least everything was coming at him. None of the monsters were now focused on Ripper, which allowed Ripper to immediately tear into one of the grass sprites. Glenn knew there was no way the fierce ball of white floof could draw the anger of any monster now, so he grabbed Becca's handle, twisted and pushed up, and dropped her from Carl Coldbreaker's customized carrier. Right. Glenn found the mace's great weight a reassurance. This is how it's done, Rip. Glenn swung casually at the returning glow wolf who'd gone after Ripper. Despite the ease of his swing, the blow literally made the wolf's chest concave. The glow wolf huffed in surprise as its whole health bar charred black, then burst into purple ash. That would teach it to come after his boy. Just beyond, Ripper leapt on a second grass sprite. He immediately took it down. He had his little battle in hand, so Glenn focused on his own. 2 more glow wolves and a moss beast. Another glow wolf loped around him, then dropped, ready to pounce. The third charged him, likely trying to distract him in favor of its partner. The moss beast stomped forward, arms raised above its head. With the second grass sprite down, Ripper launched himself at the third. As the second glow wolf pounced, Glenn swung with his fist instead of his mace. The blow impacted the wolf's snout and knocked its head around, though it bloodied Glenn's fingers. Its health bar charred down to a third before the wolf landed and tumbled, utterly disoriented. Glenn kicked the third wolf that tried to bite him in the chest. He sent it backward with a yelp. Then, his true target reached him. Glenn swung. His blow crunched deep into the moss beast, charring almost a fifth of its health bar and dropping it to its knees. Even without Guardian's smash, the raw power of Glenn's strike had stunned it. Given his impressive strength, that wasn't surprising. The wolf he'd punched was up now, sidling drunkenly. The wolf he'd kicked was hacking up blood as it stumbled toward him. Glenn walked over and swung first left, then right, finishing the second wolf and then the third. The last grass sprite reached him and battered his leg, but Glenn completely ignored it. So long as he didn't touch the little monster, Ripper could still get experience. Ripper finished snapping a third grass sprite apart, then loped eagerly toward the one uselessly battering Glenn's leg. The wolf stopped short, spun on the moss beast, and then charged. Glenn immediately saw the danger. "Ripper, heel!" The little wolf skidded to a stop, snarling. He eyed Glenn angrily, but Glenn merely shook his head as the moss beast rumbled to its feet. Glenn walked toward the beast, eyes on Ripper, and thumped his chest with his free hand. "That one's mine. I'm the big dog." Ripper made a growl that sounded rather disparaging. The moss beast loomed over Glenn, raising one thick stick and mud arm high. The beast then dropped its arm, fist first, to crush Glenn flat. Glenn simply caught the moss beast's descending hand above his head with his own hand. He held the blow there, smirking at its disembodied jaw. Glenn glanced at Ripper. "See?" The little wolf's eyes went wide. Glenn turned his eyes to the moss beast, grinning as its big arm strained against his lifted hand. He raised his mace. "Moss beast, meet Becca." Glenn swung for its nearest knee, snapping it almost in half with the blow. The moss beast moaned like a falling tree as it tumbled over. Glenn hopped on top of it and wailed on it with 3 brutal, efficient strikes. Sticks snapped and rocks cracked. Finally, Glenn raised his mace high above his head, clutched Becca's handle in both hands, and glanced at Ripper. "Watch this, little buddy." Glenn smashed down with all his might. His great strength and heavily weighted mace made for a crushing blow. The core of the moss beast essentially disintegrated as Glenn's strike landed. As the monster burst into a fine storm of ash, Glenn dropped through its disintegrated body. He landed with a thump. Ripper yelped. The last grass sprite had just torn a hole in his side. Instead of retreating or cowering, Ripper growled in annoyance. He cast Pounce, pinning the little grass sprite. Yet he didn't kill it. Instead, and Glenn could barely believe it, Ripper simply kept the beast pinned. Ripper glanced at Glenn. His tongue lolled out carelessly. He panted without concern. Glenn stared. What are you? Ripper lunged for what would be the grass sprite's throat. He slammed his jaws around it and worried the little living stick vigorously. A moment later, the chittering grass sprite popped in half. It burst into ash as Ripper snorted, sneezed, and stood. He trotted over to Glenn with his tail high. Glenn laughed and shook his head. You little show-off. Ripper stopped, blinked, and coughed. He spat what might be a piece of grass sprite on the ground, sniffed it once, then trotted onward toward Glenn. Having fun? Sarah asked archly from behind him. Glenn yelped like Ripper when the grass sprite had scratched him and spun around. Sarah stood behind him, head tilted and hands on hips. She cocked an eyebrow. What are you? Glenn caught himself. Do you always sneak up on people? I thought you were getting water, Sarah said. We were. Glenn fumbled for the canteens at his belt. We have. See? He fumbled them off his belt to show her, then accidentally dropped one canteen. Fortunately, the top was on. Ripper looked between Glenn and Sarah, blood oozing from the little hole in his side. Sarah knelt and beckoned him. Ripper, heal. She likely intended to use Heal Beast, consuming her blood. Wait, Glenn said impulsively. Can I try? Sarah glanced at him. It's no trouble. A simple channel. Right, but this is my fault. I got him in a fight after all. I should clean up after it. And I need to know I can heal him, if it comes down to it. Sarah nodded. All right, go ahead. Glenn looked at Ripper and raised one hand. Guardian's heal. Ripper yelped as the hole in his side closed. He ran in a little circle, snapping at the air, then stopped. The wolf looked around, confused. He doesn't know what it feels like to get healed, Sarah explained calmly. So it's probably good that you did that, actually. Wouldn't want it distracting him in a real fight. Glenn nodded. Right, of course, good thinking. Sarah stood and looked to her obedient pet. Guard Glenn. She pointed his way. Ripper's ears lowered. His tail did too. After a moment, the little wolf snorted and trotted over to Glenn. He stared up defiantly as he arrived, then took position at Glenn's heel. Glenn considered Ripper's actions. He really does seem attached to you. Maybe he should guard you for a while? We're almost back to the cave and... Glenn paused. Wait, why are you out here? I sensed your conflict, Sarah said calmly. I'm a ranger, remember? One with the woods. That impressed him. Really? You were making as much noise as two bears running in the woods. Sarah rolled her eyes. They could probably hear you all the way inside the cave. Did you really shout, fight me? Glenn instinctively rubbed the back of his head. A gloam wolf went for Ripper. You can't shout that any longer. If anyone sees what you just did, they'll know you aren't some brutalist or lifecaster. Only a town guard can use that skill, and anyone who sees one of those running around Gracia or Everland will have questions. You're right, Glenn sighed. I'm really sorry, Sarah. I screwed up. First when I got excited about Ripper's first kill, and then with all this, Glenn gestured vaguely. You're doing all you can to help me. You gave up your old life to protect me, and I'm here acting like an idiot. Not a total idiot, Sarah corrected. You did save my pet after all. Ripper perked up at Glenn's side. His ears leaned forward. He panted, hopefully. Sarah eyed the little wolf. Yes, Ripper, you are my pet. I'm your master. Leaves rustled. Glenn looked down to find Ripper's tail actually wagging. Really? Glenn picked up the canteen he dropped and attached both filled canteens back to his belt. Back to camp and food? The water was icy, so we don't want it to get warm. Sure, it's not far. Sarah turned and walked off. I even saved you some jam. Glenn ruefully shook his head as he followed her. Sarah had saved him some of her favorite cherry jam? What had he done to deserve a protector this kind and generous? He had, he supposed, helped her blazers kill a level 40 devourer, and stopped a plague, and left his whole life behind as he accepted a quest that might take the rest of his life. Still, it was nice to do all that in such pleasant company. 39. After lunch, Sarah agreed to let Glenn take Ripper hunting, so long as he headed back toward the hidden shrine of Raylan. The fewer people they encountered today, the less chance someone would recognize Glenn. While Glenn took Ripper hunting for experience, Sarah would hunt for food. Glenn took a look at Ripper once they were back in the woods. The little wolf now had 910 of 5,000 experience, having gained a full 520 experience for the 4 grass sprites he killed in that unfortunate melee earlier. It was obvious Ripper could kill grass sprites with little trouble, so the only problem was that grass sprites got increasingly rare the further Glenn went into the Deepscorn woods. If he wanted to level safely, he'd take Ripper to the edge of the Dewdrop Hills or the edge of the Deepscorn woods by the safe road, where he would almost certainly encounter other young adventurers, some from Wolfpine, and travelers as well. That was exactly what he needed not to do if he wanted to avoid an old acquaintance spotting a dead town guard walking around. Rumors that'd get back to town about a strange brutalist dressed like a jester hunting grass sprites with a rare white glow wolf. Someone would certainly investigate such rumors. Mayor Coleman might even send a town guard to do that, and any of Glenn's old friends would recognize him on sight. The revelation that he was alive would put his family and even the whole town in danger. So they'd hunt in the deep woods where grass sprites were scarce and moss beasts lurked. If something came at Ripper the little wolf couldn't kill, Glenn would simply flatten it for him. And he already knew he could use Guardian's Heal to keep Ripper healthy, though. What if Ripper died in one hit, or before Glenn could kill him? He didn't have a way to revive Ripper. How did reviving a pet even work? Did it take a full-on resurrect from a spiritualist? That didn't seem fair, if so. Glenn doubted any spiritualist would risk letting an adventurer die to save a pet. If he died, would Ripper simply burst into purple ash like a normal monster? Would he leave behind a life crystal? Glenn obviously should have asked Sarah about this, and it was odd she hadn't mentioned it. Perhaps she simply assumed he knew, since he had studied books on literally every other aspect of adventuring in Wolfpine. He'd made that clear to her often enough. While Glenn knew what all ranger skills did, he didn't know any skill that resurrected a fallen pet. He'd never read of any way to do so. So when a pet died, was the pet dead forever? If so, that seemed impossibly sad. Glenn pondered simply heading to the Shrine of Raylan and giving up hunting for the day, yet he then put himself in Ripper's paws. If he were the little wolf, eager to fight whatever challenge came his way, being forcibly dragged off to sit at a shrine would be absolute torture. He already knew Ripper craved challenge, just like Glenn had when he was young. Glenn wouldn't lock the little wolf away. He'd simply use Fight Me whenever necessary to draw off bigger monsters that came after him. It was doubtful he'd run into any other adventurers this deep in the Deepscorn woods, especially in early afternoon. He'd keep Guardian's Heal at the ready. As Glenn thought back over the blazer roles he and Sarah had discussed, Glenn realized there was one other blazer role he could likely fill very effectively, at least with low-level adventurers. The same role as Jacob Coverfall. Bodyguard. If Sarah was wrong and an afterlife did exist, Glenn hoped Jacob was up there looking down on him and Sarah with approval. Glenn had barely known the man, but he liked to think Jacob would approve of Glenn's efforts to protect Ripper while he leveled. A snarling gloam wolf emerged from the woods. It immediately went for Ripper. Once again, the little wolf froze instead of attacking, and Glenn almost dropped his mace into his hand. He didn't. He needed to show Ripper that gloam wolves were no longer his friends. This time, instead of shouting aloud, Glenn simply thought, "Fight me." He half expected another angry moss beast to come crashing from the woods, but this time he was lucky he only gained the anger of the gloam wolf. The gloam wolf diverted and ran right at Glenn. Instead of pulling out his weapon, Glenn raised both hands and waited. The gloam wolf crouched right before it reached him. Glenn knew it was coming. It used Pounce, and this time Glenn let it knock him onto his back. He fell over with the gloam wolf on top. His steel helmet would protect his eyes and ears, and he protected his neck with his hands and arms. Even so, the enraged beast savaged his arms and chest. It knew only anger now. "Help me, Ripper," Glenn ordered, cautious not to alert the whole forest. "It's killing me." Ripper yelped and charged, only to nip playfully at the gloam wolf's back heel. Meanwhile, the enraged wolf had torn huge slashes down Glenn's arms and raked a claw across Glenn's midsection. Glenn fought back with his bare hands, wincing as the wolf tore at him. While his 210 HP ensured it would take the gloam wolf minutes to finish him off, that didn't mean it didn't hurt. Ripper bounced playfully and nipped at the wolf's leg again. Did he think this was a game? He ducked as the gloam wolf's back claw almost tore his little head off, visibly thrilled. Glenn had tried to show Ripper the truth, but he was getting dangerously close to losing a finger. Time to force the issue. He punched the gloam wolf hard to send it rolling off him, charring its health bar by half, and scrambled up. "Ripper, Attack! Ripper went stiff, visibly trembling. He snarled at the glowing wolf that was even now rolling to its feet, panting and spitting blood. Ripper didn't move, and he didn't pounce. Ripper, Glenn said. Attack! Ripper charged, and this time he used pounce. The glowing wolf turned just in time to get a ball of homicidal fluff stuck to his neck. Ripper viciously tore out the glowing wolf's throat, just like he'd done with Glenn's shoelace back in the glowing wolf den cave. The glowing wolf batted weakly at Ripper, then fell. One more chomp from Ripper's jaws finished it. It burst into purple ash with the little wolf on top. Yet once it did so, Ripper didn't run in circles or snap in satisfaction or unleash a little howl. He just stared, almost mournfully, at the pile of ashes in which he now stood. He even sniffed the ground. Soon enough, head hanging low, he turned and trotted back to Glenn. Glenn was in unusually strong pain. The health bar before his eyes was charred almost down to 2/3. Mammoth Cloud Crusher's extra shirt was but shredded now, and the glowing wolf's claws had raked deep furrows in both Glenn's arms and his chest. All his wounds bled freely. While Glenn could close his wounds with Guardian's Heal, he'd let Regrowth close them gradually over the next few minutes. All books on attributes suggested that the more wounds one took and the longer one left them unhealed, the more likely one was to gain a point of vitality upon leveling up. While Glenn had a generous amount of vitality, he'd never turned down more. Ripper's hesitance to attack other glowing wolves was going to be a problem. Glenn had given that glowing wolf more than enough opportunity to tear him apart, yet he knew if he hadn't ordered Ripper to attack it, he might have died before the little wolf would do anything. Glenn dropped to his knees and looked at Ripper. Ripper? The little wolf just stared at the ashes of the other wolf. They aren't your friends any longer, Glenn said calmly, even though he doubted the little wolf would understand. They aren't your pack. We're your pack. Glenn tapped his chest, then grimaced as the tattered remains of Mammoth Cloud Crusher's shirt got bloody. Me and Sara. Ripper's head tilted as he glanced hopefully at Glenn. Did he understand? No, he'd simply heard his master's name. Glenn sighed and reached out to ruffle Ripper's fur. This time the wolf didn't stop him, and as Glenn pulled his hand away, he realized he'd stained Ripper's white fur red with his own blood. He hadn't meant to do that. Ripper went stiff as Glenn's hand pulled away. He blinked up at Glenn, then looked at himself, or specifically at his back, at the fur that now dripped with the fresh blood Glenn had foolishly gotten all over him. Ripper sniffed it, nose twitching. Ripper then started licking Glenn's blood off his fur, quite eagerly. His eyes went as wide as if he'd had his first juicy steak. Oh, thanks. Glenn rose with a sigh. Glad I taste good, at least. You're welcome. Yet after a moment, he reconsidered. Glenn had once read, in Card's Manual of Monsters, that the reason some monsters hunted adventurers so ferociously was because they enjoyed the taste of adventurer blood. Glenn didn't know if tasting his blood would make Ripper like him any more or just want to eat him more, but anything that built trust between them was worth a try. He knelt again, then offered his savage, still bleeding palm. Go on, he said. You earned it, little buddy, but there's no way I'm drinking yours. The wolf stared up at him. For the first time, Ripper looked hesitant. Glenn frowned down at him and then realized the wolf couldn't see his expressions beyond his steel helmet. Was that part of the reason Ripper was slow to trust him? Glenn reached up with his other hand, then removed his helmet. He revealed his face and eyes. Ripper's head tilted in response, and his ears leaned forward. Glenn nodded and offered his palm again. We're a pack. We're brothers. He grinned. But I'm the big brother, get it? Ripper sniffed Glenn's hand. After a moment, he lapped eagerly at the blood. He stopped long before Glenn could pull his hand away. He stepped back, staring at Glenn with an expression Glenn had never seen on his little face before. Could that be respect? Glenn rose and popped his helmet back on. Ripper looked towards the woods and dropped his tongue out. This wasn't anything particularly special. Ripper just liked the taste of adventurer blood. Glenn probably shouldn't encourage that. Belatedly, Glenn checked Ripper's status sheet with Soul Scan. 910 of 5,000. That confirmed what he'd feared. Ripper had gained no experience for killing the glowing wolf. With one single punch, Glenn had claimed it as his own. So, what could they hunt? There were a few grass sprites this deep in the Deep Scorn. Ripper would be hesitant to kill any glowing wolves they encountered, and moss beasts were too powerful. That only left... Devil spit, Glenn whispered. Gods, Wolf, you're going to owe me big for this. It made the most sense. The impassable cliffs that border the entirety of Gracia, save for the southern border where it joined with Evelan, were close to the shrine of Raylan and deep in the Deepscorn. There was a monster there that Ripper might be able and eager to kill. Cliff spiders. Glenn absolutely despised cliff spiders. Things with that many eyes and legs shouldn't exist, and the way they skittered about and leapt was just, ugh. He shuddered at the very thought of it. Yet cliff spiders were plentiful in this part of the upper Deepscorn woods, and they had lower than normal health points thanks to the fact that they usually attacked in small swarms. Their poison was also weak enough that Glenn could likely use Guardian's Heal on Ripper until the little wolf rode it out. Surviving their weak poison would also help Ripper gain vitality. All Glenn's bleeding had stopped. Some of the wounds were already clotted. He'd have completely unblemished skin in another 5 minutes, but his shirt was an absolute wreck. Muttering an apology to the now long-absent Mammoth Cloudbreaker, Glenn stripped off what remained and, after a moment, simply tossed it to the ground. He had no real space to carry anything he didn't absolutely need. He was really looking forward to getting his first unfilled bag. Of course, he'd need to actually get to Evelan first. But not with Ripper at level 1. If Glenn was right, and any ranger pet who died was simply dead. The monsters in Evelan could all one-shot Ripper with ease. They'd also likely come running from a good distance away. Even if they kept to the safe road, Ripper wouldn't be completely safe. Glenn set off for the cliffs. Come on, boy, let's go kill some 8-legged freaks. This deep into the Deepscorn woods, the larger-than-normal trees and roots made it slower going than further out. Glenn was well practiced at keeping his feet, but some of these gnarled ancient roots rose almost halfway up his shins. They were like little mountains for Ripper, who had to run around, duck under, or leap over them constantly. For the first 30 minutes or so, the wolf looked to be having the time of his life. As they continued toward the cliffs, however, it was obvious the wolf was tiring. Would he be in any shape to fight once they ripped the cliffs? Glenn decided to try something. Ripper, heel. The wolf stopped obediently at Glenn's heel. He looked up expectantly. Want me to carry you? Glenn asked. Ripper blinked. Then the little wolf snarled so ferociously, Glenn knew that was a no. Glenn raised both hands. Just asking. Ripper actually nipped on the heel hard enough to draw blood, then trotted off huffily toward the next big root. He knelt, wiggled his wolfen rear, and leapt, scrambling up and over it with a scratch of paws on bark. He snarled dismissively. Glenn sighed and walked after him. I suppose I'd have reacted the same way. By the time they finally exited the forest and reached the short, shaded, grassy area leading up to the cliffs, Ripper was panting heavily. Even Glenn was a little winded. He pulled the canteen from his belt, the one he'd borrowed from Sarah, and drank deep. He then knelt and snapped his fingers. Rip. The wolf's head darted his way. Water? Glenn wiggled the canteen. This time Ripper trotted over eagerly. While offering to carry him was off the table, it seemed he'd eagerly accept water or blood. Glenn supposed both made you grow stronger. He had no bowl. It would be wasteful to just pour water all over the little wolf, and the nearest pool was 20 minutes away. Even so, he couldn't have Ripper fighting off hordes of skittering cliff spiders while exhausted and dehydrated. Hold on. Glenn capped the canteen and reattached it again to his belt. Sorry, Mammoth. You really were too generous with me, but these don't fit anyway. Glenn pulled off one boot, then the other. He wouldn't be walking around with one boot. He gripped the lower half of the boot with one hand and the upper half with another. He then, carefully, forcefully, ripped. The boot was reinforced leather, but it was still a common item. Glenn tore the top off, making what was essentially a shoe-shaped bowl. He lifted it to his nose, gagged at the smell of his own foot, and blinked. That wouldn't do. He poured some water into the boot from the canteen. Ripper licked his lips. Glenn sloshed the water around as forcefully as he could, hoping it at least blocked the smell. He then dumped it on the grass. Ripper pounced and licked the beads of water off eagerly. Glenn laughed and poured more water into the makeshift bowl. You are thirsty. Mammoth Cloudcrusher's spare boots had been nice once. The waterproofing went both ways. Glenn wondered what the legendary adventurer would think if he learned Glenn had let a gloam wolf tear his shirt to ribbons, then turned one of his boots into a dog ball. Even given his brief time with Mammoth, Glenn suspected the man might be amused. He poured a good bit of the canteen into the boot, then set it down. Ripper sniffed it. made a weird face with his teeth and lips, yet still drank. The moment the wolf tasted the water, he visibly forgot his reservations and lapped eagerly. The boot was drained before long. Ripper looked up hopefully, snout dripping. More later. Glenn rose on bare feet. First, we hunt. Ripper snarfed, shook himself off, and trotted obediently to Glenn's heel, which was now bare to the world. At least he seemed to approve of this idea. They'd have the rest of the water after. After some fumbling, Glenn salvaged one of the laces from the decapitated boot and looped it through the remaining hooks. That let him tie his new dog ball around his belt, where it clamped annoyingly as he walked. As for the second boot, he left it where it was. Nothing to do about that. Fortunately, Glenn had spent plenty of time outside before he became a town guard. While it had been several years, his soles hadn't lost their toughness. Even rocks wouldn't bother him too much. With Ripper beside him, Glenn strode off toward the cliffs at last. They encountered their first cliff spider nest almost the moment they reached it. There were 12 of the little monsters skittering all over a tiny rocky cave they'd spun with their rock silk. Glenn shuddered again at their creepy, jerky movements. All those legs. Ripper was level 1, which made the spiders anger from far further away. As if coordinated, all 12 cliff spiders immediately charged Ripper. Ripper, of course, charged back. 12 level 3 cliff spiders would rip the little wolf apart in no time. He hadn't really thought this through. Oh, gods, Glenn trembled. I'm really, really gonna hate this. He ran forward and focused on the lead spider. Fight me. All 12 spiders immediately changed direction, as a terrifying horde of eyes, legs, and dripping poison fangs came skittering for him. Glenn realized there was no way he could simply shield Ripper as he killed them all. He couldn't have those legs crawling over him. He ran instead, yet not away. Instead, he started running a wide circle, using the rocky spider nest like the center of a wagon wheel. The one thing that made it possible to defeat cliff spider swarms was that, while they were numerous, they also moved slower than most people at a run. If he ran too far from their nest, they'd give up the chase, but they keep chasing so long as he remained near. He could remain near, and with 12 cliff spiders after him, Glenn would have no trouble running for a very long time. 40. A bane of cliff spiders. The cliff spiders eventually fell into a loose line as they skittered around their nest. They continued chasing Glenn, who remained well ahead. Ripper caught the last spider from behind. The little wolf tore the spider leg clean off, yet the spider had 7 more legs and a furious anger toward Glenn. It ignored the attack from the little wolf. Ripper ripped off 2 more legs with the same lack of reaction, then leapt atop the spider and brought it down. With one snap of its jaws, he crushed its head. It burst into purple ash. The spider horde was closing. Glenn had stopped to watch. He ran off again, continuing his wide circle between the deep scorn woods and the cliffs. He always made sure to stay close enough to the cliff spider nest as the center of his circuit to keep their anger. He didn't want them giving up the chase. Fortunately, they were too stupid to try to cut across the wide circle he ran. Ripper tackled another spider. This time he simply swiped and bit its head until it dropped. The little wolf learned quickly when facing a new opponent, which boded well for his chances against more powerful and crafty monsters. 2 spiders down. How was Ripper doing? Soul scan? Glenn kept running from 10 angry cliff spiders. Name, Ripper, Rare, Elite, Level 1, HP 20 of 20, Blood 0 of 0, Experience 1,170 of 5,000, Strength. Success. Ripper had gained a full 260 experience from killing these 2 cliff spiders. If they kept tackling swarms like this today, Ripper would easily reach level 2. The spiders were slowing. One even turned toward Ripper. That wouldn't do. Fight me, Glenn thought angrily. Once again, the spider horde focused fully on Glenn and the laps he ran. Ripper took down another, then another after that. 7 remaining. Soul Reveal put Ripper at 1,560 of 5,000. Glenn couldn't believe how well this was going. He'd never have considered leveling this way himself, because a level 4 adventurer could never have gotten this far into the Deep Scorn Woods. He'd need a full party to get this far in, and even then, few parties braved the cliff spider hordes. Who wanted to fight an enemy that was creepy, numerous, poisoned you, and came in big swarms? Under normal circumstances, the experience gained for fighting cliff spider swarms in a party wasn't even that good. When together, all party members shared experience for each monster killed. That meant that a party of 4 adventurers who killed a single cliff spider would gain 2 or 3 experience at most. No adventurer had the benefit of Ripper's massive experience bonus. Even if Glenn had come all the way out here with a party, a brutalist could only taunt 1 cliff spider every 30 seconds. The other 11 would rapidly poison the entire party, including the lifecaster, who would rapidly run out of blood every time they used Glenn's body, only to have their party members poisoned again. Not only was that inefficient, it was dangerous. Yet Glenn could anger any number of cliff spiders with a single skill, Fight Me, and also use that skill as often as he wanted. He could also easily outrun them, because cliff spiders were slow. It probably had something to do with the liquid rock they carried in their distended abdomens. So cliff spiders were numerous. Glenn could keep their attention for as long as he wanted, and he could easily lead them in circles for minutes at a time as Ripper savaged them. That made cliff spiders the perfect prey to rapidly level the little wolf. This experience gain was incredible. Consumed by anger at Glenn, the cliff spiders never attempted to poison Ripper and never even fought back. They simply chased after Glenn in a long line as Ripper tore them apart one by one. Glenn had let his fear of these creepy crawlies overcome his natural strategic instincts. Finally, everyone in Wolfpine had heard tales of cliff spider swarms overwhelming even seasoned adventurers, which was why practically no one hunted them, especially the bigger swarms up here. This made these difficult-to-reach cliffs the perfect hunting ground for Glenn and Ripper. It was doubtful they'd encounter any adventurers from Wolfpine way up here. This wasn't just perfect. It was broken. The gods had certainly never intended anyone to live like this. Not even ranger pets. They'd also likely never intended to have a town guard freely roaming the world using Fight Me to allow his friend's pet Arctic wolf to tear through cliff spiders. By exploiting his very own loophole in the god's intent, Glenn had just broken adventuring, until Ripper reached level 7, and level 3 cliff spiders no longer gave experience. Honestly, especially after all they'd taken from him, this was the god's own fault. Finally, a few minutes of running later, Ripper pounced on the last of the 2 spiders. He tore it in half. Its health bar instantly charred black. Cliff spiders only had 20 HP after all, half a glome wolf, since they always came in swarms of 3 or greater. Ripper trotted over, panting happily. Glenn checked the wolf status sheet. 2,470 of 5,000. Ripper was halfway to level 2 in half an afternoon. It had taken Glenn almost 3 months to reach level 2, and he'd taken a number of injuries when he first started fighting monsters that required him to either rest or seek out a lifecaster in town. Ripper took no injuries at all. Glenn checked the height of the sun. It looked to be still mid-afternoon, giving them plenty of time to kill cliff spiders. He set off to find the next nest, which contained 10 of the hard little monsters. The fight ended as it had before, with Glenn winded and Ripper at 3,770 of 5,000. It had taken them all of 10 minutes to get Ripper over 1,000 experience. One more nest followed, and it wasn't long before Glenn knew they had it. As the second-to-last spider of the latest swarm died, the little wolf howled. He promptly fell over. Glenn grinned wide and slowed as the last surviving cliff spider skittered on, oblivious to the death of all its allies. Ripper literally fell onto its side at the feeling of gaining his first level, which told Glenn monsters who leveled experienced the same great pleasure during a level up as adventurers. Ripper rolled in the grass with his legs flailing. It was absolutely adorable. Oh, right, a cliff spider was about to skitter up his body and stick poison fangs in his face. No need to let that happen, and Ripper was obviously occupied. Glenn set himself, then gave the oncoming cliff spider a good hard kick right between all 8 legs. He punted the flimsy beast skyward as its health bar charred down to half. He actually chortled as it flailed ridiculously before it landed. Hard. Glenn dropped Becca into his hand and advanced as the spider struggled to rise. Trembling legs pointed in 8 different directions. One smash turned the spider into spider paste, which turned into purple ash. Ripper rolled to his feet, shook himself like shaken off water, and trotted over. The wolf looked very pleased with himself, and as Glenn stared at him, he realized something else was strange. The wolf looked bigger. Was that possible? It couldn't be, could it? Glenn was just imagining it. Yet he would almost swear Ripper was a little bigger than he had been before. Just a little. The real question was if Ripper had gained any attributes when he leveled. Soul scan. Name, Ripper, Rare Elite, Level 2, HP, 40 of 40, Blood 0 of 0, experience 5,070 of 10,000, strength 4, divinity 2, vitality 4, wisdom 0, prowess 3, skills pounce. Glenn's jaw dropped. By reaching level 2, Ripper had gained not 1 but 2 attribute points in both strength and vitality. Ripper now had the same health points as a level 4 Gloamwolf, and he'd gained a point in prowess as well. What had Ripper done that was so impressive? Mortals didn't gain 2 attribute points in any attribute when they leveled. At least, they almost never did. Glenn had come across a few rare cases over the past 100 years where an adventurer reported gaining 2 attribute points in a single attribute with a single level, but it was so rare that many scholars still questioned it. Did monsters level differently? Did they level faster? That didn't make any sense. If that was the case, a level 4 Gloamwolf should be far more dangerous. This seemed like something else. This seemed like something that might be unique to Ripper, a rare elite Arctic wolf. Glenn's head spun with possibilities. It could have simply been a fluke. It could have simply been Ripper's reward from the gods for killing so many monsters so many levels higher than him so quickly, setting aside Glenn's involvement. But if this was normal, even if he only helped Ripper level to 7 before they left Gracia, this wolf would be terrifying. Ripper was panting again. Glenn realized he was too. He'd just spent almost 2 hours running laps around multiple cliff spider nests after spending almost an hour hiking through dense and troublesome woods. And, of course, there was the innate exhaustion that followed the fear of being chased by that many freakish cliff spiders. Glenn sat, then pulled the modified boot that had clapped annoyingly against his thigh the entire run from his belt. He'd be putting that down before they did this again. He opened the canteen, took a small swig to wet his lips and throat, and poured the rest into the boot. Ripper shoved his whole snout in the boot, lapping up the last of the water eagerly. Glenn sat back and breathed. He only belatedly noticed all his wounds from being chewed on by that Gloamwolf earlier were now completely healed. His flesh was dirty but flawless. It was just as Logan had told him the night he became a town guard. Adventurers blessed with town guard skills had an obscene advantage over normal adventurers. The town guard's reward for their decades of service was an easy path to the divine level cap, except Glenn had cheated and claimed his reward early. The gods had made him what he was, and made the skills he used. They charged him to level Solseer his way, so while the gods might look poorly on his strategy, they couldn't stop him. The experience here was perfect. If he talked Sarah into letting them stay another week or two, just long enough to get Ripper to level 7 using Glenn's insane but highly efficient strategy, they would have a surprisingly powerful ally walking into Evlan with them. Assuming his attribute growth remained constant, Glenn suspected that Ripper, at level 7, could even give Volpor a good fight. Now, however, they were completely out of water. So as much as it would cut into today's hunting time, it would be better to spend the 45-minute round trip to refill their single canteen. Come on, Rip. Glenn rose. Need to get some water. Ripper glanced back at the cliffs before following without question. Glenn absent-mindedly reached down to scratch the young wolf's ears, then realized he wasn't bleeding. The wolf gave him a little nip, the wolf equivalent of "Stop that, you're embarrassing me," but didn't break flesh. Glenn glanced down at the wolf as they walked. Ripper stared ahead, eyes and ears alert. He followed Glenn like Glenn followed Sarah, confident in the skills of his partner. When had this happened? Glenn looked to the woods again. Water, then back. Once we've refreshed ourselves, we'll come back to these cliffs and hunt those 8-legged abominations to oblivion. Ripper licked his chops. It sounded like he liked that idea. Despite how much cliff spiders freaked Glenn out, he liked this idea too. He was excited to watch Ripper level. They reached the pool without being attacked, drank up, refilled the canteen, and headed back to the cliffs. By the time they arrived, the sun was lower, but they still had several hours before sunset. Hunting cliff spider hordes after dark would be stupidly risky. Not only could the little horrors see perfectly in the dark, Glenn couldn't, which meant he might trip. He did not want to end up with a horde of angry cliff spiders piled on top of him. He jogged easily with Ripper at his side until he found another nest near the cliff's edge. They found it crawling with cliff spiders. Glenn and Ripper hunted as they had been all day, taking down dozens of the horrid monsters until the sun was low in the sky. Glenn checked Ripper's experience again. 9,630 of 10,000. Level 3, here we come. He'd learned something else once Ripper reached level 2. He'd been right about how the experience bonus worked. If his math wasn't off, Ripper was now gaining 120 experience for each cliff spider kill, not 130. The level difference between Ripper and Sarah was now 12, not 13, so that matched perfectly with Glenn's theory. He hoped she'd confirm it when they returned. Ripper huffed after him, tongue lolling, as they ran along the cliff edge. It was another 30 minutes before they found another cliff spider nest. The sun bled red on the horizon. Glenn had left the upper cliffs, didn't dare go further up into them with so little daylight left. Those cliffs were cliff spider territory, where the monsters had used their ability to spin rock to spin their own miniature labyrinth into the cliffs. He wasn't about to stumble into their web once it got dark. Even he couldn't survive being poisoned by hundreds of those things. This nest only had 6 cliff spiders, which was disappointing. As Glenn led them, Ripper took them apart. Though Ripper howled when he leveled, he kept after the last 2 cliff spiders. Once the entire horde was dead, Ripper trotted over to Glenn and grinned his wolf grin, teeth gleaming. Oh, yes, he was definitely bigger. At level 1, Ripper had been a fierce ball of floof about the size of the lower portion of Glenn's boot. After reaching level 2, he'd grown so that his back had reached Glenn's shin. Now he was almost up to Glenn's knee. Still smaller than the average glowing wolf, but the unnatural growth was evident. Time for the moment of truth. Glenn revealed Ripper's status sheet. Name, Ripper, Rare, Elite, Level 3, HP, 60 of 60, Blood 0 of 0, Experience, 10,330 of 16,000, Strength 6, Divinity 2, Vitality 6, Wisdom 0, Prowess 4, Skills Pounce. Glenn whooped. Ripper offered a soft howl in response. The wolf had done the impossible again. 2 strength, 2 vitality, and 1 prowess, all for 1 level. The time it had taken for them to reach level 3 from level 2 was just over an hour, or 2 hours, counting the break to gather more water. Glenn popped the canteen off his belt and uncapped it. He drank deep, then offered the canteen to Ripper. Thirsty? The wolf shook his now noticeably bigger head. He snapped his jaws shut instead, offering a wicked wolfen grin. Ripper was thirsty, certainly, but only for cliff spider blood. Unfortunately, Glenn was already losing the light. The sun was almost done. He should start back to the Shrine of Raylan. Despite that, one glance at the hopeful look in Ripper's eyes decided him. "One more nest," Glenn said. Ripper panted happily. Sadly, it grew far too dark to hunt before they found another cliff spider nest. The cliffs had changed to the more natural rocky configuration as well. Lacking the odd patterning and unnatural juts of the cliff spiders had made their own. Their territory must only extend between the 3 nests Glenn and Ripper had already massacred, and, of course, into the labyrinth. Glenn sighed. There'd be no more killing cliff spiders tonight. But tomorrow... He talked to Sarah. He'd tell her what he discovered, and talk her through how they could level Ripper quickly and safely. There was a good chance she'd agree this was a good plan. "Time to start back," Glenn said regretfully. "No more hunting today." Ripper's ears lowered. Even so, he let his tongue loll and followed Glenn as Glenn reversed direction. Glenn loped into a jog. Ripper jogged with him. The wolf was no longer questioning him at every step, but they'd gained 2 levels today. Perhaps, finally, Ripper had accepted that Glenn had some idea what he was doing. "And we're going to see Sarah," Glenn reminded Ripper. "Remember Sarah?" Ripper perked up at that. His jog increased, and Glenn increased his own to keep up. He laughed softly to himself as they jogged, relieved the wolf had decided ending today's hunt wasn't terrible. It got dark long before Glenn reached the Shrine of Raylan. Glenn slowed. He could barely see. The deep Scorn woods were as dark as they always got at night, all but pitch black. The treacherous roots made for slow, cautious going, and a monster could attack at any moment. Just like that day, over 2 years ago, the night before he was to turn 16, he'd let himself get so involved in hunting he'd forgotten the time of day. And just like that night, he wasn't carrying a torch. Blast. Sarah would be worried. She'd be wondering where they were. What if she... Glenn? Sarah stepped out from between 2 trees, carrying a smokeless torch that lit the unusually dark woods. "Where in the 6 hells have you—" She trailed off, staring with wide eyes as Glenn stared right back. Glenn only then realized what he must look like in the light of her torch. Stripped to the waist, missing his boots, covered in his own blood. Also, he was standing beside a white wolf who was noticeably bigger than he had been this afternoon after lunch. Sarah's eyes darted between them in surprise. Her lips opened noticeably. She dropped to one knee, staring at Ripper, and held out her hand. "Ripper, heel." Ripper trotted eagerly to his master. As he reached her extended hand, the wolf licked it. He didn't bite. Sara rose and bent over him, focused entirely on her wolf as she checked his ears and flanks and patted down his shoulders. Ripper panted happily at all the attention. Glenn smiled at the almost childlike wonder on Sara's face. She must be looking at Ripper's status sheet, and she looked truly impressed by how much her wolf had grown, with Glenn's help. Finally she straightened and looked to him. "How—" She trailed off. "What happened to your shirt?" The answer was simple enough. Glomwolf ate it. "And your boots?" Glenn tapped the decapitated boot hanging from his belt by a bootlace. "Water bowl?" "And you just—" She walked toward him, then wrinkled her nose. "Oh, you definitely need a bath." "I definitely need a bath," Glenn agreed. "But not until you tell me everything," Sara insisted hungrily. "How did you do this?" Glenn looked to the shrine of Raylan. He could think of no pool up there suitable for bathing or drinking around here. There was, however, one a short walk from where they were now. Even so, he hesitated to bathe in the woods alone in the dark. "How's this?" Glenn asked. "There's a pool not 5 minutes from here. If you and Ripper can watch my back while I get all this blood and grime off me, I'll tell you everything we did today. I'll tell you how he's already level 3 after a single afternoon hunting with me in the woods." Sara's lips quirked. "You're asking me to watch you bathe?" "I assumed you'd watch the woods for hungry monsters instead of watching me, naked." Belatedly, he felt a grin coming on. "Unless you'd prefer to watch me bathe." Sara rolled her eyes. "I just might, actually, if only to be sure I don't sleep next to that smell." "This way, then." Glenn set off for the pond. 41. A cold bath. Sara asked several hopeful questions about the day as they walked, but Glenn only repeatedly told her they'd talk at the pool. He could tell that vexed her, and took a bit of smug delight in teasing her. He was probably prouder of himself than he should have been for stumbling into this obscenely broken loophole, but he was still going to relish his chance to tell her what he'd figured out. Once they reached the pool, which had a small cliff curling around one side, Sara handed him another smokeless torch from her unfilled bag. She then departed to do a quick circuit after leaving Ripper to guard Glenn. It was still possible for Ripper to anger monsters beyond their sight. Glenn soon heard the whistling sound of 2 serrated arrows, one after the other. He had no fear for Sara, and Ripper merely dropped onto his forepaws and licked them, unconcerned. Soon enough Sara returned, none the worse for wear. Glenn raised one eyebrow. "Trouble?" "No trouble." Sara strapped her bow across her back. "Now strip. You're getting in that pool and telling me what I want to know, or I'm tossing you in there myself." Glenn removed Carl Coldbreaker's carrier for Becca, then set his heavy mace aside. No one would steal it this deep in the woods. He spread his arms and grinned. "Want to try it?" She sighed dramatically. "Perhaps I spoke rashly." "You're no fun." Glenn made a small circle with his finger. "Now, turn around, please." "Or I could just go up on the cliff." Sara hopped up onto the cliff beside the pool, one that would give her the high ground and visibility in all directions, though she vanished from sight. Ripper also rose and clambered up the cliff after her, disappearing as well. Glenn had no fear of any monster out there now. He stripped off Mammoth Cloudcrusher's sweaty pants, then his equally sweaty small clothes. He had no change of clothes, so he'd take his clothes in with him into the pool and then leave them out to dry. Finally, he slipped into the pool beneath the cliff. It was cold, and his teeth chattered a little as he immersed himself, yet he could already feel the blood and grime coming off, and the gentle pressure of the circulation provided by the underground stream carrying it away. "I'm good." Glenn was now chest-deep in the chilly water. He brought his clothing into the pool with him, securing them with stones to ensure they wouldn't float away. As he did so, the movement of flicking light told him Sara was holding her torch over the cliff's edge. "I can't even see anything in that dirty water," she called down in mock disapproval. "Just how bloody did you get today?" "Sorry to disappoint you," Glenn called up. He moved so his back was pressed gently against the cliff. This would allow him to keep an eye out for threats, and also conveniently make it hard for Sara to spy on him. Not that he would have minded if Sara spied on him, but this water was unusually cold. Okay, Glenn spoke just loud enough for her to hear on the cliff. This is how I broke leveling. He walked Sarah through what he discovered when he and Ripper tackled the first nest of cliff spiders, and how things had gone from there. Sarah said nothing as he laid it out for her, and nothing for a bit after he finished. Glenn let her think it over. Finally she spoke. That's 6 kinds of broken. Glenn grinned. Isn't it? That's literally a middle finger to the gods. Even without the bonus experience, you could level rookie adventurers ridiculously fast using your method. If only you wouldn't let everyone know I'm alive. I hate saying this, because it's certainly going to your head, but what you've come up with is utterly brilliant. I can't think of any better way to let Ripper get the levels he needs to survive. Me neither, Glenn said. So does that mean we'll stay a few days longer? It means we'll both be doing a lot more hunting. And given all the life crystals we've gathered, it's time for travel purchases. My wallet aches thinking about all the life crystals you left behind after slaughtering about 100 monsters just because you had no pack. Purchases? Glenn asked curiously. What kind? Real armor for you, for a start. When we planned to head straight for Eveland, there was no point in buying you any gear, since you just get new gear at the Blazer office in Lakebrook. But even using the disgustingly broken loophole you've uncovered, it could take a week or longer to level Ripper to 7. We can't have you running from cliff spiders with your bits flopping about. Glenn laughed. I also don't want to get bit. Really? I've heard getting bit there can cause swelling. Would that be so bad? I'll have you know that I have absolutely no need of any such enhancement. We'll also need some provisions. The clicking of flint and steel announced Sarah lighting a fire on the rock above. And a traveler's pack for you. Trail mix is all good and well for a few days, but I'm not spending a week in the woods without some real food. I agree with all of that, Glenn said gratefully. Any chance you could also get me a pair of those comfy sleep clothes you have? Not in Wolfpine, Sarah said. I'm sorry, that sounded rude. I didn't mean to disparage your crafters. It's just not a pattern a level 16 tailor can craft. Really? Glenn was now even more curious. What level does it take, and what are they? Moon silk pajamas from a preceptor tailor? They cost about as much as a full suit of steel armor thanks to the difficult-to-acquire materials, but gods, it's like sleeping in a cloud. You must really like to sleep. I like to sleep in comfort, thank you, Sarah said primly. And my pajamas are so comfortable. I'll see if I can find you some scratchy linen sleepwear. Thanks, Glenn managed. His teeth were now chattering a little. This water really was cold. He'd have to swim and splash about vigorously just to stay warm, and despite her teasing, he doubted Sarah was all too eager to see that. He was definitely clean now. I'm ready to get out now, he called up. Any extra clothes you can toss me? I will toss you a towel. Great, just let me get my clothes. He snatched his now washed small clothes and pants up and padded over to the side of the pool. He crawled out absolutely naked and shivering, set down the clothes, then turned to the cliff. Towel? Heads up, Sarah called. A large, fluffy towel fluttered out off the cliff. Glenn snatched it before it hit the ground and gratefully wrapped it around his midsection. He was still chilly and shivering, but he was clean. From the sound of crackling above, it sounded like Sarah already had a warm fire going. She was such a thoughtful partner. Glenn tromped over to where he'd left his mace carrier, then strapped it on his bare chest. It felt a bit rough, but there was no help for that. He tucked Becca back into the carrier, reassured by the weight of the heavy mace against his chest again. He then picked up his damp clothes and climbed up on the rock, careful not to dislodge the towel. As he walked toward the small but warm campfire, Sarah eyed him from across it. You're looking much cleaner, she said archly. And cold, Glenn said. I can tell. Sarah pointed to the other side of the fire. Sit and get yourself warm. I'll keep an eye out for threats to your modesty. Also, give me your wet clothes. Thanks. Glenn crouched by the fire. And wow, this is a really soft towel. It is, Sarah agreed. Now, your clothes? Glenn handed them over. She took them without looking back. Before Glenn could ask why she wanted them, she shoved them into her unfilled bag. He frowned. Why did you do that? Sarah offered the smallest of smirks. You can have them back at the Shrine of Raylan. Glenn gaped at her. Oh, come on. What? She asked innocently. You're going to make me walk all the way to the shrine in a towel? I'm not going to make you do anything, Glenn Greybaker. You can do whatever you want, dressed however you wish. Glenn rubbed his hands together by the fire. I never expected to be betrayed by my adventuring partner, at least not this quickly. She laughed lightly. You made me wait the entire walk. If I end up leading monsters away from Ripper with my ass hanging out, I'm blaming you. Entirely willing to accept that blame and suffer the mental image, thank you. They sat in mostly comfortable silence as Sarah casually scanned the woods. Ripper snoozed by the warmth of the campfire, and Glenn eyed. It was a nice fire. Even in just a towel, he wasn't cold. What if it is Zach? Sarah asked after a long silence. What if he is stuck in the class crystal? Glenn had almost forgotten the whole reason they'd stayed an extra day, but he remembered now. He felt guilty about forgetting his old friend. We find a way to free him. What if there is no way to free him? Then we get this class to level 40, and then we make the gods free him. On that, we're agreed. She glanced at him. You dry yet? Glenn rose, still clad in the towel. I'll get my revenge, you know, eventually. Sarah smirked. Maybe. Not tonight. She reached into her unfilled bag and pulled out Mammoth Cloud Crusher's pants, then fished out his small clothes with 2 fingers. She tossed them over. Glenn gratefully picked them up, then gasped as he touched the clothes. They were bone dry. How? He paused, then looked up. Unfilled bag? Sarah cocked an eyebrow at him. You already told me canteens lose water in an unfilled bag, Glenn said, and fruit gets absolutely inedible. In fact, the only food that stays edible is stuff that's dry, like those bread biscuits you ate for lunch and nuts. So being in an unfilled bag dries things out? It does all sorts of weird things to water, Sarah agreed. Hence why you can never put anything living inside one, not if you want them living when you take them out. Glenn immediately recalled watching Sarah tuck the entire of Marion's midnight mail into the small bag on her belt. That sounds like a very discreet way to murder someone. One more reason we're all grateful for the law of consent. Sarah turned her back and rose. Now get dressed, please. It's time for you to reslot and sleep, and possibly ask the dead friend in your head to tell you how I got him to tell me about his class completion quest. Glenn pulled on his clothes, well, the only clothes he still had, and smiled at the feeling of being clean in clean, dry clothes. He was used to getting dirty and gunked up after a day of adventuring, but he'd also always, before, had a nice warm bath to relax in after. This bath hadn't been warm, but at least it was a bath. Still, as a gust of cold wind rippled through the deep-scorn woods, Glenn shivered. The temperature had dropped quite a bit since night fell. He would definitely be grateful when Sarah returned with some new clothes and armor tomorrow. Sarah was already poking at the fire with a stick. She expertly knocked out the supporting sticks that hadn't collapsed and weakened its base. They waited until it was down to embers before she stomped out the rest, then rose. Let's go. Ripper, who had seemingly been sleeping contentedly nearby, hopped to his feet. It was like Sarah had slapped him with a switch. He looked hopefully up at her, and she reached down to ruffle his ears and head. When she caught Glenn smiling at her, she lifted her hand, belatedly embarrassed. So you do like him, Glenn said. He's a very impressive wolf. Sarah strode off. As Ripper patted after her, he glanced up at Glenn. Though Glenn knew wolves couldn't do that, he could swear Ripper was smirking at him. They might be brothers now, but it seemed Ripper was still all too keen to keep up their contest of who Sarah liked best. Glenn fell into step beside them as they started the long trek back to the shrine of Raylan. It only took 5 minutes, and they made it without incident. Glenn's stomach was growling something fierce by the time they arrived, and he could swear he heard Sarah's stomach several times, though. She forcefully denied such scandalous accusations. Glenn found 4 freshly skinned tribbits already sitting on identical spits over an extinguished campfire circle, just ready to be cooked. Sarah must have just started cooking them when she left to find him and Ripper. Glenn half considered eating the meat raw, but also found himself glad that Azalea Whitetalon couldn't see this grisly scene. For tribbits. Given how much Azalea had loved Mr. Squeaky, she'd have been utterly devastated. Slot, Sarah pointed at the shrine. I'll get the fire started and finish cooking. All 4? Glenn asked hopefully. 2 for you, Sarah said. 1 for me, 1 for Ripper. Ripper yowled quietly. Sarah scratched his ears again. Well, I didn't realize you'd be getting so much bigger, you ferocious little monster. I promise I'll catch you 3 tomorrow. Ripper licked her hand appreciatively. Glenn stared at the wolf in amusement. It wasn't just that Ripper was physically bigger, he also seemed older. Still a young wolf, obviously, but no longer the rambunctious, mouthy little pup they'd found in the cave. Did all monsters change this quickly when leveling? They certainly must level far slower than Ripper had. Even so, it seemed bizarre that merely gaining a level would also result in a gain in maturity. That had certainly never been Glenn's experience with Zack. Gods. Zack. Was he really stuck in a void in Glenn's head, slowly going insane? It was well past time to find out. "I'll swap stuff around, reslot, and be out in time to help you cook," Glenn said. "Then I sleep." "Then you sleep," she agreed. "And don't forget to ask Zack how he ended up with us." "I will. I'll make him tell me everything." Glenn knew right where the moon and sun were now. He had no trouble positioning himself. He knelt, breathed, and placed his hands on the moon and sun on the shrine of Raylan. "Welcome, Glenn Redwood. Based on your accomplishments, you have one blessing pick remaining. Here's your current status." Ripper had gained over 10,000 today. Glenn had gained almost none. This must be what Jenny Amberson and Svara Dawnwhisper felt like as they continued their mentor duties in the Blazers. Helping a younger adventurer was satisfying, certainly, and seeing Ripper's progress today had been thrilling, but it also sacrificed one's personal growth. Glenn needed to change his habits. He could have at least used Soul Scan on a cliff spider for the meager 5 experience it offered, yet it hadn't even occurred to him to do that. He already knew everything he needed about them. Or did he? What if, like the Gloamwolf Den Mother, some cliff spider had some new skill he'd never seen before? It was already clear the gods were changing things, twisting the rules and adding new challenges. What if those cliff spiders hadn't been slow, like always? He resolved then to always use Soul Scan on any opponent at least once, even if he thought he knew their capabilities. As much as it vexed him to take unfair advantage, getting Soulseer to level 40 and stopping the calamities that would result if he did not was more important than his own personal sense of fair play. Even missing out on 5 experience was still missing out on 5 experience. Still, that wasn't why he was here. The Brazier of Life, or Glenn supposed the Brazier of Life's End, since this was a Shrine of Raylan, fated to be replaced by the Plaza of Selection and the 6 pedestals with Soulseer blessings, one of which remained empty. He had no need to select a new blessing today. He told the gods as much. He didn't arrive on the Soulseer Diamond with the skill pedestals. He had no skill point remaining, and in such cases, the gods would skip him right to the place where he could slot his skills and blessings. He began by unslotting Guardian's Heal, then slotted Guardian's Smash. He waited an acceptable amount of time, as if considering other skills. He then removed Guardian's Smash and slotted Guardian's Heal once more. Then, belatedly, he did the same thing to Soul Scan. What if Zack's appearance in Glenn's head was only triggered by the addition or subtraction of a Soulseer skill? Best to cover all angles. He committed his choices. Your slots and blessings are now locked. You may slot again in 24 hours. Go with the gods and challenge the best Luxdera has to offer. Time to see if Zack was real, or just a guilty dream in his head. 42. A Dream-Born Confession. The starlit backdrop of the Shrine of Raylan faded. Glenn was back in the night with the sound of a fire crackling gently nearby. The smell of roasting trivet caused his stomach to grumble loudly. He rose and trotted over to the campfire. He resisted the urge to snatch the closest trivet off the hot spit. Ripper, naturally, was already gnawing contentedly on the bones of his. It looked barely cooked. Sarah shrugged apologetically as Glenn returned. "He snatched it right off the spit as soon as I started to cook," she said. "I suppose he doesn't like his meat cooked, only raw, which, given he's a wolf, I should have remembered." Ripper growled as if that should have been obvious. "How long?" Glenn asked hopefully. She smiled across the campfire at him. "Give it a few minutes. In the meantime, here's this." She reached into her unfilled bag, brought out the same pouch she'd had at lunch, and opened it. She shook several dry bread crackers into her hand and offered them. "No jam." Glenn gratefully took the crackers. No jam needed. Rather than shoving all the bread crackers in his mouth, he nibbled instead, just for something to eat. Sarah smiled like she approved. Soon enough, the tribets were roasted, and soon after that, Glenn was enjoying roast trivet on a stick. Sarah had smeared spices on it. It was so good. Normally, Glenn would want to exercise or walk after he ate, but Zack could be waiting even now, stuck in a black void. He hastily finished his food, and then walked to his familiar spot. He rolled out the sleeping bag Sarah handed him and slipped inside. He settled his head on his pillow. While he expected it would take him some time to sleep, he lost himself immediately. He found Zack standing, staring, a few feet away in the dark with wide eyes. It had worked. "What happened?" Zack asked. "You can't wake up?" Glenn frowned. "Wake up? You can't leave the void?" Zack said. "Just pinch yourself." "I woke up last night," Glenn said. "It's been a whole day." Zack stared a moment, then laughed in relief. "Oh, wow, that's great. That's great to hear. How long has it been for you since I vanished last night?" "Like 5 minutes?" Zack kept grinning. "So while I may be stuck in your head, at least I'm not conscious unless you're around to bother me. I was going to go nuts in here." "Well, that's wonderful," Glenn said grumpily. "If I'd known it worked like that, I would have savored my supper." "Life must be so hard for you," Zack said sardonically. "So, how you get me out of here?" "2 questions. First, to find out if you're you. Sarah, Svara, as you knew her, gave me questions I could ask that only she would know." "Brains and beauty." Zack nodded eagerly. "So what's the question?" "Sarah told me that you and Anna agreed to work with the Blazers in Lakebrook, which is how you ended up arriving in Wolfpine with a full Blazer escort. She also told me that wasn't your plan when you originally returned to Lakebrook with Anna." "All true," Zack agreed, "though you could probably suss that out on your own without my help. Did she tell you what happened before we agreed to join the Blazers?" "Did they catch you trying to steal something?" Zack's eyes narrowed. "So she did tell you?" "No, she didn't tell me. That just seems like something that would happen to you." "Well, now you've ruined it. Stop being so cursedly deductive. I'm supposed to tell you things you couldn't figure out on your own, remember?" "So tell me how you got captured. There's far too many ways that could happen for me to figure all the details out myself. And be specific." "Right, fair. Did Svara tell you who captured me?" "No. Who was it?" "She did, actually." Glenn smirked. "Now that's a good story. Give me details." "So, yeah, Svara caught me while I was sneaking out of one of Lakebrook's libraries, and pressed the hells out of me, too. There I was, slipping out of the library in full shadow walk when this serrated arrow whistles by literally a fingertip from my face, embeds itself right in the door." Glenn actually chuckled. "You pee yourself?" Zack glared. "No, I didn't pee myself. That happened once when I was 8. You sure did commit to it, though. Just shut up and listen to my story, all right? So this arrow whistles by right by my nose. I freeze. I figure it was a fluke. Maybe someone shooting who didn't see me." Glenn suddenly wondered if he'd stumbled across a loophole. Would that get around the law of consent? If someone shot an arrow at you, not knowing you were there? Zack snapped his fingers. "Don't get distracted, Redwood. I'm the dead guy, remember? You're not going to tell me there wasn't a little pee." "So I take off as another arrow whistles by, right behind me." Zack now completely ignored Glenn. "No doubt now, whoever's out there shooting can see me, and I can't see them." "Chameleon armor," Glenn smiled. "Oh, she's good." "Only thing it could be," Zack said grumpily. "I don't care how good it looks on a woman. That armor is broken." "Jealous?" Then this scary woman's voice comes from somewhere above me, probably on a building roof. "Hell right there, Deathcaster, or the next one goes in your ear." Couldn't hear much with an arrow in your ear. Glenn felt hopelessly amused as he imagined how scared Zack must have felt. He shouldn't be, he knew, but it was funny in retrospect. "Yeah, so I'm not a Deathcaster, so whoever this woman is, I realize the law of consent still protects me, so I sprint for it." "Did she still shoot you?" "Arrow, knee, the moment I ran." "How'd she even make that shot?" "Crippling shot," Glenn said. "It's a sharpshooter skill." "That was a rhetorical question, smartass. Not for me, but the arrow bounced off instead of taking you down." "Right, which was probably when Svara figured out I wasn't a Deathcaster." "Blazers can actually attack Deathcasters without consent, since they have the authority to enforce the laws of the Church of Celis," Glenn said. "Just like a town guard can assault someone who breaks the law within a town's walls, whether they consent to be attacked or not." "I know all that, so shut up and let me finish. So then it's a chase through Lakebrook, right? No more whistling arrows. I don't hear anything for at least 10 minutes, and I figure, finally, I lost her." "You didn't," Glenn said. "Nope." I get to one of those arched bridges they have all over the waterways there, kneel to catch my breath, and Svara kicks my legs out from under me. Next thing I know, she has these gleaming silver cuffs out and is trying to put them on me. Glenn whistled softly. Lawgiver cuffs. Naturally, I wasn't going to let her cuff me. I elbowed her in the face and hopped in the waterway. If she was going to cuff me, I was going to make her swim for it. And did she? She didn't have to. Unfortunately, by that time, she'd also called out the town guard. Serves you right. Glenn made himself scowl convincingly. That's what you get for stealing from a library in Lake Brook and elbowing a nice woman in the face. All I did was sneak into a library and read a few restricted books. How was I supposed to know that's a crime? Breaking into buildings anywhere is a crime, you idiot. So I get you're desperate after being chased by Svara and the town guards, but why jump into the waterway? Town guards can't swim in armor. Right, but the waterway only goes one way, and we can follow you as long as we want with our fleet boots, so we'll basically stroll along the sides and watch you float until— Which, again, I didn't know at the time, Zack interrupted caustically. Anyway, when it was clear they were going to run alongside me all the way to the harbor, I used Shadow Walk again. Shadow Swim, Glenn corrected with a grin, and swam back up the river against the current and then hid under a dock. And Svara found you anyway, using Tracker's vision. Which is not a fair skill by any means. After all that effort, I should have gotten away. Glenn shook his head. You never had a chance of getting away. Zack sighed. Thanks for the support. This sounds so much like you. I won't know for sure until I confirm your answers with Sarah, but if I do— Glenn's mirth faded. I'm sorry you're stuck in here, but you're getting me out. Somehow I'm getting you out, Glenn promised. And at least now we know you won't be walking around in here when I'm not around. Thank the gods for that. So, before I wake up, got any tips for leveling Soulseer? Are you telling me Glenn Redwood, the greatest theory crafter in all of Wolfpine, is asking me, the humble Zack Silverstone, for tips on how to level a class? Your girlfriend's class, Glenn reminded Zack pointedly. You leveled alongside her for a year or longer. You have to have picked up some tips from watching her all that time. Fine, Zack said. To start, Soul Scout is great for checking out entertainer dressing rooms. Glenn scowled. She never did that. Well, I would have. Also, it's a great way to get the entire layout of a house and learn who's home before you retrieve stolen items they stole first. Glenn slapped his forehead. You can't really be telling me the two of you are using the gods' experimental strategic class to steal things. It was stuff Anna owned anyway, and someone would have used those skills for theft eventually. Soul Scout is also great for scouting out monster lairs ahead of time, and it could explore the whole place without danger, then come back and draw me a map. Zack wasn't wrong about all the uses for Soul Scout. Someone would, eventually, use a Soulseer's skills for the exact purposes Zack suggested, assuming the gods made the class available to everyone. The idea of privacy in one's own home would vanish, as a Soulseer's disembodied soul could be in any room, using Soul Scout, watching anyone at any time. Glenn didn't like the thought of that at all. He suspected the laws of Levos would prevent Soulseers from spying on those common or trial age, perhaps by locking them out of the room, but adults would be fair game for lechers. Not to mention people would likely stop taking notes in secret meetings. A Soulseer in Soul Scout might be leaning over their shoulder, reading the note. Anything you can tell me that's actually useful? Glenn asked. Use Soul Scan on everyone you meet in your travels, even if you don't want to see their status sheet. It's stupid to turn down 5 experience that trickles in with no risk. If you want to level that class properly, you need to get over your morality hang-ups. Glenn had already figured that much out. Anything else? You see the little brown bar on scanned monsters, which lets you interrupt them? Glenn nodded. Feels like cheating. We loved that. I bet you did. But come on, stop holding out. You have to have figured out something that I haven't in all the time you level this class. I think anyone with high divinity, like casters, can actually see you while you're wandering around in Soul Scout. They can actually see your soul. Glenn considered. It seemed possible. How do you know that? The one time we almost got caught was at her uncle's place. He had members of the Church of Celis over, and Anna swore once spotted her when she slipped by near that room. We speculated that someone with high divinity can see someone who's walking about as a disembodied soul. That was useful information. It also made Soul Scout more balanced than he'd feared. If it did become a class available to anyone, high-level casters of all types would likely find themselves in high demand to watch for peeping spirits at secret meetings, and in the dressing rooms of pleasure houses. Glenn felt offended on their behalf. Anna also said Soulview made her horribly nauseous when I let her use it on me as I walked around town, Zach continued. She said it felt like getting seasick, so maybe don't ever slot or use that skill unless you have no other choice. Ugh, Glenn agreed. That doesn't sound fun at all. Zach was about as useful as always, which is to say, not much. Still, Zach's suggestions about Soulview and Soul Scout were useful. Glenn hadn't had the chance to try out Soul Scout yet, and was very curious to do so. Perhaps he could try it tomorrow with Sarah to watch over him. Glenn stepped back. So that's it then. For tonight at least. Cool, Zach said. So, how are you with everything? With what exactly? Leaving them all behind. Family, friends, walking around hidden from the world, possibly for a good portion of your life. At least you get to be with Becca, right? Glenn felt a fresh trace of annoyance. Don't worry about me. I'm dealing just fine. So, you don't blame me for dropping this class completion quest on you? No, Glenn sighed. I blame you for a lot of other things. But someone had to save Wolf Pine and eventually save Evelyn. After those shadowers hit you with that poison, there was no way you could do that. If it had been just me down there, knowing what I know, I'd have accepted the quest anyway. Because you're a big, dumb, heroic idiot. Glenn laughed. Sleep tight, or whatever. Yeah. You too, Redwood. Glenn willed himself to wake up. Shockingly enough, he did so. Sarah was waiting. 43. A Soul in the Woods. Ripper slept curled into a ball by the embers of the campfire, one ear twitching randomly as night sounds rose and fell. Sarah knelt beside Glenn with her bow resting easily on her knees. How'd it go? Did you really chase Zach until he leapt into the waterways and got chased by the town guards? Glenn asked, after he broke into a library and tried to sneak out again. The little gasp that escaped Sarah's lips told him she had, in fact. This confirmed both their fears. Zach was Zach, and he was stuck inside the class crystal. Sarah looked genuinely upset. He didn't deserve anything like this. He's only conscious when we talk now, Glenn said quickly. We figured that out tonight. He actually thought it had only been 5 minutes when he appeared to me again tonight, which is as long as I spent slotting. So he's not actually awake in there except when I'm using a Shrine of Raylan or when I'm dreaming about him. Thank the gods for that. Still, I don't know of any way to set his soul free. I'm sure the Blazers can find one once they look through the histories. This must have happened when those people were leveling the first Guilecaster, however long ago. What if the only answer is level the class to 40? Then we level to 40, Glenn said. Just like we've always planned. Sarah gripped his hand. I'm sorry about your friend. Again. Glenn was touched by her gesture. He clasped his other hand on top of hers, gave it a grateful squeeze, and released it. He's still Zach. He's still my best friend. It's comforting to be able to talk to him despite what happened, so it's not all bad for me. I suppose not. I wonder if we could find a way for Anna to speak with him as well. I mean, if I had the opportunity to speak with someone I cared about after they... She trailed off. Glenn sensed immediately that she was remembering a painful event in her past. She'd said she had no family to leave behind in her new identity. Had she lost them? Sarah continued speaking, as if she hadn't been distant for a second. Did he tell you anything useful about the class? Anything he'd been holding back? I learned a couple of things Anna might have mentioned. Did she tell you about the time she used Soulview on Zach and made her horribly nauseous? Anna never said anything about that. That's an interesting wrinkle. He also told me that Soul Scout is a great way to check out monster lairs, also that people with high divinity may be able to see a person while walking around in a disembodied soul. Now that's interesting, Sarah agreed. Becca never mentioned how Anna got in touch with her when she first arrived in Lakebrook, but Anna had Soul Scout slotted when she showed me her status sheet. I wonder if they used the divinity wrinkle to communicate. We should try it, Glenn said. Tomorrow? Why not tonight? We could, if you're up for it. So, Soul Scout, just let you go anywhere? I don't know. We won't know until we use it. Then let's use it now, Sarah said. It should be safe enough here in Gracia. My divinity isn't as high as a caster's, but it will give us a reference to work from if you have to use Soul Scout in a situation where you don't want to be detected. Sure, Glenn said. All right, so what are my goals while I'm a soul? Sarah reached for her unfilled bag, rummaged around inside it, and pulled out first a small leather-bound book, and then a quill. How's this? After you activate your skill, I'll sit here and write a few lines in my journal. See if you can read those lines without me spotting you. That's a good test. I'll also wander around the woods a little. I won't go far, but I'm curious if I'm bound to my body in any way. The skill description doesn't say anything about that, but I wouldn't be surprised if there's limitations the description doesn't provide. Can I see it again? Of course. Glenn revealed his status sheet and, because it was open already, browsed to Soul Scout and read the description one more time. Soul Scout. Nun, Soulseer, Isden. Separate your soul from your body for 10 minutes and move freely. 1 hour cooldown. Nothing about limitations on how far Glenn could go. Nothing about mortals with high divinity attributes detecting him as he did so. The 1 hour cooldown would make it time-consuming to do multiple tests, but they could try it at least once a night. Glenn was excited by the possibilities. You ready? Sarah asked. Glenn sat down and, after a moment, decided to lie down instead. One other thing. While I'm missing, see if you can move my body. I'm curious if I'll freeze up or go limp. Sure, Sarah agreed. When do you want me to start writing in this book? Do it right after I use the skill. After I see if I can read your book without you detecting me, see if you can move my body around. Meanwhile, I'll walk around a bit to test my limits. What if you don't come back to your body in 10 minutes? Will you be recalled by the skill's expiration? Glenn felt an unexpected chill. I actually don't know. So I'll make sure to hop back in my body before the 10-minute duration is up. That sounds wise. Good luck. Thank you. Glenn settled his body as comfortably as he could on the forest floor, closed his eyes, and then activated his skill the only way he knew how. Soul Scout. He lay still and waited for the skill to activate, but the world remained unchanged, save for the sound of the wind. Had he done something wrong? He opened his eyes, then gasped. Or tried. Glenn could have sworn he was breathing a moment ago, but it was now obvious he wasn't. Moreover, the world had lost all color. Everything from the sky to the leaves to the ground were different shades of gray. While he heard the sound of wind blowing, he didn't feel it. When he sat up and glanced down, he found himself halfway embedded in his sleeping body. Nearby, Sarah was busily jotting in her journal. She was already writing. Glenn scrambled up. As a disembodied soul, it seemed he could still scramble, and looked around in wonder and a small bit of fear. He didn't like the way the world looked now, gray and lifeless. He would hate to be stuck in a world like this. He soon spotted the small timer ticking away. Soul Scout, 9 minutes, 12 seconds. Just over 9 minutes, with an hour cooldown afterward. He'd best get started on what he and Sarah had agreed upon. He glanced at her again to find her still writing in her journal. Occasionally she'd look up and scan her surroundings. He wouldn't have long. Glenn cautiously circled her and then moved close to her from behind. He expected her to hear his footfalls and turn to look at him at any moment, but his footfalls made no noise in this world. He leaned as close as he dared. He was practically at her ear and could easily read what she was writing over her shoulder. It seemed to be some sort of story, hers or one she'd read somewhere. Glenn read the first few lines several times to make sure he remembered them. Then, curious, he reached out with one hand and waved it between Sarah's eyes and her journal. She didn't react. She didn't see him. So 12 divinity, it seemed, was too low to spot a disembodied soul in Soul Scout. That was promising. This really could be a useful skill. Sarah finished writing and closed up her journal. Glenn rose. As he watched her tuck her journal and quill once more into her unfilled bag, he felt increasingly uneasy. When Sarah stood, stretched, and walked to his sleeping body, he felt even more so. Observing Sarah without her knowledge felt like something that no one should be doing, and something that any soul-seer could. Still, Glenn watched with growing amusement as she grabbed his hand, lifted his arm, and let it drop down again. She poked his shoulder next, then his nose, and even pried open the eyelids on one eye with 2 fingers. Glenn felt none of it. His body didn't move. Sarah sat back and looked around once more. Was she worried for him? The cast of her features suggested she might be, and he checked the timer again. 7 minutes, 44 seconds. He still had more to learn before he canceled the skill. He decided to scout the forest and see how far he could get. 3 minutes later, Glenn was deep in the Deepscorn woods without the slightest indication he had reached his limit. Could a soul seer in Soul Scout walk forever until the 10 minutes expired? If that was so, they could walk awfully far. Also, with just over 4 minutes left, it was time to head back. So, which way was back? Glenn realized then he was now hopelessly lost. He'd always had a keen direction sense, especially in woods he knew well, but he hadn't counted on the whole world turning gray. There were no sensations to work from either. He couldn't see the moss on the trees. It was too dark and gray. He couldn't feel the wind, which always blew in over the western cliffs at night. He couldn't hear the gentle trickle as he neared one of the Deepscorn's cool pools of water. The water in this pool wasn't static. It flowed into and out of the many pools from north to southwest, but Glenn would be lucky to find any pool on a dark night in the dark woods when even his sight was nothing but gray. For the first time, he actually began to panic. What would happen if he didn't make it back to his body in time? The timer for Soul Scout continued to tick down. 3 minutes, 22 seconds. He'd wasted almost a full minute in his panic, and he couldn't afford to wait any longer. He set off in the direction he believed would take him back to his body. It was really nothing more than an educated guess. Time ticked on. The woods didn't end. If anything, the trees grew thicker, which at least told him something. Unfortunately, that something wasn't good. The thicker trees suggested he'd wandered into the mossy thicket, a spawning ground for moss beasts. Since his campsite was a good ways north of here, he'd gone the wrong way. There was no wind, no water, and no moon to give him direction. Glenn had almost given up before he spotted a faint glow ahead. In absence of anything else, he rushed that way. He'd taken but 20 steps before the glow revealed itself to be a moss beast. It stood as motionless as a tree in the woods. Glenn gasped as he took in the scene. The glow, which was bright white, seemed to be coming from deep inside the moss beast, from its core. Despite how obvious the glow was to him, the moss beast seemed entirely unaware of him. For the first time, he wondered if he could combine skills. Soul scan, Glenn thought. Nothing happened. No status sheet appeared. So it appeared that, while a spirit, he couldn't use his other soul seer skills. That suggested immortal skills were bound to their body, not their soul, which put in question several of the central tenets of skill use taught by the Church of Celis. Could de-souled adventurers controlled by deathcasters still use the skills they'd had in life? Glenn didn't know, and now he knew that was a question he wanted answered, assuming he didn't become a de-souled corpse himself in 1 minute or less. Time for a desperation play. Glenn took off in a run through the woods, dodging left and right around thick trees until the world went utterly dark. Glenn failed in desperation as he feared he'd somehow become unmoored from his body, but the timer continued to tick down. 32 seconds. He stumbled forward as the dark gray world reappeared. As he looked back, he was shocked to see he'd apparently just stumbled out of a tree. So he could walk through solid objects as well? No time for that now. Seconds ticked down as Glenn stumbled hopelessly through dark woods with no clear idea where he was going. 15 seconds. 10. 5. He stopped. He breathed. He would live or he wouldn't. Perhaps he would join Zach. Glenn gasped so loudly it hurt his ears. He sat up quickly enough that spots danced before his eyes when he opened them, but he did open them. The world around him was still cloaked in shadow at night, but color had returned. The green of the leaves, the darkness of the dirt. There was also the gleam of Sarah's bright blonde hair as she gripped his shoulders, her worried face a mere hand's breadth from his. "Are you all right?" He shuddered as fear coursed through his body, then breathed out. "Fine. I just got lost." "Lost in the woods? Or something worse?" "The woods. No wind, no water, just darkness. Lost my sense of direction." Sarah still gripped his shoulders. "But you came back." "I did." He smiled to reassure her. "Also, about that falcon." She released his shoulders and looked to recover her composure. "Yes?" With its wide wings gleaming in the sun, the snow-white falcon soared across the party gathered before the Deathcaster's home. Some took it as a sign of victory from Celis, while others were too nervous to look up at all. Only one knew it for what it truly was. She knocked her bow and loosed. Sarah smiled with obvious relief. "So you did read it?" "That's all I could memorize in the short time I was reading over your shoulder. You wrote a lot more, but I wanted to make sure I got that part right." "You did," Sarah said. "Why did the ranger shoot the falcon? Was she hungry?" "It was actually a desouled corpse. Only the ranger's eyes were keen enough to spot the fact that the way it flapped its wings was puppetry. Her sharp eyes and keen instincts allowed her to detect a scout sent to spy on her party by the Deathcaster. By taking it down, she blinded him." "So the bird was dead," Glenn agreed. "I might have to read the rest of that story someday. I have it in my bag. I'll let you borrow it if you like. So, what else did you learn?" "Other than it's easy to get lost while you're a wandering soul?" Glenn shook his head. "Moss beasts glow in the dark, or when I'm a soul, something like that. Also, I can literally walk through trees." "Or walls," Sarah said, "which means you could walk right through the walls of the most secure fortress and spy on anyone within." "Only if they didn't have someone with high divinity around, assuming what Anna told you is correct about how people with high divinity can see her." "We suspect Becca saw Anna in Soul Scout at some point, so there's a good chance that's possible," Sarah agreed. "Gods, what a useful skill. I saw and heard nothing." "And my body? I saw you moving it." "You were like a limp corpse. At least we know I could move you if there was trouble, and I guess that you're automatically called back to your body when the skill expires." That was the most terrifying part. Still, at least we know that I'll just snap back to my body once the skill expires. That means I can use the full 10 minutes to scout. With skills like this, you are going to be absolutely indispensable to the Blazers. Which is probably why your leaders are so eager to help me level this class. That's at least some of it. Sarah stood. "So, we have our plan for this week. Tomorrow, I'll head into Wolfpine and resupply, as we've discussed, while you hunt cliff spiders with Ripper. Once I'm back, I'll join you as support. We'll spend a few days here using your absurdly broken loophole to get Ripper to level 7, then head to Evelyn and get you registered with the Blazers." "And then I become a Blazer for real," Glenn said, "and do Blazer quests with other Blazers." "A quest every now and then," Sarah cautioned. "It's not like there's a whole bunch of those available at any one time. Still, we have better access to them than the average adventurer." "Well, we're not exactly average adventurers, are we?" Sarah smiled warmly. "I suppose not." 44. A Father's Goodbye. As broken as Glenn's new loophole was, regarding running in laps with cliff spiders chasing him while Ripper tore them apart, it still took over a week of constant hunting, from dawn to dusk every day, to level Ripper to 7. Cliff spiders were numerous, but it was challenging to hunt them at a steady pace without getting overwhelmed. And, of course, the experience required to gain each new level steadily increased as Ripper grew. Yet by massacring the cliff spider population on the cliffs of the upper Deepscorn Woods, Glenn did get Ripper to level 7 in just over 8 days with Sarah's support. He really had discovered an incredible loophole. Glenn suspected the gods wouldn't let this happen again. Thanks to how spread out the monster population was in most zones, the scarcity of quests in low-level zones, the fact that most adventurers leveled in groups that shared experience, and the general fact that other adventurers had to worry about monsters fighting back, it could take a new adventurer a year to reach level 7 after completing their Ceremony of the Path at level 5. Thanks to Glenn's use of Fight Me, the slower-than-normal speed of cliff spiders, and Ripper's tireless ability to rip the monsters limb from limb, Ripper had reached level 7 in 8 days. When Glenn looked at the wolf's attributes the moment after Ripper reached level 7, he was shocked anew by how much the wolf had grown. Name, Ripper, Rare, Elite, Level 7, HP 140 of 140, Blood 0/0, Experience 36,010 of 44,000, Strength 14, Divinity 4, Vitality 14, Wisdom 0, Prowess 7, Skills, Pounce, Vicious Bite. Ripper's unprecedented attribute growth continued unabated. The wolf had gained 2 strength, 2 vitality, and 1 prowess with each level, and was already far more powerful than a level 7 adventurer. If the trend continued, Ripper would eventually be an absolute monster, in both ways. Ripper had also gained a new skill, Vicious Bite, a skill which let him stun his target for 5 seconds thanks to the intense pain it caused. He'd also gained 2 points of divinity despite, as far as Glenn could tell, doing absolutely nothing that would give him a point of divinity. Perhaps it was due to how the wolf understood language? Ripper really did seem to respond to and understand questions and comments from Glenn and Sarah. So, as Ripper, a monster, became more like a mortal, would he also become more divine? That was an interesting philosophical question. 8 days of hunting had also broken in Glenn's new leather armor. Leather wasn't ideal for his class or level, but it was better than running around in Mammoth Cloud Crusher spare pants. His armor also offered basic protection that didn't disintegrate if he wrestled with a gloam wolf. Ultimately, they'd settled on leather armor, which was appropriate for a level 5 to 10 adventure, instead of steel, because Glenn already had steel armor waiting for him at the Blazers' office in Evelan. As Sarah had pointed out, their travel and provision funds weren't unlimited. If they wanted to stay hidden, the two of them couldn't constantly borrow funds from the Blazers. The Blazers kept a very good accounting of the guild's finances. They had the best merchants in Luxtera working for them, so Glenn and Sarah would largely be financing their own leveling, just like every other adventure in Luxtera. That meant it made more sense to purchase a set of leather armor that didn't consume half their finances, especially since Glenn would only be wearing it for a few weeks. Still, even this small amount of extra protection was welcome, given leather was particularly good at resisting cliff spider bites. Not that Glenn ever let the terrifying monsters catch him. Sarah was also as good as her word. She brought him some linen sleepwear that actually wasn't that scratchy. Finally, they left the Deep Scorn Woods and set out toward Evelan. Glenn wore his steel helmet just in case they encountered any travelers who might recognize him. His build remained the same, but in leather armor and a steel helmet, he couldn't look more different than he had as a town guard in gleaming god armor. It was doubtful anyone from Wolfpine would give yet another adventurer walking the safe road into Evelan, even one wearing a blazer tabard, a second look. As Sarah had sagely pointed out, people remembered distinctive travelers they met wandering about in the wilderness. They forgot all about people they passed on a safe road. Glenn was fine being forgotten, at least so long as it kept his family in Wolfpine safe. He still grappled with whether to risk sending his parents a letter about the fact that he was alive. Every night before he fell asleep, he considered it, and every morning, he reminded himself it was too dangerous. If such a letter fell into the wrong hands, it could put his parents in horrific danger. He hated the idea of them grieving for him, but he hated the idea of them becoming hostages even more. Still, despite all that, it felt good to be going somewhere, finally, to be moving on. And it wasn't like it was just him and Sarah any longer. They had a new party member now. Ripper walked proudly between them. More than one traveler had already marveled at the wolf's distinctive white fur, which only made Ripper look all the more insufferable. There was also no doubt Ripper was Sarah's pet. The young wolf was obviously utterly smitten with his master. Glenn might be Ripper's pack brother, but Sarah was Ripper's den mother. Even a wolf as big and powerful as Ripper knew better than to disrespect his den mother. Just before they entered the narrow valley between Gracia's impassable mountains that would take them into Evelan, Glenn spotted a familiar silhouette watching them from a hill overlooking the safe road. Vulpor. The big wolf stood silhouetted against the blue sky, standing tall. It was good to know Vulpor had recovered from having his corpse enslaved by Victor Hallowthorne, but still? Again? What was Vulpor doing here? Worse, the moment Ripper saw him, he took off running, toward Vulpor. Glenn only belatedly charged after him with Sarah. Unfortunately, after gaining 6 levels, Ripper's back now rose almost to Glenn's hip. The young white wolf was much faster. "Ripper, heel!" Sarah shouted. The wolf ignored her, or perhaps he was already too far away to hear. Either way, Ripper all but flew across the cliffs toward the big elite terra of Gracia. As Sarah had confirmed when Glenn asked, if Ripper died, he was dead. There was no resurrect equivalent for monsters. Glenn shouted as she sprinted after their wolf. "Vulpor's too far away for me to taunt him. Shoot him. I'll heal Ripper." "Right," Sarah shouted back. Far ahead, Ripper was almost to Vulpor. The old elite wolf merely stood watching, neither snarling nor running away. Was he that dismissive of Ripper's strength? Ripper was an elite as well, and only 1 level lower than Vulpor. Vulpor might regret. Ripper leapt for Vulpor. Vulpor simply waited. Ripper landed on Vulpor's flank, and then, in a result that shocked everyone, Vulpor went down, with Ripper's paws wrapped around his body. Glenn wanted to cheer. Ripper had actually taken down the elite terror of Gracia. Then Glenn's heart stopped as Volpor chomped down on the back of Ripper's neck. Ripper left himself wide open. There was still a chance to save their reckless wolf. Glenn was almost close enough to use Fight Me. A few more steps and he would... Sarah snatched his arm. "Stop!" In his attempt to rip his arm away, he tumbled over her. That sent them to the ground in a tangle of arms and legs. Why would she stop him? Volpor was about to kill their wolf. Sarah gripped his arms. "Don't taunt Volpor," she ordered fiercely. "Don't start a fight. Just look at them. They're playing." Glenn couldn't believe Sarah, yet he did trust her. He was also still beyond 50 paces of Volpor and Ripper, so instead of trying to run closer, he looked. The two wolves were still bouncing around, pouncing, falling over, and snapping at each other, but there was no blood, no carnage. Glenn's jaw dropped. He'd rarely seen Gloam wolves do this when they were alone, and no one witnessing the movements of Ripper and Volpor could deny what was happening. The elite terror of Gracia and their overeager Arctic wolf were playing together. Moreover, they were not playing as equals. Ripper was absolutely the overeager pup, constantly yapping, snapping, and leaping. Volpor amusedly batted Ripper aside every so often, or snapped down gently on Ripper's back when he left himself open. Volpor was teaching Ripper how to fight. Glenn's mind bent a little. They're playing, but how? "We found Ripper at the bottom of Gloam Wolf Den," Sarah said softly. "We defeated the Gloam Wolf Den mother before he showed up. I did joke she was Ripper's mother." "Yes," Glenn agreed. "It's long been obvious Volpor is the eldest Gloam Wolf male, the most powerful of them all. It's why he has a name and why he's immortal. People have long joked about Volpor trotting into the Gloam Wolf Den to bone the den mother, but I never... So, is Ripper Volpor's pup?" Glenn rubbed the back of his head. He watched in amusement as the two wolves continued their mock battle. Ripper yelped, snapped, and bit without ever breaking skin. Volpor, obviously amused, did much the same back, albeit with power and poise. This huge wolf had spent decades wandering Gracia as one of the strongest monsters in the zone. Their play fighting was, as much as Glenn hesitated to admit it, awfully cute. Belatedly, he realized this was both a good opportunity to earn another tiny chunk of experience and compare Ripper to the strongest monster in Gracia. He focused on Volpor. Soul reveal. Type: Gloam Wolf Pack Leader, Elite, Boss, Level 8, HP 600 of 600, Blood 0/0, Strength 20, Divinity 5, Vitality 30, Wisdom 0. Skills: Pounce, Vicious Bite. Blessings: Elder Monster. A tiny trickle of pleasure assured Glenn he just gained a full 20 experience from scanning Volpor. The old wolf's attributes were truly daunting, yet that wasn't what shocked him. Volpor had a blessing. This was the first time he'd encountered a monster with a blessing. Glenn focused on the blessing. He willed its description to display. Elder Monster. Nun, Beast, Anson, God of Beasts. Rare. You have double the hit points provided by your vitality. No wonder Volpor had such a huge amount of HP. Glenn was all the more impressed Jenny Amberson had managed to solo him several years ago. Assuming the old wolf hadn't grown more powerful in the past few years, that suggested Inferno did a minimum of 150 damage per impact. Given Inferno's exorbitant cost in blood, most level 8 to 10 harmcasters could only cast it twice, and how long it took to cast the skill, 150 damage wasn't entirely out of the realm of balance. Still, the skill was terrifyingly powerful. It really belonged with an evolved class, like Infernist. Glenn would survive one Inferno Blast, which would completely bypass his armor, though he'd likely be in so much pain he'd wished he hadn't survived. He certainly wouldn't survive two. He'd keep that in mind in case he ever came up against a monster that could cast Inferno. Volpor's attributes were also wildly out of proportion for his level, though that wasn't unusual for monsters. Volpor was simply more broken than normal in comparison to mortals, perhaps due to his status as both a boss and an elite. The old wolf could easily defeat Ripper, but hadn't. Maybe Ripper really was Volpor's pup. Nothing else really made sense. Should we call him back? Glenn asked. Will Volpor come after us if we do? He now stood beside Sarah as they watched Volpor and Ripper play. Sarah kept watching before she spoke. Finally, she shook her head. Let them be with each other. I think there's a reason Volpor came out here, and Ripper hurried over to him so eagerly. I think Ripper is saying goodbye to his dad. An unexpected lump filled Glenn's throat. At least someone would get to make a proper goodbye to their family. He kept one eye on Volpor and Ripper and another out for monsters, or worse, adventurers who might draw Volpor's eyes. That would force him to kill Ripper's father in front of Ripper, and he hated that idea. Ripper snarfed one last time, batted playfully at Volpor's grizzled snout, and then trotted back toward Sara. He looked quite satisfied with himself. As for Volpor, the old wolf watched them from his cliff top. His big tongue hung out of his mouth and bounced against his large teeth with each breath. The old wolf's gaze fell on Glenn. Glenn knew Volpor was sizing him, perhaps deciding if he was worthy to fight alongside Volpor's pup. Glenn stood tall and stared right back. They had fought each other a number of times on opposite sides, town guard versus roaming elite monster, yet Glenn had never hated the old wolf, despite the adventure kills Volpor had made over the years. Monster or no, he always respected Volpor's power and grace. Volpor was as much a part of Gracia as the deep-scorn woods, the dewdrop hills, and the rust-iron flats. The old wolf closed his mouth and trotted off. Glenn wasn't sure if Volpor respected him the same way. He did know Volpor had just entrusted his pup to Glenn and Sara's care. Perhaps that was how Volpor showed respect, by spotting someone, then leaving that person well enough alone. Sara idly scratched Ripper's head when he returned. The wolf leaned into her leg and panted happily. Ripper then snapped at Glenn's hand, though not hard enough to break skin. Glenn jerked his hand and tried to smack Ripper's snout. The wolf bounced away, teeth bared tauntingly. Glenn rolled his eyes, yet he couldn't help but grin. It really did feel like they were brothers now, at least as close as they could be, being monster and mortal. Ripper certainly behaved like a bratty little brother probably would. Sara glanced at him. Is there anything else to do before we head on to Evelan? Glenn stared back along the safe road, to the north, toward Wolfpine. He visualized the family and friends he might never see again, at least not before they thought him dead for decades. This really was goodbye for him. Unlike Ripper, there was no Hal or Tanya Redwood to see him off. Even so, his parents were alive. His fellow guards and every last person he cared for in Wolfpine was alive. Thanks to Zack's sacrifice, and his own, the plague had not taken them. No more young people in Wolfpine would grow up without a parent. Moreover, Glenn could save others as a blazer. It was all he'd wanted to do since he was old enough to hold a sword. Best of all, as he roamed Luxtera, he'd finally have Becca at his side. It wasn't everything he wanted, but life never offered that. It was enough. He'd make it so. Glenn turned to the south, toward the safe road leading through the valley between the mountains, toward Evelan and Lake Brook and his future as a blazer, toward the completion of what might be a quest that would take the majority of his life. Let's go, Glenn agreed softly. Go what? Sara asked teasingly. Glenn smiled at her. He knew she was trying to cheer him up by setting herself up for his catchphrase, but he didn't quite feel like saying it this time. It's time to leave Brescia behind. Her expression softened. She gave his arm a comforting squeeze. She snapped her fingers at Ripper, who hopped to attention, and walked off with the wolf eagerly trotting at her heel. Glenn fell into step just behind her, refusing to look back. He'd looked back enough. Glenn Redwood's life was all behind him. Glenn Greybreaker, however, that man had his whole life ahead of him now. The further adventures of Glenn Greybreaker, Rebecca Coldbreaker, Sara Cinderflare, and their friends will continue in Blazer, Divine Progression Book 3. The End.